OpenShift Commons Gathering on community development. If you joined us a little bit earlier, we had a slight technical snafu with the sound, but other than that, things are going wonderful this morning. Thank you for joining us. If you've been to an OpenShift Commons Gathering before, you've probably come for the tech. Usually we do OpenShift Commons gatherings around Kubernetes, KubeCon, or Red Hat Summit, or around a theme like machine learning and AI, or telco or edge, or one of those things. And usually you'll hear a lot of engineers and technical folks talking about the latest and greatest technical releases and things like this. And you'll also hear a lot of people like myself who are the community development people that help to build the communities around these technologies. And so today, we're going to do something slightly different. We're going to be talking about developing the communities around the technologies and how we do that, what some of the best practices are, and all kinds of interesting conversations should arise from that. And I'm really pleased today to have with me my colleague and fellow researcher in this arena, Daniel Izquierdo from Bitergia. Want to say hi, Daniel, and introduce yourself?
Hi, everyone. Oh, yeah, sure. So I'm really excited to be here with you all. So thank you, Diane, for this opportunity. So about me. Well, I have to say I met the first time Diane in 2014 in OpenStack Summit. In Paris. That was the first time I heard about OpenShift and OKD and the project itself. Since then, we've been collaborating together and advancing in the research and the work we've been doing together. So a bit about me: I'm one of the founders of Bitergia. We started in 2012. We do software development analytics at the scale. So that means that we can analyze any size project that matter to you. And in this case, what matter for today is, well, we'll discuss beyond these walls, but is OpenShift and CNCF ecosystem. So lately during the last couple of years, I've had the opportunity to join the Chaos project as well. So the technology we are developing, of course, is open source. Grimoire Lab is part of this project, Chaos, and we'll have an introduction and what health means by the chairs of the project, Matt German-Prey and Georg Link. So I'm board member there, and then I had the opportunity to serve as a member of the board of directors at the Inner Source Commons that we'll discuss about Inner Source as well. So this is me, and really happy to be here.
So part of the reason that Daniel and I are in this together is we wrote an article almost a year ago now about moving from art to science when it comes to community development. And so we've been having these long discussions and doing a lot of work around understanding and analyzing who's in the community that we are working in. And it actually is really not about an individual community. It's about the massive cloud native ecosystem and all of the people. And if you read the article or if you've seen our talks on this, this is what I call the jellyfish diagram, so you'll see it quite often. And each one of these little dots here represents a person in some GitHub repo who's posted an issue, a pull release, or pull request, or merge, or documentation, or some issue on a mailing list somewhere, and how they're all interconnected with each other. Each of the large bubbles represents different projects, whether it's etcd or Kubernetes or OpenShift. And so we've been busy working together, mapping out all of the relationships and using that to really drive a conversation about how to understand how communities work and how they're interrelated, because we're really kind of on it about cross-community collaboration. So the other part of this puzzle is that there was a conference that was going to happen at ChaosCon in Austin. So we started this little conversation, Daniel and I, because ChaosCon got canceled, that we thought, and we had a paper accepted, so we were going to go and talk there, that it would be, what we were missing were the hallway conversations. Since where everybody's virtual now, we don't get to meet our fellow community development folks and dev relations folks that we normally would get to either browbeat or ask for insights into what they're doing and how they're working on things. So we really had to really figure out a way to revive that piece of the puzzle that helped us understand what was going on, and the coaching that we got from our fellow folks out there who are doing this. So we really kind of started to think about how we could set up something. And so today is really about having a very long conversation, 8 hours, with everybody that we would have liked to have seen at KubeCon in person, in the hallway, or at Red Hat Summit in person, or at ChaosCon, or any of the other events that are getting, kind of pushed aside for virtual stuff. And now we know this is virtual. We're streaming it on Twitch and YouTube and on Facebook, and it all is going to be recorded, and we will be pushing it up on the YouTube channel afterwards in chunks so that you can digest it at your leisure. But our goal really is to kind of have the equivalent of a DevOps day or GitOps day for community devs. So maybe a community dev day is kind of how I'm thinking about this. And today's focus is really on creating inclusive and diverse and connected and hopefully healthy communities of all types. The stuff that we do in business and technology, all of us have years of experience working together to build communities around technical and technology initiatives. And most of us outside of our work lives bring those skills to other initiatives, and there's lots going on in the world today, and that we try and take, hopefully, what we've learned and using at work and apply them to things that are happening in the real world, or the ever-changing world, and bring more diversity and inclusivity and be better allies for other people out there in the world that need help and need our support. So one of the things we're going to talk about today is really the diversity and the health of communities, how to the lessons that we've learned over the years, really pushing the edge there and trying to get some of the experience from the massive amount of community leaders who have volunteered to show up today and talk about it, what the best practices are, what the lessons they've learned, how to measure health of a community, how to be a really good ally. We've got some great talks coming all day long, so please, if you have to drop out for an hour or two, come back and be part of this conversation. The way it's going to work, hopefully, is if you're listening to this in Twitch or on YouTube or on Facebook, or I think he's even streaming it to Periscope. I have no idea where that is, but all of the questions and the chat is aggregated and shared with us in the, we're using BlueJeans under the hood so that the speakers can get your questions and answer them. And I've staged the day so that what we'll have is a talk by one of the many speakers to set the conversation, to set us up for about a 30-minute AMA session or Ask Me Anything session after that conversation. So we have a really kind of tight schedule, but I'm going to say that it's going to be a fluid day. So obviously we're running a little bit late already. We have some really amazing people that have decided that they're willing to share their experiences with us and tell us their stories. Liz Rice will be joining us shortly to talk about incubating cloud native projects. She's the current chair of the CNCF's TOC, or Technical Oversight Committee, with a number of SIG leaders from the CNCF. I've decided to stage the day so that it would start off with something really pragmatic, something that we really, most of us who are on this call probably hold near and dear to ourselves, is the cloud native ecosystem, which the majority of us probably are members of. And then colleague of mine, Jay Bloom from Red Hat, and Dimiji Onofua from Microsoft, who have been working together and are researchers in design. And it's not in design as in furniture, but as design as a real conceptual thing, are going to try and bring us through a conversation about what we call recommoning communities, and he'll explain that concept and talk a little bit about allyship as well. And so we'll have a conversation with them about that as well. And then we have folks from the Chaos Conference. Jorg and Matt are going to talk a little bit about what Chaos's initiative is, what their practices are, and then we have a number of folks who have been working closely with them who are going to be available in the chat for that. And then in the afternoon, if all goes well, starting at 12:30, Tamao Nakahara from Weaveworks, who most of you probably have run into at some conference. We've been colleagues on the road, and she's worked with everybody from Pivotal to Weaveworks to a huge amount of people in the dev relations space. It's very important to me that we do talk about DevRel as part of community building. We have lots of people who have huge careers and have done lots of great work building up through developer advocacy and evangelism, or however you call it at your company. But there are a lot of the faces of who people meet to learn about our tech, and they also do have an important role. And then Tariq Carez from OpenStack Foundation is going to talk with us about some of the lessons that they've learned and where the OpenStack Foundation is going and what their journey has done, because I think we can learn a lot from what they've done there and how they've reinvented themselves. We've had one slight cancellation. Josh Simmons at the last minute had an issue and can't join us. So we're going to see if we can get Hong or Ilana to step up and give his talk, but otherwise we'll turn the 2:30 into a panel. And then we have some closing remarks around what we're doing here and what we're going to do next after this event. So just a quick word about the AMAs. They're Ask Me Anythings. If you've ever been on Reddit, they can get pretty interesting. We have 3 live streams going on today. The conversations are open to everyone. There is no price tag on this. It's precious, and we'll be aggregating the information and putting them in. We do request your patience as we learn the ropes of this new virtual conferencing process. As you can see, we're already running a little bit behind, and we've had some issues. So if you can just type it into the chat wherever you're watching this. We are watching the chat channels, and we will try and aggregate all of your questions and get them answered. We do have a code of conduct. It's really be kind and respectful. We know this is virtual. It is open to all. We're really dedicated to providing a harassment-free experience for all the participants of our events. And we really ask you to behave in accordance with professional standards, and if respect your employer's policies and all the governing appropriate workplace behavior and applicable laws. And if you have questions about that, you can click through. We're going to try and imitate the Linux Foundation's code of conduct for today. So really, Dimitri, who is going to be one of the presenters later today, we are going to really lean on a lot of folks here from that huge group of folks to lend us some of their privilege, provide some narratives, and hopefully keep them honest about the lessons they've learned and their biases and all of that wonderful information that they have about building communities, and try and share that with everybody. As I always say, my goal is to not talk, is to give away the podium. But I think in this case, really what we're trying to do is use the tools and the privileges that we have as employees at some of the major corporations building the tech to empower other people, and really, as Dimenshi says, is really refuse to stay silent, create spaces for people to share the information and hopefully build better communities, stronger communities, and keep them engaged and healthy. So with that, I'm going to pause and let Daniel hopefully talk for a few minutes, and let me see if we've got our first speaker available yet. And
in the meantime, I would like to stress this idea that we have in the title for today, OpenShift Commons Gathering on Community Development, and it's not community management, because the idea is that we are moving from a world where communities were a couple of hundred of people involved having in mind everyone. So you can know all of your community members, so you are all kind of a big community. But now moving to a massive community as we have nowadays, for instance, CNCF ecosystem, that we can have a look at the landscape, right? So it's like that's the point where we need to go and move to a more data-driven approach. So that's why this is happening. But in any case, I'd like to say, and I think this is really important, that we this is all about the members of those communities. It happens that with the tools that we have nowadays, we can help each other and reach out other members and newcomers and try to speed up the onboarding process, have more inclusive communities and diverse communities, and thanks to the data and the tooling, this is the way we can proceed nowadays. So yeah.
Cool. Well, as we said, it was pretty fluid today, and I'm just trying to raise our first speaker here. So I'm going to continue, just pause for a minute here, and let me just see if we can get Liz join us.
Well, I kept talking. That's okay for me.
Talking there for a minute there.
Yeah, I'd like to bring an anecdote here, because so when we were presenting this paper, that this is based in previous work we were doing together. So this is about the OpenShift and CNCF ecosystem, what we were analyzing. So if you remember that that chart that we had before, that jellyfish, the really big one star was Kubernetes, right? But then at the bottom, one of the big ones were OpenShift. So then in OpenShift, that is what matters in this case to Diane, or one of the projects that mattered to her. The interesting thing here was that we wrongly assigned the organization of a given developer. And then it happened that given the connectors that Diane has in the community, it was really interesting that that guy was finally introduced to Diane through some other community members. In this case, as far as I remember, Red Hatters. Yeah, thank you for the chat. And now then we discovered by then that this person was coming from another company, and then that company is one of these large corporations in Asia. So they were kind of trying the technology and so on, because this was, as I remember, we found this in Katie, in the core project. Well, I don't exactly remember, but the point was that even given this misunderstanding that we had with the data, because we wrongly assigned the domain of that person to a specific organization, then we realized that that person was coming from this large corporation. So suddenly this is like, oh, we have these people trying or taking the technology, and that's really interesting. So what can we do from a community perspective to have a really onboarding and fast process to have these new people quickly helping and dealing with the community and knowing each other and so on. So it's true that we have this massive community that you see now in front of your screen, but then each of the dots are the important ones, and then we have connectors, we have mavens, we have important people dealing here and there. So that's the interesting thing.
Yeah. So I'm having technical difficulties with our first speaker. So he hasn't been able to log in, we don't see her logging in yet. So what I'm thinking, Daniel, is because we are the very last speech and it is on this topic, that maybe what we'll do is we'll shift the schedule a little bit and do our continuous conversation first. That was going to be our next one. And then as soon as Liz joins us, we will add her in the conversation, if that's all right with you.
That works for me.
It worked for you, hopefully. And as I keep saying to everybody, today is a very fluid day. It's 8 hours. We're going to have a lot of different conversations. But the last conversation we were going to have today is a riff that I've been talking about with the, there was a Harvard Business Review article, and it was very much focused on continuous connection with customers. And I've been doing a lot of thinking about cross-community collaboration, and from the diagram that you saw with the jellyfish there, how is one who is a community development person supposed to manage all of those connections and understand those and keep up with those and nurture those and nudge those things, and in a world in which there are so many ways to connect, and there's 24/7, 365 global connections that we have to nurture. And so what does it mean to be developing global communities that are touching on all of these different pieces and parts of ecosystems in today's world? And the link to the Harvard Business Review article is right here underneath. So I encourage you to read it. It is very much customer focused. But what I kind of was trying to frame out as a conversation piece is the recognition that we are really now in continuous relationships with all of our community participants. Whether it's if you're still in the old days and loving IRC and trying to connect IRC with Slack so that you're only in one space, or you're on Stack Overview, or you're in GitHub and in GitLab and doing issues and all kinds of other tracking stuff. There's so many ways, from TikTok to Snapchat to who knows what, to connect with each other and to reach each other and to share information, and really try and figure out how we build better conversations around getting the information out there to people, and nurturing those in a healthy way that shares the podium with everybody in the community, because we know the internet is not distributed equally. So one of the things that the article says, and drink or read the article with a block of salt or a cup of tea or something like that, because it is very customer focused. But I think the interesting thing that they mentioned here was from a customer's, when the customer recognizes they need, or a community member recognizes they need something from the community, whether it's technology, documentation, or they need to give you feedback, and they make a request, and then you fulfill it in some way, and then they respond to the fulfillment, and then it's this cycle of recognize, request, and respond and repeat. But in order to do all of that, we have to really understand where these connections are, who they are, and how they are all connected, and how they respond to each other. Still not seeing, Liz didn't get in yet. I'm pausing for a minute just to check, to really see how to do that as effectively and appropriately and as quickly and seamlessly as possible. And that's really kind of one of the crazy things about this world, is that there's an expectation that one, as community managers or architects or DevRel people, that we know all these connections, we know all these people, and we have this massive Rolodex in our heads, and it's impossible to get there. So one of the things that we're trying to tease out today in our conversations, and maybe setting the stage here by doing this talk first, we'll kind of set the stage for some of our other conversations as well, is really how do we develop effective and inclusive connected strategies? Because there's a lot of things that we touch on, and often we, as community development people, don't use all the same tools as someone would use in business development or in sales or marketing and that like that. We tend to not take on some of the automation and the pieces to do that. But with this new world, we kind of have to make sure that we are responding to these desires to participate, or desires for information, or desires to contribute to information, to the initiatives that we're part of. And one of the aspects that they talk about in the Harvard article was about creating and tailoring curated offerings. And I think that was one of the things that struck me is often when we're in a technology community, we overwhelm newcomers with a ton of documentation or a demo that's a deep dive or something, and we're trying to give them everything we can when we don't really segregate them out by what their needs really are, and trying to create more curated offerings that we can use. And then there was a lot of conversations, and I think we all do this, is trying to coach good behavior and to get people to contribute. There's a lot of work that we can do in terms of coaching and nudging people, especially after they've made that request and you've responded to it. Often we see people fall off and go quiet. We don't know, we don't follow up enough. So it was interesting in this article to me that one of their keys was to try and figure out what they called automatic execution, and that just reminded me of the automate all things kind of conversation that we have about in technology with CI and CD pipelines and this whole move for testing and everything, that it's the same kind of processes we need to put in place. But in some ways, and as we've all been inundated with marketing and all kinds of strange things that come into our email boxes, it's really important that we still humanize the relationships as well, to maintain these contacts between folks, to use the technology but not to be used by it, and not make people feel like they're being marketed to in these community events. So that's been one of the things that I'd like to tease out today in some of the conversations that we're having around using the technology that other people use across our businesses to use in our community development efforts. And I think a lot of us have used some of them, but we haven't really done it in a practice measured way to the large extent. So some of the questions that I ask is of myself and others when I'm coaching them on building communities is, when do you first recognize someone as a participant in your community? And by this I mean, it's like when they come in, is it a Stack Overflow question that they're asking? Is it their boss told them that they had to go figure out, how to become a cloud native? Or is it just a cursory, I'm in the Slack channel, or I've tweeted something, or what is that potential point of entry into your community? And when do you actually, as a community person, flag them as someone who's a participant in the community? And often we don't do that until it's they've already done an issue, or logged an issue in GitHub, or made given feedback, or attended a conference or something. But it could be as simple as a tweet or something like that. So when you start to look at who is actually in your community, it becomes a really kind of interesting concept of when they actually touch into your ecosystem, and the different roles they have, from end users to service providers to engineers to maintainers to all the different roles that we have. So I think one of the things that in order to do this kind of thing, we have to really get better about the metadata that we collect and how we classify participants, because there's participants on the edge that sometimes we don't recognize. The other thing that we've done, and if you're part of OpenShift Commons, we've kind of, and this is probably going to be the most controversial thing I say, is de-anonymize a lot of folks. Some of the work that we've been doing, it's a lot of the folks that participate in OpenShift and Kubernetes are are unaffiliated, and a lot of the tools that we have today make it rather easy to to add their affiliations, and so we can figure out where they're from. And one of the things that we did with the Commons, which made a big difference for us, is we asked people when they joined Commons to use their corporate or their organizational email addresses. So if you're in the Commons Slack, for example, you're probably using the affiliation that you want to be affiliated with as your email address. So someone could see in Slack what the luggage is, or the baggage is, or your corporate master is, so that it's identifiable. And that made it really easy for people to find each other and have these conversations in a more trusted way. And I'm not sure everybody agrees with me on that, but it is one of the things that's really, I believe, has helped us in the recognition of the participant, to help participants recognize each other. And so this is, this is kind of an interesting way to segue into this conversation, is to figure out the very first touches that we have with these companies.
Yeah,
so,
Diane, sorry for interrupting. So there is a really interesting experiment that they are running at the ASF. So there are other communities, I'm aware, they are doing this, but this is this friction log that interns, for instance, coming from Outreach or Google Summer of Code need to fill, just in order to understand how the process of onboarding process, how to start from scratch is felt, let's say, by a newcomer in that community. So I don't know if this is something that you have at the OpenShift Commons.
Yeah, we do have an interesting onboarding approach for Commons itself, in that when we consider ourselves an organizational based community. So we would then, if someone joins, say, from Toyota or a Honda or something like that, they join once for all of Toyota, then anybody can join. From Toyota, from the CEO to a janitor. It doesn't really matter to us what your role is at the company. You can join as long as you use your corporate email address. It's an automatic add into the Slack channel and the mailing list. So there's that self-identification. So that's, I think, is that answering your question?
Yeah. So well, kind of. So the idea is, if you are, let's say, a newcomer for certain technology, as might be OpenShift, for instance, question is how can I be helped? So are there specific mentors, for instance, in the community? Are there specific people helping in this process? Because I just have in mind that we ran a specific analysis for the OpenStack community a couple of years ago about mentorship. And then in that analysis, of course, we were analyzing around 40 different interns that they had over the years. We cannot compare 40 people against thousands of developers or community members that there are in the community. But what we found, at least as a starting point to dig a bit more into that, is that those people that were mentored tend to be longer than the usual average in the community. So that means that perhaps having a mentorship process, some coach process, etc., might be helpful for those newcomers, because they will have this sense of community. Even more nowadays, where it seems that the face-to-face meetings and so on are kind of moving to virtual meetings, this one, for instance. So I was wondering if in the OpenShift there's something similar.
There's a couple of things that we do when we do onboard folks for this, is that we ask them to first add in to come and do an introductory briefing. So in Commons, one of the first things that we do is schedule a session with them to talk about either what their role is in the community, if they're building a product that integrates into OpenShift, or if they're an upstream project lead, we make them give a talk on that as a way to introduce themselves to the rest of the community. So that's one of the tenets of the Commons, is to give away the podium and then give them a way to be recognized in the community for what they do and where their contributions are, or how they participate in the ecosystem. And then the other thing that we do is on an ongoing basis try and rinse and repeat that. So we'll try and get them to do one introductory one, and then we'll get them to do something that's a follow-up, maybe with someone who's an end user that's implemented their technology, or a customer of theirs, or some other aspect of their technology used in place in some production way. And then we always offer to do a follow-up on that with something that is a a new release or a new piece of the puzzle that that they can then update the information that they did in the introduction. So we try and allow them to create some content that makes it easy for the rest of the community to get an introduction to what they're doing. It doesn't work all the time because right now I think we have around just under 560 member organizations, and one of my goals this year had been to try and get every single one of them to do an update. And there's only 365 days in the year, so that's not quite going to happen. But we try and get as many of them in as possible at there. And then again, at the gatherings that we do, like with this one, we try and pull people in to make them participate in some small way in this in the community as well. So that's one of the things we're really adamant about is and it's kind of funny because here I am running on, is it not being Red Hat always talking and the voice of the Commons. It's really, the Commons is about the community and where the community touches on OpenShift, Kubernetes, or any of the upstream projects and how they're related. So that's been quite an interesting set of briefings that anyone can find them on YouTube. They're all in the public. And if anybody who's listening here wants to be part of that, they're welcome to do so. I'm going to pause here for a minute to see if any of the other participants who are listening in for the speakers today would like to get in on the AMA here. I know we're putting you a bit on the spot, but there's a bunch of you who might have other things to contribute here as well. While we get ready to stage for our next talk. So if you're interested in that, I can unmute you and you can add into the conversation. And are there any questions coming in from the Twitch or Facebook streams? Here. Yeah. I'm going to unmute the folks who are going to be the speakers at the on the other section here and see if they'll join us. So Aloise, and I'm not sure if Brian and Aaron and the folks who are here.
So there is a question from the audience. Oh yeah, Chris already shared this here. So.
Yeah. All right, let's see. Karen is asking, are you working with the existing communities? We are a 2,100 plus people strong community of cloud native devs. We are, so the diagram, if you saw this back here, I'm just going to go back to this beautiful here. This diagram from here, it was part of one of the things that was really interesting to myself and to Daniel about the community issues here. And I'm just going to unmute some folks here if they would care to dive in here. They're welcome to. Is that Brian and the folks that were going to be part of the CNCF one, and this kind of gets us back to the CNCF. All of these bubbles here in this thing represent, and I think you might be talking about the cloud native one, but the cloud native community is much bigger than 21,000, 2,100. But what we've been trying really hard to do is to make sure we understand all of the relationships between all of the different communities. So we are working really closely, especially from an OpenShift perspective, with all of the people in the cloud native ecosystem, whether it's the different operator frameworks or Prometheus or any of the open source projects that are part of the open source cloud native ecosystem, as well as if anyone has ever looked at the cloud native landscape diagram. Thank God it has filters on it, but it is a rather busy environment here. And so part of we didn't, for some reason, Liz Rice hasn't been able to join us today to give her short talk on the CNCF's incubation process. But I think one of the things that's really been interesting to watch is the development of the incubation process for the CNCF and the sandbox processes for the CNCF, and how they've been growing and changing those processes and leveraging the SIG, the special interest groups, to do the review and to offload some of the work from the TOC into the SIG, so that there are more eyeballs reviewing and doing due diligence on new projects coming into this ecosystem. So we have with us a couple of folks, actually three: Aaron Boyd, Brian Lills, and Aloise Reitenbauer, I think I said that right, who are all SIG leads in different pieces and parts of the CNCF. Wondering if each of you might talk a little bit about the roles that SIG plays in helping this cross-community collaboration with other existing communities and the new ones. I will unmute you. Aaron and Aloise and Brian, you are now officially unmuted for the AMA.
All right. Good morning. This is an interesting topic. I actually broached this topic last year at KubeCon on the main stage towards the end of a keynote, where I was talking about communities just in general in the ecosystem. And I think one thing that we fail quickly on is we think that the community is just a plane, like a horizontal plane, but we all work for these big, massive companies who make so much money and employ us. So there's vertical segments to this too. So really, when we think about community, there's the ecosystem, all the things that we need to keep this thing going. So whether it come up from Linux to Kubernetes to the cloud native that's baked on top. And then there's what your company or your project contributes. And it might just be a smaller sliver or a silo. And what we need to do is we need to make sure that companies can be profitable in this realm, because if they're not, it goes away. But we also need to make sure that we don't break the community. So in a lot of cases, CNCF helps with these protocols that in CNCF and Kubernetes project offers these protocols which we can all get together and work to build these things. But then outside of that, there's groups like Red Hat and Operator Framework. They're free to explore and build on this space, and hopefully if they have a good enough solution, people will use it. And it doesn't hurt anyone else. And I just think that whenever we're thinking about communities, we think about it in more than one plane. And I'm sure there's even more planes than the two that I raised.
Yeah, I think it's a good point. One, I always sort of jokingly refer to it as our corporate masters, that the acknowledgement that there are a lot of companies who have a lot of stake in the game, but the other side of it is they're also funding a lot of the engineering resources that go into work on these projects. And I think that is the amazing thing. They're not all reinventing the wheel, but they are making different wheels. And so it's kind of the processes that the CNCF has put in place. And we'll hear some more from Thierry Carrez later on in today about how OpenStack did some of that work and how they've the lessons that we've learned from them as well. But I think it's an interesting. It's never one-dimensional or even two-dimensional. It's like this multi-dimensional chess set, trying to keep all of the players in these communities and keep track of them. And I think that's one of the things that's really important, in that the CNCF gets right a lot of the times, not all of the time, but I think their use of the SIGs has really helped, at least getting some of the early projects and initiatives a podium. I say giving them the podium to share what they're doing and talk about it and influence and maybe find other collaborators to work on similar things. Aaron, Aloise?
Sure. So I'm the co-chair for the CNCF storage SIG, and I think it's been great because for a long time the TOC didn't have a representative that was a SME in storage. So I think it really gave a good place for projects that even were in a tinkering stage or a thoughtful stage to come with like-minded people, talk about their ideas, talk about their project, like you said, get other people involved across the community. And we've seen a lot of very early projects come through that process and, you know, go from sandbox to incubation by doing that. And so I love the idea of the SIGs not only offsetting just the work, but providing kind of a diverse environment of people and users to discuss who understand the technology. And I think that's important because I think part of the CNCF's goals is to have projects that enrich the ecosystem and not just, you know, if you pass the criteria, then you're in. You know, I think it's been a very thoughtful process to figure out what, you know, adds and even competes, you know, with different projects. What can we give the users in this environment that really provides something different or unique? And so I think the SIGs have really been, you know, instrumental in doing that and have allowed us to go a lot deeper on some of the projects. Doing the due diligence, I think Brian and Alois can also speak to this, is pretty time intensive. And, you know, generally it means going and setting it up, trying it out, looking through all the documentation, talking to users. And I think by using the SIGs, we're able to really put in the time that's necessary to look at these projects in depth. So I can appreciate that, you know, having originally, I think when we only had 6 TOC members way back when, and now we have, you know, like you said, the landscape document is just huge. It was unrealistic to have those people, and though we've grown the TOC, I think it's still, you know, such an asset to have a diverse group of co-chairs and people attending these SIG meetings to help drive those decisions.
Well, I see that Liz has just popped in and joined us, and Liz, do not feel bad at all about this. I keep, and you're muted. I'm going to unmute you so you can say that. I'm betting.
I'm so sorry. Time zones are a nightmare. But
yeah, they're evil. So don't worry about it. So what I did instead, just to catch you up, is I gave my final talk. That was going to be the closer for the day, but we'll have to figure out some other closer for the day. And you know, the whole day is pretty fluid. So I just unmuted after I gave my talk the folks that were going to be your AMA chat panelists. We could pause here unless Alois wants to say something quickly and let you give your presentation if you'd like to do that. And we'll just stage that. And then if you've got your presentation handy, can you figure?
Give me a minute to make sure I've got the right one.
Yeah. So I'm then taking this opportunity to give Liz a bit more time and also share my perspective. I think a lot has already been said about the process in the CNCF. And for me personally, it was very interesting because I was coming more from a standards background, which is a totally different level of collaboration. And I learned a lot. I think the SIGs definitely help. I think here, because they can dive deeper into topics and can spend more time, as Aaron mentioned. I just sometimes feel that when projects come in, so there's like very different maturity levels, which the CNCF also wants. I think the biggest clarification you have to make is just like being a project in the CNCF is not like this magical moment where suddenly your community is going to change. Like, yeah. Okay, we want to be in the CNCF because we want to grow our community. And that's why we want to become a CNCF project. And then as this process works out, suddenly everything will happen. And this is very often when you have to provide feedback. Say, yeah, but so what are you planning to give to the community? How do you plan to engage? Obviously, you have a louder voice than you had before, but it's not going to happen by itself. It's like still a lot of work that you have to put into you have to get things going. And that's where I just saw like some of this misconceptions. Why I really like this idea of like building communities and how to bring people together. Sometimes it's really about giving an audience, and it's almost like, okay, I want to have my project here. And for some of those projects, the first question was, shouldn't you be talking to this guy? Shouldn't you be talking to this guy? We're like this facilitator. And then the projects come back and say, the only thing I really wanted to do is to more or less get my due diligence done. So yeah, but we're actually giving you a bit more than this, like connecting you to people who you should be speaking to, or who might also be interested in what you're doing. And as people then try to move in the direction, we can see some of them really starting to appreciate this. I think one doesn't really replace the others. But I think the very important role for, especially that the CNCF here and the project is, for, also to Brian's point, like we all work for companies who obviously have a commercial interest. And for some of us, collaborating in some cases is really hard if there's no independent third parties. Because like on an everyday basis, we might be more or less in the competitive situations. And I interestingly had these situations in my past where I was working with people in a standards or collaborative way, while at the same time being engaged in the same customer engagement in a competitive setting. I think what these like independent organizations really provide is this collaboration for people, and like this safe space where they can work together.
Yeah, I think you brought up a good point at the beginning of this too, is that I think a lot of people think that if they get a sandbox or they get an incubation status, that some magic is going to happen around developing a community around it, and they do get a larger podium, and some visibility. There's still all of the work of developing the community needs to be resourced and still needs to be part of their strategy and their planning and their roadmaps. And I think that's a good way to segue into Liz's talk. And right now we're almost there, so I'm going to pause and we'll let Liz give her talk, and then we'll bring right afterwards Jabe and Dimenji on. We'll fluid this day. So Liz, without too much further ado, thank you for managing the time zones. And
thank you so much for bearing with my incompetence here. Can you see my screen that says CNCF TOC community?
Absolutely, we can. And I'm going to mute myself until you're done.
Perfect. All right. Okay, let's see whether I can drive my slides properly. Yes, I can. Okay. So I thought if we're going to just talk a little bit about the community at the CNCF and some of the things that the TOC has had to kind of deal with, and in particular the scale issues that we're trying to deal with. But if we're going to talk about the CNCF, we have to just pause on what the CNCF is here to do. This is the screenshot of the homepage of the CNCF. It's about cloud native software. We could probably spend half an hour talking about exactly what that means. The definition is 3 paragraphs long. I think in terms of being a welcoming community, it has been brought to my attention just in the last couple of weeks how that description is actually quite off-putting for people. So something I'd like us to think about is how we can make that, come up with a definition that's both accurate and not off-putting, welcoming to people. We're also about sustaining the ecosystem around us. This is about the project, it's about the users for those projects, it's about the vendor community that fund all of this. We have a lot of different subsets of our community and different sort of interests that we need to cater for, and we're trying to balance those interests such that it is good for the project and the end users and the vendors. So we have a charter. It has I've tried to sort of abbreviate the sections of the charter into the kind of key headings, and I think today I was just going to dwell on 2 of the salient points from that charter that really relate to what the TOC is trying to do. One is fast is better than slow. Another is that the CNCF should represent a strong technical identity, that we're very much about this software that we call cloud native. What does that mean, and what does that require from different projects in order to meet that identity? And it's not an easy thing to turn into a bunch of checkboxes. And I think that's one of the challenges for the TOC and the TOC community, to internalize what this identity is and figure out how our projects can fit with that identity. We also have this set of TOC principles, really describing how the TOC operates within that charter. So how do we, as a TOC community, identify good projects? How do we work with those projects? How do we foresee this landscape, this stack? Again, I'm not going to dwell on all of the different bullet points here, but the thing that I did want to highlight here is that we're looking for these high quality, high velocity projects. So in particular, those first two words, high quality, it's not enough for a project to just be cloud native. We also have this sense of no kingmakers. I nearly highlighted that one as well. So we are trying to offer choice to end users, but we somehow have to figure out what that high quality aspect means. High velocity probably means that it's evolving fast, that it has lots of contributors, it has lots of end users, that it's evolving towards its kind of product market fit, approaching that well and fast. As I say, the high quality bit is pretty hard to measure. If I kind of put those together, what the TOC community has to try to do, one of our main roles is assessing projects for whether or not they're high quality within this boundary of what cloud native means and what their strong technical identity means. Cloud native projects are known for it being scalable, being API driven, being dynamic. So that's the kind of thing that we're looking for from this identity. But it's not a checkbox exercise. Particularly at what we call the incubation stage, there's this really significant amount of due diligence that the TOC engages in, reviewing the project documentation, trying the project out, interviewing end users to understand their experiences, looking at the code, assessing the way the project governed, and trying to make sure that it meets the CNCF's non-technical requirements as well, the things around open governance and neutrality. And we do get help from the CNCF staff to help us with some of that, but in the end, the TOC is the group that gets asked to make these judgments. There's a lot of work here. This is, it's non-trivial to assess these projects. Which leads us to the issue of scale and the issue of how in such a successful foundation we're growing. Number of projects is growing. We know we still have gaps in the landscape, but we do have this increasing number of projects. We're at almost 50 projects in the CNCF now. And you can see by the graph that the number that have graduated has been growing. The number that's in incubation has been relatively stable, but that says something about sandbox projects moving up into incubation and incubation projects moving up into graduation. Pretty linear growth over the past couple of years. But it's not linear in terms of applications. I didn't go back into history to look at all the applications in the past, but we have had this really significant interest in the CNCF. There are a lot of projects out there that want to be part of the foundation because it's successful, and they want to be, they have great offerings and they want to be part of this stack that we're, or the building blocks of a stack that end users can assemble. So that's it. If we wanted to try and assess all of those projects at incubation level, that would be a large amount of work. And in addition to the sandbox, we have projects increasingly wanting to move up between sandbox and incubation. So right now there's not quite a half, but I think about 40% of the number of projects that want to be assessed is about 40% of the total number of projects on the sort of to-do list. So it's a lot of stuff out there looking to be assessed in one way or another. And that is really hard to reconcile with this principle of fast is better than slow. So I guess a bit over a year ago, well, we had the Technical Oversight Committee as one of the kind of 3 pillars of the CNCF. We added in the SIGs, and the SIGs have been hugely useful, really useful resource of having this amazing group of people who have much more in-depth knowledge of certain areas than some of us do on the TOC. Lots of us have individual focuses on particular areas, but we can broaden out beyond our 11 members to these amazing people on the SIGs to try and help us with this and try and help us cope with this backlog that's been building up of assessments. And more people, it gives us this more expertise, it gives us more time. I think this is worth mentioning in terms of community. Most of us are doing these roles in the TOC. This is certainly true, and I think across the SIGs, I think across the Kubernetes SIGs, I think across a lot of projects, people are paid. I think most contributors are probably being paid by an organization to do a job, but they're not necessarily being given a huge amount of time to work on CNCF specific things. A lot of us have, full-time jobs doing software engineering, and we're working around that. So being able to recruit time from a bigger pool is hugely valuable. But it also means that we have increased divergence of opinions. What do we mean by high quality? What do we mean by cloud native? How do we even draw the kind of bars? What bars should we be drawing? And the underlying problem that we have to face up to is that it can be more confusing for projects. This is something that I think, we're recognizing there is a balance here between leveraging all this amazing expertise, but also just it being more confusion for the project and the increasing number of projects out there. So this is one of the reasons why in the CNCF we are simplifying, or we're experimenting with simplifying the sandbox process. And I think we're trying to do this by reducing significantly the amount of assessment that we'll do at the sandbox stage. We might still be saying if we don't think they're like a fit for cloud native, this isn't going to be a catch-all for every single open source project. We want to be able to have some feel that it is a cloud native project, but we're not going to give any guarantees to end users. We never have given guarantees to end users about sandbox projects, but it's always been very confusing. We've had sandbox projects leveraging the CNCF name to promote their projects. That's one of the reasons why it's been so popular. Not necessarily good for those end users who are a really important constituency of our community. So we're going to try really hard with this evolving sandbox process to clarify to end users that there is no due diligence that's been done on these projects, that we believe they're cloud native, but we're really not assessing them in any further way. This is very much work in progress. We'll have to see how this evolves. I think it's potentially going to be painful. Every process change is a bit painful, but I hope that it's going to enable us to improve the scale with which we operate on that one. So I just wanted to end with the fact that although we do have some growing pains around dealing with these assessments and dealing with the sandbox process in particular, from this year's maintainer survey, the vast majority of project maintainers are really happy with the service that they're getting from the CNCF and that they would recommend the CNCF to other projects. we hear quite a lot in the TOC about the projects that are frustrated with how long it can take to get through assessments, or projects that have applied and maybe not had a good answer of why they've been not accepted. We're trying to improve those elements. We hear a lot about that, and it worries us. I always want to close on the fact that although there are flaws and lots of things we can learn, CNCF is doing a lot of good things for a lot of projects and making those projects available and raising the awareness of them to a lot of end users. So I think overall as a community, we are doing good things. And with that, I will wrap up there and hope it makes sense.
Well, thank you. And I want to reiterate that CNCF is doing more than a few good things. They're doing a lot of great things, and we really appreciate all the work that you've put into it, and all of the members of the TOC have too. And I know from experience, having tried to drive things through, some of them getting in, some of them not, that it's it's a process. It's an evolving process, and I think that's the thing that that I want to stress too, is that this today is really talking about how the lessons that we've learned along the way. And what I think is wonderful about the CNCF is your ability to understand when things are going awry and needing to change processes and adapt to the environment. The sandbox example is a very good example. From my perspective, it's probably the right move. It's very hard to remove the branding of CNCF as if it's a blessing on a sandbox. So that's going to be tactically a hard thing to do, and that's really one of the things that does it. One of the conversations, and I'm going to unmute, or just so we have a few minutes to wrap up, that Aloise and Aaron and your fellow AMA and Brian, what we were talking about a little bit before you came in was from a community development process. A lot of people manage to make it through the CNCF incubation, get incubation and sandbox, and they think this is an instant karma thing, that they're all of a sudden going to get all of this wonderful new information, new community members, new contributors, new engineers working on their project, and much sometimes to their shock and surprise, they don't get that. So the TOC is about vetting and doing this, but the component that seemed to me to be missing is the coaching on how to develop communities once you're in the door. And I wonder if you can address that just a tiny bit here, what the CNCF's perspective is on whose responsibility it is to do the community development once it's gone on.
Yeah, and we recently, I'm going to say maybe a couple of months ago, have a SIG called Contributor Strategy. And a lot of that is about helping projects learn about that kind of community building aspect. The people behind it include Paris, who had such a huge amount of experience of building community around Kubernetes. And for a while we've been saying, how can we leverage the amazing things that the Kubernetes community did in terms of recruiting people. And I don't know how many hundreds of thousands of people they have who have contributed to Kubernetes. They've been so successful in that onboarding of contributors. We have to be able to learn some of that goodness for other projects. So super excitingly, when Paris suggested, hey, do you think we could maybe put something together to share some of this experience? Yes, that would be wonderful. So it's still relatively early days, but I'm extremely bullish that is going to be a game changer really for a lot of projects who want to learn how to onboard contributors. Sometimes projects don't necessarily want to. That's a whole other question. But where they do, I think that SIG, resources from CNCF staff, just recognizing that, it's all well and good us talking about things like neutral governance, but people need to be able to recruit maintainers. So how do they do that? What's the process for making your project seem welcoming and exciting? We're going to try and improve that, improve the education process for that.
Brian or Aaron or Alois, before I pipe in again, is there anything you'd like to add to that? I pause for a minute. Go ahead, Brian.
Yeah, so everything that Liz says, and I mean, I'll just chime in, and Diane knows this. There is lots of people from lots of places with lots of priorities and lots of constraints. And we need to realize that it does take all types to build this community that we're trying to build. And sometimes, from your point of view, this is the best thing and the most right thing ever. Doesn't fit, you know, where the TOC is, or where the SIG is, or where the community is. And it's difficult and frustrating. But I mean, I watch what Liz is doing, and we just need to first have a process and then follow that process. And I think over time it'll smooth itself out, because right now it is difficult, and I can see why people would look the other ways or thinking that something's negative going on. So I just want people to keep that in mind.
Alois, did you have something to add there?
Yeah, that's other what I obviously saw with the project, and I've been in my role on both sides here. But I mean, to be totally blunt here, even if you want to get into the CNCF, that the process might be taking a bit longer as the CNCF is growing and has to adjust. It shouldn't really hold your project back. You should still be working on your project, building on community, working with your end users, and way that Liz mentioned, like a contributor strategy meeting. So it's a CNCF calendar, it's a public meeting. So even, and this might be like a public secret now, even if you're not a CNCF project, you can still join that meeting if you're part of the CNCF and learn from people there. And I just see people so much clinging like to this badge of honor from the CNCF, that they're a CNCF project, and then they start working. And no, it helps you in certain situations. Like, for example, if the companies, like in this round, wanted to work on something together and wanted to build a project, it would be incredibly hard for us to do this. But still, first we would need to agree on a common agenda and so forth, and then the CNCF blessing might be the icing on the cake. And so when projects come in there, I think what we can, it's great to have contributor strategy there. What we sometimes just try to do as well as the SIG chairs, we try to connect them to other people that should be. Okay, there's this other project. You might, with them, you might talk about topics with them, and it's received in different ways. So some say, well, never thought about this. Thank you for the hint. That's what we're here for. And others want to this point before, want to be rather left alone, but then you're not leveraging that community that you want to get into. And I think that's what you very quickly see also for people submitting projects. I mean, we as the SIG chairs are also not stupid. Like, we understand the intentions.
Yeah. And
we obviously see that like having the CNCF badge helps. But what even more helps you if people like your project, if they engage with you, and if they discuss technical topics and see that you're a great solution. And that beyond everything should be your foremost goals when you're interacting there.
So Aaron, would you like the almost last word?
Yeah, I mean, I think there's a lot of talk around intentions and motivations, and I sincerely do think that the community of people, both TOC chairs and SIG chairs and everyone involved, has the best intentions. They really believe in the community, they believe in open source, and I think, you know, that's the perfect combination of how we move stuff forward. And in addition to the community building, I think it's super important to have all these people together singing the same song, debating things openly. I think it's just great to be able to have a platform to do that in. And for me, I think the SIGs has really helped cultivate that. So
I'll take the last word. And Brian actually used the phrase end user. And one thing that I would like to see more of, and having Paris start up the contributors strategy SIG is a great thing, but a recognition that community is more than contributors. It is the end user community. It is all the people who are integrating, all the people who are leveraging your technology or your project. And so a more expansive view of what community is and better coaching for these incoming projects or ancillary projects that are touching on the cloud native, I think is something that we can all do better. And that hopefully as we move forward with contributor strategy, we expand it to be more ecosystem wide in the personas that they're pursuing to contribute, because it's a lot of, I think, legacy around the word contributor, and along with meritocracy and all of the other good open source words we all grew up on, but to really open up our understanding of what community is. And CNCF has done an amazing job getting an end user community forum set up for CNCF to get the voices heard from the people who are using the technologies. But I think we can, as always do better, and we're looking forward to collaborating with you guys all on that. So that's not a critique, that's an offer to expand the horizons, I think, from that. And thank you, Liz, for figuring out the time zones, and for bringing the TOC clarity there that I think everybody is looking for, and continue to evolve the processes and the people that are involved in the TOC. We know it's a lot of work, and we really appreciate the efforts.
Thank you very much for having me. Apologies again for my lateness, and thank you to all of the SIG chairs, whether here on this call or possibly looking later, and the other SIG contributors, because we really appreciate your help.
All right. So with that, we're only 5 minutes over our allotted time, and we do have a second keynote coming up, and I'm going to ask Jay Bloom and Dimeje to, whichever one of them is presenting, to share their slide deck, and we'll start unmuting them, and we will hopefully retire your video faces now, Liz and Brian and Aaron, but you're welcome to spend the rest of the day listening in with us, either here or on Twitch or on YouTube or Facebook or wherever you like to watch stuff like this in your leisure. And there's Jabe. Hi, Jabe. And then there's, I'm going to unmute Dimeje and this. And you should be able to share your content. Now, I'm just going to pause for a second, stop the recording, and start it again.
Recording has stopped. Recording has started.
And that gives me a clean break. So when I edit all of this into nice, neat, cleanly in sync content for the YouTube channel, I might have a fighting chance. So Jay Bloom is joining us now from Red Hat, and Dimeje Onafua. I think I'm pronouncing the name close to right.
You're doing a great job.
There you go. And you weren't on earlier, but I did use one of your tweets as part of talking about sharing authentically our stories and our narratives. So thank you for that, and thank you both for being here. Are you able to share your screen and your slide deck, Jade?
We're working on it. It seems as though it would like me to install an extension in order to be able to share my screen.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. I'm doing the same.
Putting me into a loop.
Ah, lovely, lovely, lovely.
I cannot do so. Give me 2 more seconds. I installed the extension. I'm gonna quit, and I'm gonna come right up. I got it now, maybe. Okay, just 1 second. Where is the presentation?
So for those of you who are watching along here, we are doing an interesting experiment in trying to replicate hallway conversations that we would have at conferences that are not taking place in the physical form today. So it's a long 8-hour conversation. And I think, oh, there we go. I can see your slides. So we're using, if you haven't heard me before, we're using Blue Jeans for the speakers and the panelists. So they're in one area, and then we're aggregating all of your questions from Twitch and Facebook and YouTube Live, and apparently Periscope too now, into here. So after the talk, we'll be able to answer your questions and have a conversation again about this. So without further ado, we're here having a talk with one of my favorite people to talk to, who I could talk to endlessly, Jabe, about community and community building and a topic called recommoning. And I'm going to let Jabe and Dimeje introduce themselves and kick off with our second keynote of the day. And thank you both very much for coming.
Thank you for having us, Diane. We're excited to come and talk to people. I wanted to point out, just coming off of the last keynote that I watched, which was super interesting, that Dimeje and I are not directly involved with any of the communities that are coming and talking today. We're not members of the CNCF or any of those other communities. So our talk will be based on some theory and some suggestions about how to use that theory. Any implied criticism should not be heard, because we aren't aware of those communities well enough to critique them directly. With that said, I want to introduce you guys really quickly to one of my favorite people in the world, Dimeje. Dimeje got his PhD from Carnegie Mellon in a discipline called transition design. While he was there, I had the real great fortune of being able to work with him on a bunch of his ideas and some collaborations on things like commoning and recommoning and allyship in the importance of kind of creating communities in order to support ecosystemic effects. So I'm excited to have this conversation with him today. Dimeje?
Yes, and hello everybody. I am also, it's funny that Jabe said that, because I'm also really excited to be here. I see Jabe as, just as he sees me, I see him as a really wonderful friend and co-collaborator. But one of the things I really like about Jabe is just his mind. He has such a great mind, and he does a great job at elevating my thinking around some of these concepts and some of the work that I have done. And also around just random stuff. You know, I need the mind I always gonna go to and say, Jabe, okay, how do we think about this problem? And he helps to find clarity from complexity. So I'm really happy to be doing this with him.
All right, so let us get into it. Dimeje.
Great. So you know, I want to start here and just kind of tell you a little bit about how we think about the commons, or how I specifically think about the commons. So the commons is said to occupy the space between privately held property and public goods. So there's not only resource systems they are not only resource systems that we overexploit that might lead to depletion, but the commons also includes communities using these resources and the social practices that define how these resources are used. So, however, some resources do not fit in that neat definition, but they're nonetheless very important to our collective well-being. So for these resources, what we have to think about is how they're shared, not necessarily how these resources might be used only. Next slide, please. So when we talk about the commons, and when I chat about the commons with a lot of people, what they usually refer to is Garrett Hardin. And it's justifiably so, because he was one of the first people that argued in theory, at least that we remember, about the selfish human behavior depleting common resources. So he wrote that in his book, essay in 1968, titled The Tragedy of the Commons. And he feels that that happens to the point of destroying the commons. So in other words, Hardin believed that the different interests of exploiters and common resources caused them to protect their selfish rights in their own interest. So he wanted to establish a scarcity theory around the commons. And he also believed that privatization and government oversight are the vital ways for it to be able to maintain these resources and avert what he calls a tragedy. The next slide, please. So it's important for us to note here that Hardin often perpetuated an anti-immigration and nativist agenda. So you see that he leveraged his relative prominence as a respected academic at UC Santa Barbara to rail against immigration. He believed that that's one of the reasons for overpopulation in the US. And he saw this as an existential threat and always peddled this, what some people call pseudoscience, that leverage exclusionary agendas and emphasize bordering and enclosure tactics. So you could understand that this is his perspective on the commons, and this is where he's coming from. The next slide, please. So, but when we look at Elinor Ostrom, someone I actually really, whose work I really admire, and others, they point to a perspective on the commons that privileges human cooperation instead. So Ostrom claims that the solution to overconsumption in the commons is not driven by access limitation through external regulatory forces like Hardin believed, but instead through internal governance and stewardship mechanisms. So if we look at Ostrom's work, she lays out these things that she called design principles. I always share that, you know, if you think about them in a businessy kind of way, they're more like lagging indicators. They are not design principles as, for example, UX designers will think about them, but they show the essential ingredients that indicate the success of using common pool resources in institutions. So these principles help sustain the commons. In other words, everyone plays their part to keep the system stable, including human. And I actually, in my work, kind of started thinking about non-human participants as well. So Ostrom has some quite interesting foundational work as well prior to her work on the commons that Dave is going to touch on much later in that discussion. So when we think about Hardin's work and Ostrom's work, Hardin, for example, thought about the antidote to the tragedy of the commons is external governance mechanisms on one side and privatization on the other side. So we see some real world examples that demonstrate the limitations of this notion. For example, if we look at draconian copyright and patent laws, or even the adverse effects of totalitarianism, we see artificial enclosures that are being built that limit access to new ideas. So in other words, while Hardin may be right on overexploitation of common pool resources, he's dead wrong on the centralized need or the need for centralized government or the need of privatization to that extent. And so, you know, so as we're thinking about regulating the commons, we really want to think about the commons existing in between. So if we were to adopt Ostrom's model instead, we see that a more open source approach to sharing common pool resources is more consistent with the way he was thinking about it. Because then it allows the community, and I know that you were sharing a little bit, Diane, about community is more important than contributors. But so when we think about this model, it allows the community to build the rules. And then all the government does, or governmental rules does, is to provide oversight and to actually build constitutional rules around where the community can be formed. And so when we think of, so legal structures of licenses then can be foundational, but they're not enough. So it does not actually create the commons. So legal structures in software engineering might be open source licensing, for example, and the licensing may say that this thing cannot be privatized, but the fact, or the real fact, is that it can be. The fact that it can be privatized does not make it more of a commons. It just makes it not privatizable.
Cool. So when we look at things like licenses, we can say that they establish the conditions that may make a commons possible, but they don't actually create a commons by fiat, right? They don't do it automatically. And we can say in general that things like licensure or governing bodies can work at multiple levels inside of a commons. And Ostrom identifies these three different levels that things may work on. A constitutional level, which would enable the conditions of possibility. So for instance, open source licensure enables open source commons to work, or enables them to exist, but it does not guarantee that they will exist. It just creates the possibility of them existing. In order for a commons to actually arise, there's 2 extra levels of negotiation that needs to occur. So one would be the collective choice level, which tends to be polycentric. A lot of the previous conversation we heard in the last keynote revolved around these types of ideas of multiple organizations banding together, each with their own needs. That's the polycentrism. There's no central control mechanism. There's no one organization that is making specific demands that the rest of the organizations have to listen to. So there's a collective choice that needs to be made. And so what are the rules that are being negotiated, and what are the outcomes and evaluation criteria of those rules at that kind of collective choice layer? And then finally, moving down closer to day-to-day activities, operational level decisions about how things might work in production and use, where in this case, I mean literally the production of the common resource itself. So rules about how people can contribute code, what it means to provide a patch, how those patches should work. All of those details are about the negotiation of how a community works together on a detailed level in a day-to-day way. And the last important thing to kind of point out here from Ostrom's work is, to the extent that a commons arises from a constitutional set of rules, it will only survive if it has a quality that she calls adaptive governance. And adaptive governance roughly is the idea that all 3 levels of these rules that are established and help create the commons, these negotiations, all of them have specific types of outcomes, and all of them then need to be evaluated according to the values of the commons itself in order to determine whether or not those outcomes were valuable or not. And then finally, the outcomes and the evaluations should feed back into the policy creation and negotiation processes. So to the extent that bodies governing commons fail to listen to and respond to the feedback, they become maladaptive, they ossify, they become brittle. And to the extent that they listen to the community's needs and modify the policies at all 3 of these levels, they create a condition of adaptive capacity. There's one other thing I wanted to point out really quickly as we kind of talk through this, which is there's a specific kind of license that I think actually embeds in the licensing a quality of establishing a commons, and it is the beerware license. A little bit tongue-in-cheek, but the point I'm trying to make here is that in commons theory, there's an idea about reciprocity, and reciprocity is often modeled or talked about in the way that one talks about buying the next round of beer. So a transactional view or a transactional governance system, often thought of as kind of a privatized governance system, and potentially a centralized governance system, tend to be transactional. And what I mean by transactional is that if I were to buy DeMeije a beer, and then I immediately took out a notebook and wrote down exactly how much that beer cost, and I said to DeMeije, you owe me $5 because I bought you that beer, that would be a transactional interaction. And one of the things that happens in those transactions is that the temporality of the experience is quite compressed. It means that that there's no need for us to continue to negotiate at all. There's no need for us to create a community around that interaction, because the transaction has captured what is due both sides. Reciprocity is the idea that not writing that down basically establishes an ongoing negotiation between Demaje and myself, where it's never clear exactly how much is owed to either side, only that we will continue to interact with each other and that somehow that interaction will create a fair outcome. So I like the beer license because it embeds this idea that the contribution will be recognized at some other time, and that other time is not specified or overly constrained. AJ?
Yeah, great. So when we're thinking about, transaction, commons existing with transactions, we want to think of commons as performative, right? They're revealed in negotiation, and just as Jay mentioned, reciprocity. And as they're revealed in negotiation and reciprocity, the community engages to solve their real problems. So for commoning to emerge, there must be a social dilemma. And a social dilemma, when you think about it, is an action situation where there is always a conflict that is happening between the individual and collective interest. So there, in that sense, the commoners are negotiating the way that they share these resources and making sure that their individual selfish needs are somewhat subservient to the overall collective good. Next one, please. So Charlotte has someone whom I've met, and I not only think she's a lovely person, but I love her work. She co-authored many papers with Eleanor Ostrom on the commons. And in her work, she identified these 6 common entry points for what she calls the new commons discourse. So the first one, the need to be able to protect a resource from enclosure, which we've kind of alluded to so far. Secondly, the observation or action of peer production and mass collaboration, primarily in electronic media. The evidence of new types of tragedies of the commons that we might see in the world. Some of the work that I'm doing with another co-collaborator, Kaki Scott, talks about micro-commoning. Then the desire to build civic education and commons-like thinking, and the identification of new evolving types of commons, and finally, a rediscovery of the commons. So in my work, I propose a 7th entry point, and the one that I kind of tagged design-enabled recommoning. And I think it allows us to understand the commons a little bit differently. And this is the one that has to do with reclaiming a previously privatized, enclosed, or commodified resource, property, or system that we think is essential to our collective survival. So the factors that determine recommoning are pretty clear, at least from my perspective. Firstly, the resource or the property being recommoned is existing already currently within the wrong governance structure. So by wrong, I mean that the governance structure where the resources that we're talking about has the resource being either exploited to a point of depletion or fully excluded from those that might need it. Second, the recommoning shifts the paradigm on resource negotiation to focus on the negotiating itself. So the in recommoning signifies something that's happening continuously, so a continuous reclaiming of the process. Third, the participatory roles embodied in the commoners engaged in this recommoning are being drawn from conflict management and resource sharing traditions that are actually sometimes beyond the ones around us. And they're not just those traditions within the commons, but also leverage other approaches to negotiation. So sometimes I actually draw some non-Western approaches as well. Fourth, relationships through which these resources might be negotiated are critical to the negotiation itself. So I actually think in terms of the different roles that the participants embody, and sometimes they're human and sometimes they're non-human. And finally, revealing micro reclaiming acts that are visible in everyday practice. So, you know, because I'm a designer, I'm going to bring some designing into this conversation. So exploring Recommon, I created this set of cards that I use to help collectives start to understand how they might think about certain resources, norms and secrets that they're willing to share, and all the value measurements that might be available to them differently. I call these cards prompts. The mandate for the designer using these prompts is to be problem revealers as opposed to problem solvers, as we traditionally think of designers, and to be able to help build those platforms that absorb the changing perspectives and experiences and interactions. So these cards, the ones you can see here, are the pattern cards. And so they're groundwork for identifying what I call patterns and recovering from common resources that rely on not only perceivable part-whole dynamics of the commons or within the negotiation, but also integrates other cultural insights into understanding these new resources that we're talking about. And then we have different role cards, which identify the different owners and the participants and peers and partners of the commons platforms. And I was able to identify, at least in my work, up to 6 different roles that I embodied in the negotiation. And so I have the stewarding commoner, an upstream ally, exploiting commoner, the scribe, the town crier, and the oracle, which kind of represents data. So, and if we were to go to the next slide, on the back of these cards or these prompts, I actually think about the different modalities of access and stewardship that have to do with the boundaries, the way they're formed, collective agency, actors that might be human and non-human, and the different needs and expectations of the various role participants. And then I had, finally, the next slide, these I call the dilemma cards that present the action arena prompts, which allow commoners to engage with the problems relating to resource sharing. So a good example of one way that I use that, and I've used them in different capacities, is I did some workshopping with landlords and tenants in the Portland area, Portland, Oregon, to better understand issues that relate to negotiation, resources, and sharing information around tenancy. So the Portland Tenants United is an organization I work with. They had a territorial impact that affected over 50,000 renters in the metro area. And some of these negotiations actually led to some of the policy changes around rental housing in the region. For example, it influenced some of the languages used in the amendment that PTU suggested to Portland's relocation ordinance in 2017 that provided protections to tenants facing no-cause evictions. So I also started thinking about data and thinking about data as perceivable as a commons resource, because open data is not only exploitable to the point of failure, but the implication of its use also permeates to everyday life and also mark our collective livelihood. So I worked in different contexts, but I'm going to share some work that talks about data-driven approaches to delivering data as a needed resource and to provide a more honest narrative that actually drive the way we visualize common challenges such as housing insecurity, homelessness, and stuff, and so forth. The next slide, please. Before I do that, I actually want to share some of the work a good friend of mine, Mimi Onuaha, does that kind of tries to find missing data sets for the benefit of the community. So through our work, Mimi looks at blank spots and in spaces that are otherwise data saturated. And she looks at data that's either obscured or that should exist where they don't. So it speaks to the value of ensuring that the people that actually steward the data, that you have representation of data that's more egalitarian by nature. Next slide, please. So I worked briefly with an organization called Hack Oregon. They've built platforms to engage individual contributors, demystify open data by helping to find solutions to some social dilemmas experienced in the city of Portland. So when I worked with them, the focus was to contextualize housing-related data in Portland, because Portland, Oregon is a city that I was experiencing and still is experiencing significant rises in housing pricing, as well as a glut in affordable housing, including rental housing. So Hack Oregon worked to create an action arena or problem space around housing in order to synthesize the complex information on housing market and provide better vision for long-term affordability. So tenancy advocates groups such as the Portland Tenants Union United use the data on housing as evidence to support their agenda. So unfortunately, the data that they draw is usually inconclusive and sometimes unreliable in terms of the sources. So for example, some realtor data was claiming then that up to 400 single family homes used as rentals were being put up for sale since tenant relocation policy was put into effect. But this data did not account for short-term rentals on Airbnb, for example. And this false data often impacted the credibility of that organization. So Hack Oregon was able to tap into housing study data made available to them, which was considered to be more reliable. I think it came out of Harvard. And they extended that data to be able to tell better stories through visualization. But they not only did that, they pulled data from other sources, such as the National Institute of Standards, Tech, NIST, as well as Smart Cities Global Initiative. And they use these sources to create standards for normalizing open data and putting this data in stores to ensure consistency on how they are read and contextualized. And then this contextualization allowed the data to be grouped to allow for connections to be easily made between data sets and to make information from the data more conclusive and easier to act on. So the work also allowed for data to be more egalitarian in its use. So the next slide, please. So when we look at the challenges with data recombining, we see that there's some misunderstandings on the implications of accessing open data, which leads to improper, dishonest uses of open data, including individual or corporate exploitation. So openness should not always mean access. So expertise is needed with open data, especially in terms of its stewardship. And then privacy and security laws need to be there to ensure transparency and collaboration. And then thinking about the right versus the wrong data and finding accountability measures for misuse and improper privatization. And then we always have problems of poorly curated data as well, which is a big issue. So I'm going to hand over to Jabe now.
Cool. So one of the reasons I really wanted Demeji to talk a little bit about data recombining was, I think, is a really interesting example of the way that we could think of what the common resource is, and apply the rules that we are trying to figure out and the things that we're trying to explore, where in open source communities. So open source communities, the resource tends to be the source code. That's why we point to open source. And some of the questions I end up having around that are, what could we do as a community to help make open data better? And in particular, the fact that data, unlike source code, has another and a unique sets of problems as a public resource that source code tends to avoid having. So I think there's a lot of interesting things to explore there, and I think both from a better understanding of how commons theory could be applied to governmental data at your local government level, at state and nation level issues, but also, frankly, inside of corporations. One of the real big issues that we can see is if a platform is thought of as primarily being source code, the things that we kind of look at inside of CNCF and things like that, that would tend to, the resource would tend to be source code in operation. But in fact, a huge amount of what makes platforming work or not work inside of organizations is the fact that there's massive amounts of siloed data in large enterprises, and the negotiation and renegotiation of where that data should live and how it should be governed are real issues that I think enterprises struggle with. So I think there's multiple different places where we could use this thinking about commons to rethink how we manage things. And I don't think it's just source code. And I think that this community that we're talking to probably has a good deal of insight to contribute to things like that. So from that perspective, I just wanted to really quickly kind of walk through some of the points that Dmeji made and make sure that they're as clear as can be. One of the things to say is just that there is not an absolute ethical standard that commoning is better than other things. There are things that are better managed by governance and by privatization. The question ends up being, what are the types of resources and the types of relationships that would create greater value by creating a commons? And in particular, Dmeji and I think, have a pretty strong agreement that a commons can't actually be designed. The only thing that a commons can, the only thing that designers and people wanting to create a commons can do is create the conditions for a commons to arise. And that's because a commons specifically is an activity that reveals the underlying complexity of various negotiations around the use of shared resources. And by revealing that complexity, you are either going to create a community around it to handle that complexity, or you're going to react and try to simplify the complexity either into something that can be privatized or can be centrally governed. So that being said, you know, we see a set of patterns around how things that could be more valuable treated as a common resource. We see a set of patterns of how those resources end up in other forms of governance. And those four ones that we've identified so far are either they were placed, the resource was placed into privatization or governance without an understanding of commons. In other words, these are acts of omission. It's the idea that the person or the groups deciding how to distribute these resources or govern these resources were unaware of commons as a way of governing. There's anti-commons, in particular the idea that we shouldn't have these kind of self-governing systems, or that we shouldn't allow for community engagement, and that kind of a Hobbesian version of if you let the people manage themselves, they'll run amok. So that is more of an error of commission. In other words, an attempt to eliminate commons for either bad philosophical reasons and or for profit reasons. The other one we see is things that start as privatized resources, but then need to be commoned. So this is more around a negotiation of things where when should a resource that has started out appropriately started out as a private resource be commoned? When should it be moved into a commons? And finally, there's the idea that things that were in a commons could be degraded, they could collapse into either private or centralized governance because the actual community processes and activities that were supporting the commons themselves erode, and therefore the resources migrate to other areas, other forms of governance in order to be continued to be managed. when we talk about recommenting, then what we mean by it, or what I would suggest we mean by it, is that we want to first recognize that some resources are more valuable as common resources. We need to determine the qualities of those resources, and in order to be able to locate them, then we need to locate such resources either in privatized or centralized governance, and then negotiate that ongoing negotiation that Demetre report pointed to, in order to recommon or make these resources back into a commons resource. So this is, in essence, the what I think of as being recommoning. Recommoning is the process by which we reveal the complexity of various stakeholder needs, and we create the conditions to enable a commons to arise. So that I would differentiate from commoning itself, the activity of maintaining a commons. And again, to beat that dead horse, it's not a set of policies, but an activity. It's a process, an ongoing process that maintains and reproduces the commons over time. And Ostrom gives us these nice 8 rules, or as Demetre pointed out earlier, kind of design properties or qualities that one might look for in order to determine whether or not a commons is going to be effective or is going to be sustainable, including clear group boundaries, benefits being equivalent to costs, etc. I don't need to read the slide to you guys, but these are the 8 that we would look for in order to determine whether the commons is stable or should be expected to be stable. On the other hand, she also identifies threats to commons, in other words, ways in which the commons themselves collapse, rapid exogenous changes, in other words, the environment or the market in which the commons kind of exists within has some sort of change, can cause it can challenge the adaptive capacity of the governance of the commons itself. Transmission failures. So when a commons is handed from one group of individuals to another group of individuals, a failure to translate or to help the next generation of leadership understand what the governing was based on in the first place. So this is whenever there are transitions or leadership transformations, it's important to notice this and to manage the transition from one regime to another regime. Programs that rely on blueprint thinking and easy access to external funds. Again, when we treat things as being simple as opposed to complex, what we would expect to see is that the value of the commons would degrade, because the value of the commons is not simply in the resources, but it's in the negotiation of the resources that actually creates the value. Corruption and opportunistic behavior, and then a whole set of things that I think are things that I heard in the last conversation. I hear many conversations, including being able to expose accurate information, reduce conflicts, and have conflict resolution mechanisms that people agree upon, creating educational facilities, which we heard a little bit about in the last presentation as well. And then the last one has to do with these exogenous changes. So how is the organizations managing the commons creating resilience by creating some sort of capacity for absorbing those changes? Then I just have 2 more thoughts, and then we're going to do Ask Me Anything. The first thought is this: given the current state of the world, I think a brief application of commons theory to what's happening right now, and through Ostrom's own work, could be useful to think through. The first thing is to say that Ostrom's first work prior to the commons, and one of the ways that she came to understand the commons and the importance of community engagement in their and self-organization. It was her study of police forces in the United States. And in those studies, what she found was very interesting. In particular, aggressive policing has a feedback loop that dampens the ability for the communities that are being policed to clearly express themselves and to control the police forces. To such an extent that even adding more and more laws and disciplinary effects into the feedback loop doesn't actually improve the performance of the police in relationship to the communities. And this has a specific kind of action, and the action in particular is that as police departments grow in size and create higher and higher amounts of hierarchy, the accuracy of information reported up those hierarchies is decreased. The other thing that ends up happening is that citizens become unaware of the individuals that are policing them, and they don't have direct interactions with them, so they can't create effective pressure on those police forces. And the result of that ends up being that informal control of police officers, in other words, the community's social norms as a way of controlling policing. So you can imagine people standing on streets shouting at police officers not to kill them and things like this. Those are informal controls. They're not legal controls. They're the community expressing something specific. Those informal controls in these larger and larger police forces end up being less and less effective. And so the result of that is kind of a feedback loop that amplifies destructive behavior around the communities that the police are supposed to be protecting. So the result of this is kind of a rapid divergence and a collapse of the commons, where the commons in this case is expressed by people's common security needs. Ostrom was very specific in her findings about this. She stated that she has never found a good example of a higher paid police force. She's never found a correlation between increasing the amount and funding, amount of police officers and funding of police officers with the quality of the community's perception of security, and therefore their ability to create a commons around their own self-organized security. So she did find the opposite of this, which was that smaller organizations tended to create the space needed for communities to not only create their own self-policing, in other words, the reduction of crime by actual citizens working to create better conditions and reduce the likelihood of crime, but also the feedback loops required in order to make sure that the police forces were under the control of the communities that they were supposed to be managing. And so what she says basically is that the problem with a lot of current attempts to control, well, actually, this is in the 70s, but a lot of the problems with trying to control policing are simply based on the fact that they over-rely on what police departments can do in order to improve law enforcement, and they don't focus enough on what citizens can do as co-producers of community security, and that a shift from increasing control of police forces as opposed to increasing community interaction in order to create safety is an underexplored avenue. The last point that I want to make really quickly is this. Ostrom Ostrom's view of the commons has a very particular problematic that I think is worth pointing out and exploring really briefly. And what it is this: Ostrom's ideas of commons and communities are based in a basic observation, which is that communities are more likely to form if the individuals in those communities have homogeneous views. In other words, people, birds of a feather flock together is what we're trying to say here. And this is not good or bad necessarily. However, what we end up seeing is that communities that are heterogeneous have a harder time establishing commons. And there's some really pernicious outcomes with this particular observation. And one of the things to say is that at these various levels that we discussed, where rules, norms, and policies are formed, we can see if the originators of these various levels, the people who are involved in the original versions of these policies, for instance, were homogeneous, there is a chance that those individuals could have encoded racist, sexist, biased thoughts, processes into the various levels inside of these different parts of the organization. And the result of that is what we would call institutional racism and sexism. And Commons itself does not resolve this problem because it does not offer a way to think through how to create a commons out of more heterogeneous concerns. So what will tend to occur without active engagement or active attempts to reduce this is that the homogeneous majority will remove or erase or exclude the other views from the commons, and therefore that exclusion leaves some people out of the equation, as we could say, as we might say, resulting in institutional racism and sexism. And so I think Dimeji and I both would argue that allyship becomes a critical component of any individuals who would like to be involved in the active creation of rules, constitutional and collective agreement rules, especially, and that allyship involves using the privileged position that you get from being a member of the majority, making sure that honest voices are heard in the commons, and that the commons are not overwhelmed by particular viewpoints, and that non homogeneous viewpoints aren't erased. Could be. I'm not forwarding the slides. I'm sorry. Apologize. And that finally, we need to build these platforms to actively empower others, and ideally, we want to encourage people involved in creating commons to refuse to stay silent about the erasure and subjugation of other peoples. So just a last thing. When we look at this and we look at this multiple level idea inside of commons, we end up with a structure that says that when we're allying with people, we can ally with them at multiple levels for multiple purposes. So we could ally with an individual in order to make sure that their work is seen in an institution. We could also ally with a cultural group in order to reduce individual oppression. So all of these different levels and these interactions offer opportunities for allies to exercise their privilege in order to make sure that the work and contributions of people who are not not viewed as being part of the commons can then be invited into the commons in a way that their viewpoints are not necessarily integrated, but that their arguments and needs are considered inside of the commons, and therefore maybe improve the commons for a greater group of individuals. So I think that's us.
Well, let me just tell you, that was a tour de force and a wonderful thing. And I think you've just pointed out a new hero for me, Eleanor Ostrom. I'm going to be, I wasn't aware of her work before today, so I think we all have a lot of homework and reading up on her. Unfortunately, I think I checked on Wikipedia and she's passed away, so I can't make her come and talk. So thank you for doing that. I was really, oh goodness, can we get her on next?
Yeah, if I could add, Diane, she was the first woman, if I believe, to get the economics equivalent of the Nobel Prize.
She got the first woman to get a Nobel Prize in economics.
Yes.
Wow.
Yes. I don't know that it quite have a Nobel Prize in economics, but it's that, right? Yeah, she was the first one to get it. Yeah.
So it's really, and I'm going to unmute my co-moderator here, Daniel, in case he wants to add anything in. Lisa Marie, there's a couple of folks who've been chattering in the background too about this. But I think that the work that you're doing is incredibly impactful and informs a lot of the work that we as community developers are doing. And so thank you very much for doing this and helping. One thing I wanted to say, and I always have to preface this, is that OpenShift Commons was not created by community. It is an informal structure that we have and we put in place, and an aspirational goal is for it to be an actual commons. So I'm not trying to self-aggrandize by talking about commons when we labeled OpenShift Commons, but it is an aspirational goal to get there and to have some of these infrastructure and processes in place. One of the questions that I have for you, and that I think revolves around, and you talked about the allyship and the diversity, and the homogeneity usually of forming a commons. That they're usually more successful if everybody thinks alike or looks alike or is from the same background or whatever. And there's so many things that came up today. But one of the things that we all struggle with is, especially in open source, is this idea of meritocracy and how that influences our ideas about how a project should be governed, who should be the people that are considered the experts or putting the governance in place. And I wonder if you could talk a little bit about maybe what I would call the myth of meritocracy and how to create more open governance. And I love the phrase that you had about problem revealers as well, Demeji. I think that I want that card and that deck of cards for everything that I go to. But I think that this is one of the things, the meritocracy and the adaptive governance concepts are something that I'd like to hear a little bit more you guys talk about.
Yeah, so I can start and briefly give a quick response, and then Jabe can extend that a little bit. So one of the things we think about, and we always Jabe and I have been going back and forth on these ideas for a while now. And one of the things we think about from other work is that diverse systems are resilient systems. And being able to actually think in terms of introducing diversity. So I was thinking about one of the patterns in some of the work that I was doing is permeability of the boundaries that you form. So in other words, ensuring that the right voices are brought in is absolutely crucial and fundamental when you think about common as a practice. And so I think one of the ways you do that, at least from the designerly standpoint, is that you acknowledge different forms and different levels of expertise. So you always leverage expertise and be aware that expertise presents itself in different forms. And so, and being able to have, think in terms of like governance and ensuring that representation, that the governance is representative of the people that are the co-participants, all the commoners in the commons, is absolutely crucial. But then I'll see if Jabe has some thoughts around expanding that a little bit.
So I think one of the things that I would point out really quickly is around expertise in particular, is that experts and managers are usually thought of in an efficiency mindset. And what I mean by that is that the reason you bring in an expert is to make a decision quickly. And the reason why you elevate one expert over another expert is, again, because by elevating them, you can reduce the friction inside of an organization. You can basically say, you know, whenever we're going to make a decision about DNSs, DMAJ gets to make the final call. You can talk about it all you want, but DMAJ is the one who makes the final call. It means that DMAJ can actually just kind of cut the baby in two whenever he wants, and that results in faster decision making, right? So all of this is based in an efficiency theory, where the whole point is to make the organization move faster, think faster, act faster. One of the arguments of a commons is that it's not an efficiency-based play. It's not an attempt to make decision making more efficient. It's actually an attempt to recognize the complexity of needs of different individuals inside of the commons group, and therefore it doesn't make it more efficient. It actually makes those conversations maybe possibly take longer. A result of that efficiency thinking and the relationship between that and meritocracy often ends up being that we measure individuals based on some sort of objective measurement in order to prove that they are the experts or not. And the result of that ends up being a shift from kind of these discourse-based negotiations about how we would negotiate an agreement to a centralized governing mechanism where we determine who the expert is based on some sort of standardized system or however you might think of that. So I think to a certain extent the question is how does one in a meritocracy recognize that the meritocracy itself is designed for a specific reason, and that's not good or bad, but when we are trying to increase the requisite variety inside the organization and increase the differences in order to make the organization better, that meritocracy is actually probably usually counterproductive.
We also hear I think a mantra within open source and Red Hat and other organizations is that having homogeneous groups doesn't you don't get a lot of innovation in that as well. Yeah. So it is this whole dynamic of innovation being driven by different opinions as well and different aspects. So there's a lot of nuances to the whole conversation around bringing people in to the community, having their voices heard. So we have like, I don't know, I'm giving us four more minutes to have this conversation. I'm wondering if Daniel or Lisa Marie had something that they wanted to bring up.
Well, I actually have a question for Jabe and Dimension. Thank you for your amazing presentation. I was just listening to the Hidden Brains podcast that aired on the 12th, just a couple days ago, and they make a lot of the same points about the role the community plays, the unconscious bias role the community plays to, be an indicator of the unconscious bias and activities that we see in police forces and things like that. So it's a fascinating podcast, Follow the Air We Breathe. If you want some data that was from the IAT test that wasn't 50 years old, I encourage you to check that out. But my question for you, since you have a lot of community organizers and community members on this call today, what are you doing specifically with this data, and how are you putting it back into Recommon the communities, and what can we specifically do as community organizers? Da Vinci? Dave?
Okay, great. So I think in terms of like, in terms of like my work, I think the work in terms of like the data, specifically what's been done there, is actually I have since shifted away to other work. So I was actually not deeply entrenched in that. I have to make sure that I say that pretty clearly. So my work was tangential to that. So I was a researcher working with that team. So I was embedded in the team and working closely with them. So, but I'll go out on a limb and say, so a lot of the work that's been done with Hack Oregon, which is a case that I shared with you, is still being carried forward. So the data that's been bucketed and contained and contextualized, it's been shared directly with the community. So they have Hack Oregon has a platform, and it's actually works closely with a group of community activists that actually visualizes the data and puts it out there in the community. So that's still ongoing, but it's not work I'm directly connected to. So not anymore, at least. But it's still very, very much community facing. They've actually built a broader civic organization that actually governs how that data is shared as well.
I think another really quick comment that I would make is that policing shows some of these negative feedback loops, these pernicious feedback loops. And one of them is that over-policing of people of color creates more data about people of color than people who are white, yeah? And the result of that is that people then start making arguments about where criminality lays based on the amount of data available, which is a skewed data set to begin with because of the original governing and operating procedures that created the data to begin with. And so in result, you end up having to have the activity of commonings there, the activity of recommoning there is to re-problematize the data set in a way that people see that it's not objective. And therefore it can't be used as a way of negotiating a more secure system because it doesn't accurately represent the system in the first place. And things like that we see throughout organizations in different ways where people kind of claim to be being objective because they have data when they have not examined the way in which the data has been produced and reproduced in the first place is one of the reasons why this activity of commoning, thinking about data, thinking about how data can be opened and whether or not it is biased or not, ends up becoming incredibly difficult to work with, but incredibly important. And I think, that goes right down to things like IBM saying that they're not going to do facial recognition anymore because of things exactly like this. And those are the governing decisions that will actually create new conditions and prevent the creation of this biased data in the first place. And that's stuff that we need to look at.
Yeah, and if I can add to that, someone once said that the data bears the truth that you give it. And I actually worked closely with another academic, Dr. Joanna Bornert, on we kind of investigated design as symbolic violence. And symbolic violence is a term that was coined by Pierre Bourdieu that talks about the imperceptible forms of power, forms of violence that are caused by power differentials and power indifferences within structures and communities and societies. And so when you think about that, just to kind of piggyback off of what Gabe was talking about, the representation is absolutely crucial, right? Making sure that the data that you are presenting and you're sharing actually bears the truth that is missing. So I shared earlier the work of Mimi Onoha about the missing data sets where the stories that have been built around the data that's been shared is not consistent because there's not the representation is not proper. It's improper representation there. So I think it's really, I think it's really important. A really important point you mentioned, Lisa Marie, making sure that those forms of symbolic violences are not perpetuated by just inadequate representation and lack of diversity.
Awesome. Well, we could have another hour just on open data. I have a group coming in a little bit later this week talking about a COVID-19 open data project that's happening up here in Canada. And we've been having a discussion right about this too, is that like the metadata around race and, because of healthcare and privacy issues and stuff like that, they don't have access to it. Or if they do, it's in Stats Canada, and it's really, combining data sets and to create real, true data that's accurate and reflective of what's actually happening on the ground. You see that in so many things, whether it's policing or COVID or pretty much, the data. I love the quote that you just gave there. I probably can't paraphrase it right, but I think that was dead on in terms of, you can trust the data, but you really need to understand where it's coming from and what the biases are in creating that, and using that to judge or make decisions without knowing that is really one of the more dangerous things we can do. So I can't tell you how grateful I am for this amazing conversation and for everybody for participating in it. We're running a little bit behind today, so I am going to make you guys come back again soon and give you, another hour to talk about this, as we have on Fridays. We do stuff with Jabe's team, the GTO office, so we have a forum for that on Friday. So maybe we'll just have you back again this coming Friday to
Jabe makes me do things, and I do things.
That's what we like about Jabe, so that's wonderful. But right now, what I'd like to do is say thank you very much and transition to the next talk, which is actually an interesting segue in terms of community health and the Chaos Project. And if Jorg and Matt can share their screen, we'll let them take over for a moment.
Thank you, Jumeje. I love
Recording has stopped.
Great opportunity. I hope to see you soon.
Recording has started.
All right. Thanks, guys. That was great. All right. So let me just shift gears here a little bit and unmute. Yeah, there you're unmuted.
Diane. Talk to you guys later.
And Matt, and thank you very much for that. So Daniel, I'm going to let you introduce your cohorts here and run this show for a little bit.
Sure. So thank you for this amazing conversation we had a few minutes ago. So Georg and Matt, welcome. So for today, what we have is introduction to the Chaos community. This is the acronym for Community Health Analytics for Open Source Software. So I had a great pleasure to meet Matt and Georg from 2016, 2017, when all these projects started. So this was announced in September 2017 in LA in one of the open source summits by the Linux Foundation. So Matt is a professor at the University of Nebraska at Omaha, and Georg is now currently holding the position of Director of Sales in Vitergia, and both are running and sharing the Chaos project. So whenever you're ready.
Thank you for having us today. Just to make sure you can hear me, can you?
We can hear you.
Excellent. So what we want to talk about is community health, metrics, data, and as Diane said, it's a nice segue from what we were just discussing at the end of the last session. So the community health, what we mean by that is that we want to look and understand at the potential that our open source projects and communities can continue developing quality software. And when we look at the literature, there are different ways that we can look at communities to understand if they have everything they need. We can look at the code, make sure that it is of high quality. We can look at the community to understand who are the people involved. Are they being active? Is there good diversity? And we can look at the resources, make sure that our communities and projects have the finances to pay for the servers, or if they need special infrastructure, that everything we need for our communities is in place, or as we heard in the last session, the commons, that the commons is healthy. And this is a matter of issue for a lot of different stakeholders. The users of software, they don't want to be exposed to vulnerabilities like we had with Heartbleed or Equifax, with hundreds of millions of data being exposed because there was a vulnerability in open source software and that wasn't fixed in time. Organizations care to minimize their risks, but also to leverage their influence and impact and have an assessment of how they're doing in the communities. The communities themselves care because they want to be inviting places for their community members, and they want to, just as contributors, enjoy the work that they're doing. Foundations who are stewards of open source projects and communities, they care about the health of their projects because it can give them an indication whether they need to have interventions. Or it can also help them identify where the best practices are, learn from that, and then help other communities in their portfolio to become better as well. And researchers, naturally, they want to understand the world. They also want to understand communities and the health of communities. And they might even have their own open source projects that they care about. Now, interesting thing that Jabe said, there are experts that we can call on to make decisions. And when it comes to community health, it's a very complex topic. And there are very few super experts who can look at an open source project and understand how it's doing, understand the community, and identify ways to improve the health, know where work is needed. And so because this requires a very specific skill set with lots of experience working in open source for many years, it's really hard now with open source growing. We've seen an influx of organizations and companies coming into open source. And there are lots of people who are just learning what open source is, how the communities work, and so on. So we need to take that knowledge of community health and come up with a different way that it's more accessible to everyone. And this is what this talk is about, how together we can be better, stronger, faster for understanding community health. This better, stronger, faster comes from a TV show, The $6 Million Man, where the person was assembled and improved through bionics. And we can do this together. We can figure out what is community health, how can we understand it, so that we all can be better, stronger, faster. And so let's walk through, start with together. The chaos community is this place where we can work on this together. We started this project in 2017 at the Linux Foundation to create analytics and metrics to help understand community health, to have procedures and practices that we can share and understand together. And so it's a group of industry professionals and academics and open source practitioners from a variety of different projects and companies that come together, and CHAOSS is the platform to talk through the thorny issues of what is community health and how do we assess it. And in this work, we are building practices to become better. We want to become better at understanding communities at scale. And we do this through metrics. Just like organizations have been empowered to grow in size because they're using and leveraging metrics to understand what's happening throughout the organization. And open source communities have grown to be, some of them massive, with thousands and thousands of people working at the same time, super collaborative, lots of work gets done. But you can no longer understand the health of the community just by being there. You need to have help. And that is what we try to do with metrics and analytics. And we want to have this objective data to reduce bias in decision-making, to identify places where we can work on our community's help improve. And so we use this data to make decisions and be data-driven in our management. And this can also help us to have a strong foundation for shared decision-making, because we can understand the community through the data together better than if we all relied on our own subjective perspective of what is happening in the community. So we're building up these practices to become better at understanding community health. We're also building a stronger foundation through metrics. And in the CHAOSS project, just to give a little background, when we started the project, we started collecting a list of metrics that everyone was interested in. It was a really long list. And in defining them, we decided to split up into working groups that had specific foci. The diversity and inclusion working group looks at metrics to understand how welcoming and inclusive our community is, and having metrics around that. The risk working group looks at communities and projects and to understand what is the business risk. I don't want to be stuck with a project that I've used as an organization in my innovation stream, and then suddenly I'm left with maintaining it myself. So we want to understand that. Or license risk. We want to make sure that there's compatibility in the licenses, and it's compatible with not only inside the projects, but also when we use it ourselves. We want to understand the evolution. This is the third working group. Is a project growing? Is it already mature? Or is it in decline? Understanding the activity levels and how that fits in with the history and the story of the community is super important. The value working group asks questions around what's the value? What's the business value, monetary value for organizations? What about for individual contributors? Is there value in contributing to a specific project or community? Maybe there is, because there are job postings out there for skills that I can build in this community. Or what's the social or the broader value for society? Is this community project making an impact in the world? And then we have common metrics. This is a working group where we sometimes call it the working group for the misfit metrics that don't fit anywhere else, or that have broader implications, like understanding what organizations our contributors work for. Understanding this organization affiliation then helps us to identify other areas like the risk or diversity and inclusion. And so that's where the common working groups come in. Now, building up metrics is great because it gives us a shared language to talk about community health. when we have different communities that we're looking at, we can start to use the same set of metrics. Even if we're not doing the analysis ourselves, we can start comparing what's happening in open source communities with others. So we're building out the stronger foundation. And then the Chaos project is also helping us move faster by embedding what we are learning in software. And the software is where we put routines for collecting data. We identify the data sources and solve the problem of collecting the data. We're solving the issue of how do we present the data, the metrics, the analytics to users so that you can start doing that more quickly. We can also trial new metrics and ideas and practice, because sometimes someone comes to the Chaos project and says, hey, I'm really interested in understanding this part of our community. What is the data? What is the metrics we can be looking at? And by putting that in software, we can start to see it and then iterate on that. Now we have 3 projects: the Grimoire Lab project, the Augur project, and Regit. And they're being used on a daily basis by professionals in companies, in communities, in foundations. Grimoire Lab, for example, has Bitergia as a company that provides services around this project. And I know the OpenShift community has a dashboard that is powered by Grimoire Lab. Augur is also being used by companies like Twitter or VMware. And then Cregit is a tool that allows to see, like, git blame who has changed something in the source code, but not at the line level. It goes down to the token level, or who introduced this variable or edited last. And that is heavily used by the Linux kernel community. So we have software, it's out there available for everyone to use. And through our work on becoming better, stronger, faster together, we have learned several things that I want to share with you if you're thinking about starting your metrics journey, or if you're already looking at metrics and analytics for community health. We recommend, or we've seen, that it's really important to listen what is happening in the community. And you can start doing this by collecting everything. You don't know what in 2 months, in 3 months, what kind of data you want to look at, because your focus changes, you're starting to change your perspective. You're having new questions all the time. So make sure that you have the data available to ask those questions of the data. And when you start to ask questions of the data, we found it really useful to use the goal question metric approach, GQM. Start with what you want to accomplish as a community, as a foundation, as a company, and ask yourself, what do I need to know, whether or not I'm reaching that goal, or that can help me find the way for reaching that goal. And that is where the metrics then come in. And using the goal question metric approach gives a direct rationale for why am I looking at this data point. But data by itself, or metrics by themselves, or nice pretty graphs are not enough. We need to tell a story with the data. Community health is very context driven. And let's say we are looking at a graph that shows the number of new issues in the project have gone up. That can be a good thing or a bad thing. Maybe there are more and more users who are asking questions, which can be good. But maybe it means the last release had a lot of bugs and they're being reported. Or maybe it's not even related to the project. Maybe it's Google Sum of Code is coming up and there are more students interested in the project, and that's why there are more and more issues. So you need to understand the community and the context around it, and then use the data to tell that story. A word of advice or caution here is to avoid gaming of metrics. If you have incentives around metrics, let's say once you hit 100 commits on the code base, you're being recognized as a frequent contributor. People will start to change their behavior to hit those metrics. And commits, if you've contributed to a repository, you know you can make small and big commits. You can have thoughtful commits that touch a lot of different files, or you can separate them out into multiple commits. And once you have that metric, the incentive is to contribute a lot of commits, whatever it takes. And that might distract from actually accomplishing the goal of developing quality software or documentation or whatever the community needs. And that leads into the next point. You want to value all contributions, because it's easy to look at the commit history and focus on that. But a healthy open source project and community has a lot of different types of contributions. We need marketers who advertise our project. We need people who help in forums answer questions. Bug triaging is very important so that the people who can answer know which issues to focus on versus the ones who can actually dive into the code and need to do debugging. So open source projects and communities have a lot of different work that needs to be done, and we want to find data that represents all of this different work. So with that, I know there's a lot of recommendations here. Just if you're not there yet, just start the metric journey. Start collecting all the data. It's better to have something than nothing. Get off zero. And keep these recommendations in mind, or come back to the Chaos Project later. And I'm going to hand this over to Matt Germonprez to talk about how the Chaos Project can help you.
Thanks, Georg. Great. Can you see me just fine too? Video?
I can see you, yes.
Okay, great.
And here.
Oh, good, I suppose. Just to kind of reiterate a few things. So thanks, Georg. This was great. So the Chaos community is not just a single super expert, but we're a collection of people with an interest and a passion to think about open source community health. So we encourage you to come and be part of that team, right? Be part of that group that's investigating this, and together we can start understanding this complex issue in more detail. So that's really important. And as Georg pointed out, one of the real key things in the Chaos Project is we don't just develop metrics for metrics' sake, right? And so one of the things that we've learned is that there's kind of a push to develop metrics just right out of the gate, but they're not provided kind of that goal question metric. We don't know what the goal of the metric is. We don't understand the context. So we take a considerably more systematic approach towards developing metrics, which is kind of first thinking about why we might even, what we need to understand in the first place. And from there, we have the development of metrics that can inform that. The Chaos Project also works really hard, as Georg mentioned, on practices. So we work to draw out hard to see metrics. So some metrics are observable in trace data, like Git repositories, right? And others are considerably more difficult to see. So for example, around our work in diversity and inclusion. So not only does the Chaos Project develop software to help bring those trace data metrics forward, but also practices or processes to bring those, I'll say, non-trace data metrics forward as well. So we don't want the metrics just to live in isolation. We don't just develop those metrics and say, done. And so we work on these things as well. And then as Georg pointed out, context does matter, right? So it's challenging in the Chaos Project for us to ever say, and we won't, that this is a healthy project and this is an unhealthy project. That's not the goal of the CHAOSS project. So our goal is to give you the tools by which you can then make that assessment locally as an important decision for yourself, right? So context does matter. So, right, if we're just thinking about Red Hat has probably a few open source projects they care about, right? But I would suspect that they are not all understood in the same way, right? So a metric in community A might be might have a very different impact than that same metric in community B. So it's really up to the individuals in their local context to understand and think about what those metrics mean. So just wanted to reiterate some of those points, and we can talk about those more as well. So there are a lot of ways that you can connect with the CHAOSS project. So I'll give a nod here to Georg and many other people, but they've been really making some great advancements on the CHAOSS Cast. So this is a weekly podcast from the CHAOSS project that brings different people from outside of the CHAOSS project, sometimes internal to the CHAOSS project, to think about what open source community health can mean to them, right? And so it's great. It gives you a look under the hood at the project itself, but it also gives you a look as to how the work is having an impact beyond just the project itself. One of the things that we think about metrics is building blocks. So at the moment, we have 40 some odd metrics that are released as part of the current release. And the expectation isn't that you would use every single metric to analyze community health for your particular interests, but that you can assemble those blocks accordingly in your own context. I do think one of the things that we're going to think about in the CHAOSS project is, as our number of metrics continues to grow, how do we provide appropriate filters so that those building blocks are put together in meaningful ways. So that's one of the things that we're starting to take on right now. Software can be, the software that Georg mentioned can be really an important way for you to start seeing this trace data in kind of a time history. So you can start looking at it over time. You can look at the evolution of things. And in fact, you can start even comparing projects between each other. So if there's an aspirational project that you might have an interest in, tooling can help kind of reveal how an aspirational project is performing and how you might want to think about your own activity within your projects. And then the CHAOSS community, right? I kind of mentioned this. We're not just a single super expert. We're a collection of people trying to understand what's going on in this space. And the CHAOSS community can serve as a place for you to ask questions, for you to advance your own initiatives. We're very open to ideas from all different directions. Next slide. So get involved in the podcast, right? Take a look at the metrics that we have. So if you just go to chaoss.community/metrics, you'll see the current release. We're going to be doing a new release in about 6 weeks from now. Contribute to the software, as Georg pointed out, all pretty accessible and pretty easy to contribute to. And then we have weekly working group meetings. So each of the working groups that Georg had listed earlier has weekly or bi-weekly meetings. We have a weekly community call. The software groups have their own calls, and we have an Asia Pacific call as well that meets every other week. Join our mail list, nice activity on there, and come let us know what you're thinking about community health. So together is now replaced with the CHAOSS community. That's us, right? So help us build this better, stronger, faster. Help us build a better way of understanding community health. We're listening. We're not just pushing our ideas, right? We're trying to capture the ideas that people have, because a lot of people have thought about this for a long time. Next slide. And so I think we're going to be moving into a live chat. Is that right now? I'm not sure how you want to proceed with this.
Right. Yeah. So thank you for the great presentation. There are a couple of comments now in Twitch I can see. So then I will share with you the the question. So then we can start with the open discussion and the ask me anything. So anyone here in the chat, Twitch, or any other platform, please feel free to ask anything. So specifically, the question we have is, and I'm literally reading here, the way I do analysis and visualization doesn't follow this approach. This is focused on having all of the data in one place. And this is, what do I need to, so the question he has is, what do I need to measure, and can I measure it? So that's my first question. So it says, grabbing all the data first before I have a question sets up an expensive game board for gaming. So I don't know if you have an opinion or comment.
I first of all want to welcome Vicky. Hi, Vicky. Thanks for joining us.
Vicky.
Happy to do so.
Yeah, thank you, Vicky, for joining. Well, indeed, now Kakurier, the one specifying this, it wasn't a question, I have an answer to that. So, but in any case, go ahead.
Okay.
Yeah, go ahead, Georg, please.
So the question of what to measure is really a question of what is your goal, what you need the metrics and data for. And without knowing that first, we can make a recommendation of 40 plus metrics that we have in the CHAOSS project right now, but without actually knowing why you're looking at metrics in the first place, it's hard to narrow that down and not drown in data, because once you start opening the data fire hose, there's so much to take in. So it's really hard to give a recommendation here. That's my opinion.
Well, and I think something that people, first of all, is my microphone on? It does appear to be, so excellent. So one thing that people, I think, forget when they're considering data is that they already have the data. It's simply not assembled. The vast majority of data that you are going to be using for this metric, these metrics, it's generated, right? You can gather it from various sources on the fly. And yes, it will take time to do so, but you are creating it through the acts of your community. And so you don't necessarily have to flip the switch and start assembling it right then. So if you're worried about having data overload, right, and getting just buried in too many data, just wait and take that time to figure out what you actually do want. What are your goals? And that's the primary problem I've seen in almost every single project, hell, every single company I've worked with, is they don't answer the question, what are we trying to accomplish here? And if you don't have that answer, then you can't see whether you're even on track for it, right? If you can't answer what success looks like, then you can't identify failure. So if you don't figure out your goals, obviously you're never going to pick the right metrics, right? You're just going to be floundering in this sea of data, and you will die that way. And that's just not a good way to go through your world.
I'll add one thing as well. Georg had mentioned a phrase that we use in the CHAOSS project quite a bit, is just to move off zero. So the CHAOSS project doesn't have some magical set of metrics that is the perfect set, that is the end of the line. If you can measure and understand all of these metrics, great. So sometimes it's really just small steps, I would say, which would help with this reducing the sea of data that's out in front of you. Just ask questions about issues, ask questions about pull requests, very simple questions, and see if they help you make more informed decisions over time.
Well, one of the things that I've found very helpful, and it sounds like a pitch, but it's not, because I've legitimately found it really helpful, is Bitergia launched Cauldron earlier this year, cauldron.io. And the public dashboard for cauldron.io does not have every metric under the sun for a free and open source software project. So for people who don't know, cauldron.io is a service which you can use for any free and open source software project to gather stats and data and metrics and display them to people and just sort of track various metrics over time. And it is just absolutely brilliant. It's super useful. But it does start from just those sorts of things that nearly everyone's going to care about.
right? What's your number of contributions over time? Who are the companies, or where are people coming from to contribute to your project, right? Even those bare bones basic things are incredibly useful. And as Matt said, you know, and Georg, get off zero. The way I phrase it is baby steps are still steps, right? So even taking one tiny small movement to gather something or to get something going can help to set the mindset of the entire community around paying attention to these numbers in some way. And Cauldron has really helped a great deal with that. As I show it to communities, they're like, oh wow, we can actually see this stuff a bit.
I would say I love it.
Yeah.
Oh, go ahead, Georg. You were going to say.
Oh, no, I was waiting for you to ask the next question. And if not, I have questions as well to discuss.
Oh yeah, having questions is great. So I just wanted to share with you. So I think it was in some OSCON years ago, we were in one of these, I don't remember where exactly, but there was a question like, what's the metric that mattered to you? And we were an audience of 30 or 40 people, and we had like 20-something different metrics. So there are two lessons learned here. The first one is take care with the metric that you are kind of retrieving, because perhaps you have not considered the specific cultural goals or business goals or community goals that you are trying to reach. So that's something to first think on those high-level stuff, and then forget about measuring things for the pleasure of measuring things, because that's the other lesson learned. Because I'm basing my decision making because I'm able to analyze commits, but not, for instance, the pull request or diversity and inclusion in my community. And because I'm not able to analyze that, then I'm basing my strategy on this data, but doesn't make sense, because then you are basing in some kind of biased data, which is kind of the previous discussion we had. Like, are we using the proper data sources? So the question I have for you is if you feel that we are missing some important data points in kind of the usual chaos community or analysis that we are running, either in Cauldron or any other tool that you may use. Who starts?
I can start. So one of the things that we're looking at in the value working group, and Georg had alluded to it, was the ability, say, for example, of a project to have social impact or a positive social impact in the world, which could be particularly important in today's state of the world. How do we go about doing that that's a very difficult question. And so what's the goal, what are the questions, and what are the metrics? So the data doesn't just jump out at me as to what that might be. So I think that in the Chaos Project, though, through talking and listening, we can help figure out what might be that meaningful data. So I do think there's some data that's perhaps more evident through, say, a GitHub repository, and some which is harder to track down. It's not impossible, but we have to think through carefully what that data could be. So yes, certainly. I'll say one other thing too is if we look in the say corporatized open source space, the data that's available there might be very different than the data that's available, say, in a scientific software space. And so what that data is and what it means can be very different things. So the provenance of that data and what that data can mean for an ecosystem, it can be very different in different spaces.
And I think it's worth kind of reinforcing something that Daniel mentioned, which is I've seen frequently people who kind of let the cart lead the horse, so to speak. You know, we have this data, and so therefore this is what we're going to use to make all of our decisions, rather than figuring out what decisions we need to make, and then what data do we need in order to do that. And I understand the desire, you know, but just because all you have is a hammer does not make everything a nail. So there are these things called hardware stores where you can go and you can get other tools that will allow you to get your job done appropriately. Same thing for your metrics and your data, right? And it does make sense rather than just using your one hammer, allowing that to guide what sort of house you build. Go out and buy yourself a decent, table saw, and maybe one of those really cool pneumatic nail guns and things like that, right? There are different things you can use there, and that's something that I don't think people pay a lot of attention to. It's not exactly the question that you gave to us, Daniel, but I thought it was worth reinforcing because it is a problem I see a lot of companies and a lot of projects make, if they care about data at all, or if they pay attention to data at all, which is really the first hurdle, getting them to recognize that this is something they should even pay attention. And so that's a question I would like to put to Georg, Matt, and Daniel, since you're here, right? What are these strategies you have found to work to help to evolve community thinking such that they will pay attention to data and do it appropriately rather than just like any data in the storm sort of thing, right?
In your metaphor, chaos basically is the hardware store then?
Yeah.
Yeah, I like that. So how do we look at the data? One of the things, just to talk about the origin of data, Vicky had pointed out that a lot of data is available just from the traces of our communities, but we need to understand why those traces were created in the first place and what shaped that. And this is something that Jape had talked about at the end of the previous session, that we need to understand how the data was created before we draw conclusions from it. Understanding the context and the community is super important. And then there's other data that may require a survey or manual data collection or completely new data collection methods. And then how do we get started with metrics? How do we get people to care is something that we're thinking through in the Chaos project. And one of the things that we've started doing is having user groups where we started one for the app ecosystem after Scale. And so these are folks from the GNOME Foundation, from the KDE Foundation, and Chaos, and we get together and we're like, okay, so we want metrics, we know we need them, and what is it that we should recommend to the people who are in different roles within our foundations? And the app ecosystem working group is really focused in this case on managing or overseeing many different communities, because it's a different use case from a company or from a single project. So that came to mind. But I don't think it solves the problem of how do you get people interested in the metrics in the first place.
I do think one of the things, and hopefully this is working, in the Chaos project, just even with the different working groups, so having one working group focusing on, say, D&I, one working group focusing on risk, one on evolution, right off the bat, that helps kind of segment areas of metrics that you may or may not have an interest in. Within each of the working groups themselves, so for example, within D&I, we have focus areas. And so one focus area in D&I would be, say, event D&I or event-based D&I. So, and then the metrics that would help reveal D&I with respect to events. And so again, that helps localize a series of metrics that can provide insight into a very particular area. So we've taken time to kind of structure the Chaos project, that it's not just a grab bag of metrics, but structuring them to be meaningful as a collection.
Yeah, and I would like to answer here as well. So first, I think it's been really useful to have everyone in the discussion at the same time in the same place. or virtual place, because that helps to have a feeling of ownership when you are defining metrics. And instead of working at the level of individuals, try to work at the level of teams. So then you are in a team or in a community, and then you are trying to improve by unblocking certain undesired situations or looking to improve bottlenecks, etc., etc. So if we all define certain metrics, we are bringing to the table all of the different points of view. So we have a voice there defining this. And we all know that if there's a way to improve this, or we need to tune the metrics in somehow, we all have a voice again. So we can keep iterating those metrics. Of course, metrics from time to time, we need to improve them, or elaborate them a bit more, or simply dismiss them because they are not useful anymore. But those are a couple of interesting things. The other thing is context and skills. And with this, I would like to bring back Diane. Diane, I hope you're around, because we are kind of running out of time, but I would like to bring her, because one of the things, or the lessons learned that we have together, thank you, hello Diane, is this difference between context knowledge, that in this case is Diane, and certain data knowledge, that is my part. So when we've been working together, it's really, really important to avoid pitfalls or similar stuff, to have this context knowledge or domain knowledge, and then the other knowledge might be more data related stuff. So where the data is stored and everything. So those are my 2 cents here.
I'd agree with that, and putting me on the spot a little bit, but I think going back to the previous talk as well, is that having some domain expertise around the data and understanding the shortcomings of the data as well has been a key part in some of the research that Daniel and I have done on the CNCF community as well. And things that are missing in our data that we've noted and haven't quite figured out the workarounds for, but we're working around. It's like diversity information around the data, how to identify that, how to do that securely and privately when people aren't sharing that information. That's a big, it's an issue for us to better create diverse and inclusive communities, but it's also a privacy issue as well. So like we have de-anonymized the organizations for a lot of the people that are participating in our OpenShift Commons work. That hasn't happened in all of the other ecosystems as well. Some work that we've been doing in COVID up here in Canada, they don't have any diversity background information on the patients. So they're not getting the breakdown by race or ethnicity or all kinds of other things, because they don't actually have that information. And that's I think one of the bigger issues, I think, with a lot of our kind of dependency on people self-identifying, and that's a good thing. We should respect their privacies, but it also makes it harder to understand all the dynamics of the data, and to not let the data influence or drive our decisions if we know we don't have that information. I think that's one of the key learnings from the work that Daniel and I have done, and I think the work that all of us have done, and what Jabe and Dimije have reiterated earlier today. So I think that's key. And I don't know the answer to that issue. I don't think any of us do. I think we're all in this conversation together about how we do this and bring in other means, other hammers, so that we're not just hitting nails and screws. And even if you're up here in Canada, you have Phillips and Roberts and all kinds of different screw heads. I mean, it's like there's such diversity in our communities, but we're in some ways prohibited from exposing that information for good reasons. But it still makes it difficult. So I don't know how you guys think about that and address that. But I think that's also another whole day's worth of conversations. So on that note, maybe if you guys have some final thoughts, add them in.
Mine is simply a thank you. Thanks for letting us talk about this. This is great.
Yeah, I really appreciated it.
Yeah, well, thank you, because really the whole impetus for doing today was the cancellation of ChaosCon, and Daniel and I having a conversation about how important your work was, and that we really wanted to continue that conversation. So we'll do this again and often. So thank you very much, guys, for all of this. Now we're going to try and flip the switch and bring on Tamao Nakahara from Weaveworks, if we are so lucky. And I can see that she's in. We've been having a little bit of conversation in the background about that, and I think she has to unmute herself. She should be unmuted.
Yes,
And,
can you hear me?
yeah, I can hear you. Can't
Okay.
see you.
Recording has stopped.
Recording has stopped. So
Recording has started.
Yeah, I start and stop between each talk, so it makes it easier for me to
no
create
problem.
the videos. So if you want to try sharing your screen, we're probably not going to be able to see your face today. For some reason, the camera on your machine is not liking our system, but we do see Ryan, who's one of your panelists. So I'm going to turn Ryan's video off for now, and we'll just let Tamao do her talk here.
So, okay. I apologize. I have not used Blue Cheese in a while. Let's see, how do I share my slides?
But there's a little content sharing bar or item there, and you just click on that to share your screen.
At the right or the left? Let's see, moderate chat. Oh, sharing options. Here, I'm sharing my whole screen.
Yeah, that way you can see the chaos on her screen if she ends up showing her whole screen.
I'll be able to record the content. Okay, hold on one second. I might get bumped out.
Everybody gets to take a stand-up stretch break now. We've been talking since my 5:30 a.m. There may have she just dropped herself for a minute. So yeah, everybody take a big deep breath and a share, and she'll probably come back in a second. We have a couple of Tony has joined us who's going to be on the panel. Ryan is here, and I think we had one other panelist as well. Let me just see who that was. Commons. Everybody. For a minute to get back in the game here. And Gina was the other person.
Can you hear and see me? Yes. Sorry.
Yes,
I
can see you.
I had to get bumped out of Blue Cheese to make it work, but I think it was
awesome. All right.
All right.
Well, today is a very fluid day, so really do not worry about this, and we'll try and keep things on track here. So yeah, you're live. I can see your screen. I can see that there are slides there.
Yes.
Yes.
Okay. My thing is, I can't see anything. I can only see my slides, so hopefully it'll work. I will start a timer, so I'm aware of it. So,
okay, perfect. Take it away and introduce yourself. Thank you.
Okay, great. Starting the timer. Hi, everybody. Thanks for joining. My name is Tamao Nakahara. I run a developer experience team at a company called Weaveworks. I'm really appreciative that Diane invited me to speak with all these fantastic speakers. So hopefully I have something to contribute. Maybe you've seen my title, which is quite obviously quite of a bookmark title because we were kind of in conversation. So hopefully, yes, I have some lessons that I've experienced that would be helpful for thinking about DevRel for open source. So I was talking with Diane and asked, well, what would the audience want? Like, what are you thinking? You know, how can I be most helpful? And some of the things that she shared was obviously people here have quite a bit of experience with open source communities, building them, educating them, driving adoption and participation. But that thinking about it from a DevRel perspective or dev advocacy perspective might sometimes fall by the wayside or maybe be a blind spot. So hopefully I have something to offer here that I guess in my world is definitely a core part of doing all these things, So perhaps this will be a reminder for things that you already know, and hopefully maybe there's some pointers that will help you think about these levels of advocacy. So I think this is kind of a grandiose term. It's not necessarily I have a grand models and patterns, but I hopefully will share some of the ways that you might be being pulled into these areas. So one thing that was shared also was that maybe part of the blind spot is that there's a corporate angle or a business-driven angle that, for very good reason, some people might feel concerned about and feels very antithetical to the community. But you do often need to support your community. So you might be supporting a community completely on your free time because you're involved, you're a member, and you care. A lot of times you still need to find financial support or certain types of support. And so you might be able to find, for lack of a better term, I was just thinking like a one-for-one, where like there's a clear kind of exchange. Maybe you need some financial support for technologies or a series of events or meetings. So there's a clear exchange of brand awareness in exchange for support. But that kind of keeps that angle very delineated and safe. And for a lot of us, supporting a community may be specifically part of our day jobs. Our job titles, our job descriptions, or certain parts of our job requirements are about supporting this community. So how do you advocate for both sides or various sides? So I'll be speaking mostly to this third category from my own personal experience of having roles where it is explicitly my day job, and I'm working with teams where it is explicitly their job, or others who are kind of in the periphery or part of like the shared community. So hopefully that will be helpful there. So as part of supporting your community as your day job, you might have been hired for a particular role because you've already created a reputation for an existing community that this company is looking to build its own reputation. So they're kind of building upon you and how you've already built trust. You may be understood as an expert or very helpful. And maybe if you gave a talk, a lot of people would come because they already know who you are and they're looking to learn from you. So you might be hired for that reason. That's like an example of something that we did when I ran developer relations at New Relic. Or we had a team around Cloud Foundry at VMware and Pivotal. So we had particular experts that were already established in different communities. Or you may be in a new group and you've identified, or the company is vaguely or clearly identified, oh, we need to sort of build thought leadership in an existing community, and you yourself are interested in growing and learning in that area as well. So you might have a good alignment there. So you're both building your reputation and helping your company with that. Or maybe you've created a new open source community and the company is invested in growing it, and so that's part of yours. That was my experience with Cloud Foundry. I was for intensive purposes, the first community manager of this brand new thing, and nobody had heard of us, and they're like, who are you? Why do we care? And so there's different levels of that where there's a lot of stuff to grow in. And there are clearly serious concerns, especially if your main commitment is to your open source community. Hopefully I'll cover some of these, like, nightmare scenarios where maybe the company is just basically enforcing its own benefits onto maybe the roadmap or how the community is managed, and not really caring about the growth and the health of other members of the community itself, or just seeing it as this this rife space that they should be marketing or selling to in a very direct way that is very not respectful of the culture that's there. Or maybe you have your own communities that you've been building up, but you're so focused on measurements and like forcing people to sign up for things and making requirements that, yes, metrics are important, but being able to have a balance between that's another area that you want to advocate for. Also, attitudes of like, it's all about taking and not giving back. It's like a one-way thing, like, oh, we're missing this opportunity that we're not going in there. And then, some of the worst case scenarios where maybe the community started within the company and they're like, we don't understand the benefit. This is just taking time, resources, and money. We need to just close source it and make money off of it. And so sure, there are many other concerns, but these are definitely ones that I'll be talking about, that you want to protect your community from these kinds of dangers.
So just pause for a second.
Yes.
We lost your slides again, just for a second.
Oh.
you could try sharing that again, that would be great.
Interesting. Okay, let me get
Hit that share screen button again. I'm not sure why that happened. And I will turn off my video and
share screen. Looks like I only have the option to share the entire screen. Okay, can you see this?
yeah, we're getting back there now. So perfect. There you go.
Very interesting. So this was the slide I was just covering for not all, but some concerns that you might be thinking about if you're, engaging with different business groups in the company. So when you are advocating your company, and I kind of highlight, I won't dive into the terminology around evangelism, advocacy, developer relations, dev marketing, and all that. We're really going to focus, I think, a core part of that, even across all those terms. I run a team now, developer experience, right? Is that advocacy is a key part of that, having empathy, having understanding, and being able to manage these different relationships. Obviously, there are many reasons that you would be advocating for a community. Thought I'd share some kind of generic ones that we can agree upon. Like, you want to keep it open source, you want it to be innovative and collaborative, and you want it to have longevity and not be interrupted or cut short. And I'll add a sort of a footnote on longevity here. Just an underlying assumption of the things I'll be talking about moving forward. My underlying assumption around longevity is that you want, for wherever way you can, natural or organic longevity for the community and other relationships. But I think holding on to longevity just for the sake of longevity will lead to heartbreak. So with a community, technologies might change or new things might come up, and sometimes a community might shrink, but it's still really powerful. So I've definitely been through communities where people sort of more into like, oh, it's not as big as it used to be, or this and that. And so I kind of take from, if you look at relationships and partnerships, a lot of times the model is that you're always assessing between partners, like what's the shared benefit that you're getting out of it. And as part of the life cycle, there's a natural winding down if things change or technologies change, where you might put a pause or an end to that relationship if it's no longer equally beneficial. And so that way you're not really having that heartbreak. And then similarly, I feel that way about all these teams, developer experience, relations, developer advocacy, is that I advocate for this general approach and understanding what your communities need and your technical audiences need. And those responsibilities can be held across many different organizations, and in fact would be very healthy if it is. There is value in having for example, a developer relations team that kind of is the central source and owns that. But if the company evolves and changes in certain ways, people do care about job security, but there are shifts that are going to happen. So I think that that's also part of like understanding longevity within that context. So going back to this, there are many ways to protect your open source community, but here I'll talk a little bit about how being able to articulate and understand and constantly be testing the business value of having a healthy community is really important to protect them, and to understand how your open source community fits within the company's business strategy or the line of business strategy will also help with that. And then building allies and stakeholders who understand that, and to keep re-educating. Don't assume that because they got it in one meeting that they're going to continue to get it over time, because people will fall back on ways of measuring success and models that they know. So being able to do that is really a way that, instead of thinking that it's antithetical, it will actually help to help people understand why they want the community to be protected and kept the way that it is. And so in some ways, right, it's not just a two-directional relationship, but a multi-directional relationship. So you'll be managing expectations across business owners, and I'll be sharing in some of the examples I have to find ways that if you have metrics for success that seem antithetical, that you're measured on your success in different ways, and if they don't understand the way you're being measured, then of course you're probably the bad way. They're going to be like, oh, you're the way that you're just spending company resources and time and not being helpful. So being able to say, well, no, let's find the metrics that we have together, and this is going to help you understand why the community protected and kept it the way they are will also help to manage the perception of the community. Because again, going back to, oh, you guys just expend time, resources, and money, and you're not really bringing any value. We need to just be going in there and taking advantage of it in the way that we understand, which will be very detrimental to the community. So being able to manage all these are very helpful to protect your community. I'll also share that you may be in a company that you feel like, well, I don't have to spend that much time on this because we're a company that's founded on open source, we totally understand it, and maybe you will spend less time on it, but leadership can change, companies can get acquired, directions may pivot that change priorities. So with that, I think it's still important to think about these metrics and how you fit in, so that if you care about the open source community itself to be protected, these are things that are still important to at least be articulated. Okay, so moving forward, I'm going to be talking about my personal experience. So it's definitely not comprehensive or exhaustive anyway, but hopefully it's a small piece of the puzzle that will contribute to this larger event and the conversations that are happening. So I'm going to share some of the ways, not all, that you can help keep your communities healthy and engaged and understood within these business metrics. So I thought I'd think about the categories based on certain types of comments that maybe you've heard, or probably have heard, that can be sometimes somewhat alarming. So like, let's say you're participating in an existing community, right? We're going to like, well, why aren't we selling to this community? Like, Java communities, Xfold, or currently we're in the Kubernetes community at Weaveworks, where I think last time I checked, like, there's 90,000 people in the Slack channel. Like, why aren't we downloading that list and emailing all those people? Well, one, you can't do that. It's not legal. And two, like, okay, like, what if we were to like bombard that Slack list with all kinds of marketing and stuff and trying to pull them to webinars or what have you? Immediately, probably I would be banned. The company's reputation would be at stake, and it would not be the way to respect the culture of the community. So there are many ways to slice and dice this, but one way you could say, like, well, let's have a shared metric that we understand. Yes, this is a pipeline, but the way that we engage with that pipeline is through building relationship, like first through giving back and helping people, being understood as being helpful, building a reputation for the knowledge that we have. And if they end up coming to an open source project that we've used because it's very much in alignment with the larger community, they'll build reliance on our open source technologies. And depending on what your business model is, if you have an upsell or you sell support or you have free, open source and paid, you have different ways of continuing to build that relationship. And then from there, when you have those relationships, you can just say explicitly, hey, can you do me a favor? A group of people like, hey, we'd love to, we have a new, features that we have. We'd love to have some product feedback, or would you be willing to just sit through a demo and hear what we have to say? And, a lot of times once people have understood where you're coming from, they're very helpful. They're like, sure, 20 minutes, sure, I'm happy to sit there. I'm probably not going to buy, but I can tell you what of your messaging works or doesn't work. Or a lot of times they'll say, well, I actually know somebody who I think would really use that, or we actually would really need that. So it's a smoother transition and a transition built on trust versus, hey, you guys are spending all this time in the community, we're not getting anything out of it. And also, I'm a little short on time here, so pretty quickly, you may have your own community. It's a common thing that people want to recruit from the community. Well, make sure that you understand that there's a shared goal of growing that community for itself. So if there is recruitment, and it does happen, I remember back in the Mongo days and in Spring days, a lot of people would come in and try to find a balance. And you're doing well if people really want to work for you, and that's natural. We get that at Weaveworks, which is really exciting. So we have like a great base of people if we do need to hire, but we also want to make sure we have a shared goal that we want our community size to grow. And more specifically, this was, I thought, a useful case where when I was part of the Spring community, it was already very mature and very established. The company was very established in terms of having all these different orgs. And there was one education org that, they were measured on selling paid training. So here we were as dev advocates, like, we want to be really helpful. We want to give away free workshops, give away a lot of great resources. And they said, hey, that makes us really nervous because you're basically giving away for free what we need to make money on. So I could have just said, you guys don't get it. Like, we're trying to help the community here. But instead I said, oh, this is kind of an interesting challenge. I understand what the metrics are. But what if we were both measured on, like, what would happen if we doubled the size of the Spring community? What if we 10x'd it? What would that mean for your pipeline of people wanting certification and paid training? And, of course, their eyes were dazzled, and they said, well, yes, that would be lovely. But like, how do we make that actually happen? And so we obviously respected each other's short and long-term goals. And so we were still able to offer a lot of stuff for the community, but now we had an explicit, tie-in, so to speak. We're like, hey, if you want to get the full version, or you need to share code, it has to be under NDA, what have you, then this is not the place for this. This is like a 2-hour workshop, but here's more that can be done, and you can go onto that. And so that way we actually we were in partnership with the training team, where their trainers would actually help with these free workshops that we offered, and it was a win-win, because they're like, well, now they already have a relationship with me. They know that I'm a trusted source of training, and if they want more, then they'll want it with me. So that's another way, right, where you have a particular organization understanding why you want to keep your open source community safe and not being kind of plucked and marketed to for paid training. Of course, metrics based on giving. This is something I hear quite a bit. Oh, we can get free labor, free support, documentation. We should be just tapping this community for free stuff. Free Q&A, free testing, right? And so first of all, again, labor laws are in place. That's not really something that you can do or is healthy for the community. And so there are many different ways to slice and dice this again, but I thought I'd highlight in some ways, like by keeping the community safe and protected, you can actually gain a lot of information that you're looking for. Like maybe you'll find that there are open source integrations that you can have for product growth. If people are localizing in geographies that you haven't tapped into quite yet, you can at least start, your sales team can start getting that information and seeing maybe there's reason to start investing in those areas because there's a lineup of companies that are interested. Maybe you see partner integration opportunities that you're working together on, and so you can see what next steps are there. And then ultimately, if you're really begging for free support because your current system is completely unsustainable, maybe it's time to be thinking about re-architecting and redesigning the way your offering works, because it's going to be limitless anyway. Like even if you had some insanely helpful community, it's not going to be enough, right? And this is one of my favorites. I do think if you have like an open source version or paid version, having a PM who totally gets it and isn't just saying like, oh, these are in competition. If you have a PM who understands, wow, I literally have this active, engaged community, not just giving feedback and submitting issues or making requests, but also like being in communication. Like you can tap them and say, tell us your use case. What tools are you using? What are the problems you're trying to solve? That can help you understand the trends of where you need to take your product, what people are willing to pay for. And then if they're actually building upon your open source project, then what gaps they're trying to fill. And then you can kind of figure out like which are the ones that, are kind of too custom that we can't really address, and which are the ones that we're seeing a trend that like, oh, this is a gap that people need to fill, and they'll be willing to pay for the paid version for that, right? So this is called Road Ahead. So Diane gave me a little bit of outline. So I'm not sure if this is quite a road ahead, but I'd share maybe a different model that we put together. So I work at Weaveworks. Maybe you guys have heard of GitOps, which our CEO kind of put out there in 2017 and said, like, I noticed a trend of people sort of doing operations by pull request. You're using versioning, you're having a single source of truth. And there seems to be this thing, I'll give it the name GitOps, and it kind of took off. And we just did a GitOps Days online a couple of weeks ago, and a lot of people talked about like, this is the year of GitOps. And so I kind of wanted to think about like, if I put together this event, like what would be the way that it would be meaningful, as opposed to, okay, we did an event, we got a bunch of speakers. And so I really thought, well, we've been trying to kind of understand if there's such a thing as a GitOps community. So we've used this to launch that community. So first of all, we created a site on GitHub. We wanted it to be for anybody to come and join. Currently we have a community manager, but we should have community managers from different companies. And it should be a place of at least resources and collaboration. So it's interesting. It's a community not necessarily based on a single open source technology, but of this concept and how we hope that it'll stretch and grow and maybe shift over time. So one thing I did create was a GitOps conversation kit, which was very beta. So if there's any kind of product, that's the first one right now. And it's because a lot of people came to us and said, oh, I'm really trying to push the needle with GitOps in my company. And, I talked to leaders and stakeholders and dev and platform teams. And sometimes I hit some walls, and it's really been a struggle. So a lot of the talks around the conference were around addressing those from different angles, with a lot of great speakers sharing their stories. And we've been in the process of kind of collating and inserting the great quotes and perspectives into this kit that we then, feel we've donated to this community, and we want it to grow, and people would submit issues and add their own, like, oh, I tried this pitch that you had there that someone from a company shared, but it didn't really work for me, and this is why I think so. And so this is one way in which we might think about communities beyond just a single technology. So in closing, just again, these are some of the top things that we would be thinking about when we want to think about a healthy community that is that receives advocacy and is protected. And so these are some of the ways in which, among many others, you can think about how understanding the business value, being able to articulate it, and to constantly test it and to see if you're right or wrong, and what works. And using terminology too sometimes that doesn't scare away people who don't really understand where you're coming from. Those are the types of things that you can get alignment on that will help people to understand the value of having the open source community be healthy in the way that it is, as opposed to a place that requires poaching or interference. So I hope that was helpful, and please stay safe and be kind to one person. And I have to add, if anybody hasn't seen this link or many others, please do check it out, especially during this time of need.
I think that was brilliant, and I'm so glad that I asked you to give this talk, because I have known Tamao probably I don't know, 6-7 years. We've run across each other at different conferences and different paths, and I had an inkling you had a lot of great advice and a lot of good lessons learned. And one of the things that I've been really on it about, and that you did a very good job of talking about, is that personally, I think that developer relations or advocacy or experience or whatever, evangelist or whatever you call that role, is really a key to any technology community being successful. And sometimes we poo-pah that a little bit as you guys are in marketing or you're not, whatever. And I think that is a big mistake. And what we've gathered here today, as well as Tamao, but is Ryan Jarvinen, who's been a cohort of mine at many conferences, and Tony Wilberg, who is from Microsoft, and Gina Rosenthal, otherwise known as Gina Mink sometimes, who popped off the camera for a second, so I'm not sure why that happened, but we'll see if we can get her back. Gina, I can hear you. Try. Yeah, your camera just turned off for some reason.
I'm here. I don't know what's going on with my camera either.
That's all right. This is not a camera-friendly platform. Let me just put it that way. But I'm really thrilled to have you all here, because all of you sort of represent, from different angles, key people. There you go. I can see you again, Gina. From the developer relations, shall we use that term for now, side of the house. And I'd really like you to maybe weigh in a little bit as well. The other thing that I thought was brilliant was in defense of community and open source is that the community is really what highlights the gaps in your offering. So when you see people coming into create a Japanese version of the documentation, or there's a big hole in your DNS server, or whatever it is, when they want to fix something, that should be a flag for engineering or product management or sales, that there's something missing in your offering. So brilliant presentation, Tamao. Thank you very much. So I'll open it up to Ryan and Tony and Gina to see if they have some comments or additional commentary.
I just first off wanted to say thank you very much, Tamao. Great talk. Loved that session, and interested to see how things are evolving, specifically around developers using Kubernetes. And I know GitOps is one kind of way to help reduce the complexity and simplify things. But I think in the DevRel space, it's been really interesting trying to help give people advice on how they can optimize their productivity while the complexity of the tool set and the topics is like going up at such a rate that there's this huge amount of time spent on upkeep and refreshing your skills and relearning as well. So it's a really interesting field to keep an eye on, and great topic. Thanks, Tamao.
Yeah. I think one angle that we kind of landed upon that we probably didn't really think about so much explicitly in the beginning of throwing out the term GitOps and such was that Kubernetes itself, with its complexity, is still set up for all these capabilities, and that GitOps is really just part of that evolution, that it really brings back the value. And it's not that we necessarily, have all our eggs in just the Kubernetes basket, but we understood, I think, one of the strengths of, this tiny little company that made some right decisions. One of the right decisions was, I think this Kubernetes thing might be the thing that we need to pay attention to, and at least investing our time and resources to a decent extent that we can in this space will pay off. And so luck, knowledge, whatever, that's kind of worked out. But then now it's sort of like, whatever this term is and the direction we're going, it really does reinforce this value that Kubernetes brings, that we're just part of this journey, and that hopefully we're not just kind of waving these little flags to give ourselves attention within this really noisy and large community, but that, hey, we've kind of hit upon this thing that is justifying Kubernetes itself. It's justifying this technology that is worth investing in, because like you said, it is quite complicated. There's so many things in the landscape. The CNCF logo board is now just overwhelming. I know. So yes, hopefully, we in our small way, we contribute back to kind of give some clarity and sense to all that's going on. And not that we're the only ones, but that's just the small way we're trying to help out.
So Tony and Gina, from your perspectives, how has the DevRel role at Microsoft, and Gina, I know you come from, I think it's a VMware Dell background, like varied background there as well. How has that influenced the community building and the community outreach that you guys have experienced?
I think listening to all the presentations today, they're really good. And I think there were so many things that I thought with the DevRel, especially what you're talking about, the whole idea of recommoning, of going back to, trying to figure out the communities again. All of the community properties we've talked about, they apply to the big company communities too. People have been fighting the hard fight internally for a while. And I think even now, just especially talking about Kubernetes, some of the things that are really hard are the things the operations people know all about. They just don't understand potentially some of the software development side of it. So there's this enormous opportunity for mind share and for, making sure that there's some way for these communities. Somebody mentioned before, being able to be permeable and to be able to go along the borders of the communities and work together. I think we forget sometimes that the people that make up the communities, they don't just stay in open source or in proprietary or in development or in operations. They kind of people kind of go where it is interesting and where it's going to pay them and work for their families, right? So there's people that have amazing amazing strengths, and I know that I would see that you see little pockets of things starting to pop up internally at the communities, and when something gets decided as a big initiative at one of the big companies, then those people either get brought up into the communities or they find their way into the open source community. It's very permeable. Penny, what do you think?
Yeah, coming from Microsoft, of course, the open source communities, they used to be a little bit less close to the company's heart than they are now. I joined 3 years ago, coming from Red Hat, where the communities were my day-to-day job. And it's been quite a challenge, or it was at least in the first years, to convince the people first around me. I work in the field sales team, basically, for partners here in Finland. So it was quite a challenge to convince the people that open source is kind of okay, and then it's the right thing, and then it's the best thing. So there's kind of a transformational stuff around the communities. And there were lots of interesting good points in your presentation. And one thing kind of I wanted to ask about is how you see the commercial kind of communities and versus the partner ecosystem. And what I mean there is that most of the open source people I work nowadays, they are actually working for our partner companies. They can be system integrators or ISVs. Those are individual people paid by some third-party companies to do something else, but they still want to do open source. Do you see the same in your companies?
Oh, yeah. I think there's so many different models. I couldn't possibly make a blanket statement, but I'll just share in my history. I was at VMware in the early days, and this thing came up called developer relations. And it was after VMware had acquired SpringSource. And I said, oh, wow, this is this whole space that seems pretty interesting. And then that's where I thought, well, we're at VMware. I heard this thing called user groups, and talked to the VMware user group person and said, oh, this is a very different beast. we're using a lot of same terms, but these are very much dedicated people to the commercial product. They engage in certain ways, they have certain expectations, and that's a great thing too. But it seems a bit troubling that we're all using the same words. And then I think there was even a certain point where at a high level, they're like, oh, I hear all these same words. This should all be in one org. And it was just like, no, we're like, yeah, just because you have the same words doesn't mean anything about the cultures, right? And it never happened, but that was interesting to observe how people's thinking happened. And I guess that's some of the things I was trying to address when, people aren't being mean or evil. They just understand the ways that they've been measured for success. They understand certain terminology, certain categories, and it's hard to, one of the things we talked about at GitOps days is that change is hard for people. Not knowing words is hard, and a lot of times people know enough that they need to know to move into a certain space, but they don't feel that they're ready. There's a lot of imposter syndrome. So, being empathetic for all of that is fine. And then as part of that, curiously, before I had gone into developer relations, I was actually in the partner org at VMware, where we owned building our presence in the Oracle space, because Oracle was going to embrace us and we're going to be best friends, which of course never happened, at least at the time that we were there.
It's happening now.
Oh yeah.
Yes, yes. So I was always laughing, like, why are we even in the partner org and assigned? And we had such a fantastic team of people who just, in a weird way, I hadn't heard of DevRel at that time, but we had to be very scrappy in the way that we worked, because Oracle wasn't going to come and just do a straight partner agreement and this and that. So we discovered these Oracle user groups. Again, right? They were commercial user groups, but they were huge. They were all over the place and they were very active. And when we'd go there, we'd say, are any of you guys virtualizing your Oracle apps and such databases like on VMware? And they'd be like, of course, yeah, or we want to hear talks about that. And so that was a way that then, it was very kind of suited to the way I worked as well. So it was just kind of a lucky happenstance that here we were working with all these different communities all over the place who were very welcome, even though sort of the mothership was not. And so then soon when I found out about this thing, DevRel, I was like, oh, so it's a lot of the ways that we're operating. Even though, like, you're talking about commercial, you're talking about open source, you have very different cultures, the way that you can engage and find like-minded people who are excited and they weren't worried about the politics, that was some of the ways that we got started, and I was able to get certain types of kind of models working. And in fact, we had a very small shop that was willing to say, we will be the experts of helping people virtualize their PeopleSoft or virtualize even their Oracle databases. And so our greatest success during the three-year window was going from people going, no way, I'm not going to think about it, to at the end of the 3 years, oh yeah, we've virtualized everything, even our databases, because there's like a middle mark where they're like, oh yeah, we're all about VMware, but don't touch my databases, right? And so it was sort of like this journey, and to hear these just stories coming back was I'm not sure if I've answered your question, but these different ways of engaging with user communities that were commercial, and so I felt like it's a case-by-case basis, the kinds of cultures that they brought up and what they were amenable to.
Yeah, great question.
I see. I have seen exactly the same. Yeah, when I joined, there was like the most valued professionals community, which was everything about .NET and all the traditional Microsoft stuff that I knew nothing about. I even learned the acronym like 2 years after joining the company. And then there was this side that I'm presenting, like the open source side. It's like, what are these two communities and how we make them go together?
Yeah. I do think, you just have to put your anthropologist hat and go in and see.
I put a red hat on. And
yeah. I mean, I often joke, like, developer relations doesn't really need to exist in the sense that, if you put your hat on and you respect each culture and how they want to be communicated to and how they want to be engaged, like, anybody can do it, but strangely they're like, oh, I don't know how to talk to those people. Here, I'll give you a paycheck and you go do it, right? But I mean, I feel like I could be doing this with any different communities. You just go and you respect how they are, and you enjoy how they are, and you work within that culture. So it doesn't even have to be developer relations or analyst relations or business relations or what have you, right?
I think it's community relations. And I mean, Diane and I met 10 years ago when I was at EMC. And then Dell brought me on to do the same thing. And I think even at VMware, there for sure are, I don't know what's going on. There are for sure, there's for sure, I hear myself. There's for sure corporate groups and user groups that are one thing, but that's not where the real work gets done. And that's not, I don't think a lot of times where the real community is. And you'll find there'll be subsets of community that run to the developer communities, because from an operations standpoint, you've got people that are building the servers and the virtual machines, everything on-prem and in the cloud, wherever now, that need to understand what the developers are going to build upon it. So you've got lots of operations people learning the dev stuff. So I think it's more than just DevRel. It is a community relations. I don't think the big companies, until Kubernetes has kind of reinvigorated it, and of course at VMware, because of the people that brought Kubernetes to VMware, right? And made it workable and got everything pulled together into one united message. They're coming back more and breathing more into the true community, which is not necessarily the marketing community, even the partner community. It is where the people are, where the customers are, the people actually having to support it in real life. You got, if it's all, if it's an all cloud platform, there may not be any operations person. The GitOps is really important there. They can totally learn from the ops people who have done this. I'll give you an example. I'm using OBS, which was hard for me until I started remembering, oh my God, I did this in college. I did it by hand on AIX. I understand what I'm doing now. So I think there's such a wealth of, that's the piece of community we miss sometimes when we don't remember to talk about the ops people, the real old-timey ops people, like me.
I think that's a really interesting point about a couple of things resonate for me too. Is like, one is different cultures within different parts of the organization. The user group one reared its head recently when Red Hat was acquired by IBM, and all of a sudden there's a lot of user groups out there. We also still have user groups inside of Red Hat, and we have ops culture, and we have dev culture, and it's there's all these different cultural shifts. And I think one of the things that Tony mentioned and Tamao was mentioning too is we use the same terms for many things, and really setting the stage and creating shared understanding of what the terms mean within each of these different groups is really hard. And leaning back on the old-timey, which I would consider myself an old-timey ops person, having been a DBA and a sysadmin ages ago, I got the white hair to show it. That there is a lot to be learned from all the different parts of the companies and the organizations that we work within and with externally as well. So I think that's one of the things that I've actually seen at DevRel people navigate very nicely often, and bringing them to the foray. I don't know, Ryan, you seem to have something to say.
Yeah, I was just going to pile on and thank Tony for the excellent question about partners, and say I'm sure that Diane especially understands this this issue more than most folks, because she's directly at the intersection between community and users and partner efforts and a lot of this stuff internally within Red Hat. And I think it's especially true what Tama was saying, how you have both segmented external community and different kind of personas that may need to get treated differently and marketed to differently. You don't want to spam all of your partners or your users the same way you would other potential people, market to them successfully. But then you also have to map those different persona groups successfully to your internal stakeholders and be able, and that's like almost like a matrix comparison of internal personas and external personas that need to be translated back and forth so that everyone understands how they can be aligned in order to create ideas as a whole.
Yep. I think that's an interesting perspective too. I think Commons is one of those community models that we intentionally decided to bring in end users, partners, ISV, cloud hosts, and all the contributors, and all the engineers, and all the participants in the community. And I think in my very opening talk, which was supposed to be my closing talk, but hey, who's keeping track of time here? Not me. I think one of the things that I tend to talk about now is who's participating. They're all participants as opposed to members or specific roles, and they all have different personas. And really beginning, I think the science of community development, which is kind of the topic that I'm keen on unraveling, is that really understanding who is participating in your community and how do you engage with them where they are, how do you meet them where they are, and that to me is the thing that's interesting about all of these conversations, because everybody has different definitions of who is in their community. And one of the bees in my bonnet is really making sure that the people who are managing communities or doing community nurturing or whatever you want to label it, really understand who is in their community. Because often people really just focus on the contributors and who's making sure we onboard the contributors, because damn well that those engineers and those resources doing the coding are pretty damn important. But it's the contributions and the feedback and how the community shows the gaps and what needs to be filled. There are so many other roles that participants fill that if we ignore them, we do at our peril.
Yeah. And then as part of that, there's also just a logistical issue of platforms. Like I didn't have time to get into this, but we've been in a couple of examples where I get how people might think, oh, this is just not scalable, that we have people in this role, they're on Stack Overflow, they're looking here, they're looking there, they're on these crazy places. Like, we really need to be able to centralize this and measure it, which I know it can work, but I've been in examples where the Spring community originally had a forum, and I think even Cloud Foundry, but they were just like, well, why would we physically force them to come to our pond when they're already in the ocean of Stack Overflow or wherever else it may be, right? And yes, you can't get this sense of control, but what you gain is knowing that these are your participants, these are all your members, but this is where they're hanging out. So to sort of force a behavior that's against what's naturally happening as opposed to honoring it is definitely challenging. So like when I joined New Relic, the first week they're like, we're so proud, we've just created our new forum. And I didn't want to like put them down or anything, because I was just like, oh, okay, let's see what we can do. But I just came from a company that just shut it down because like they had to maintain it so much. And it was just constantly like, we as DevRel had agreed to own a certain metric that we were going to help bring people from the ocean to our pond. And it really is sort of I'm not saying that it fails or it's just a complete waste of time, but you shouldn't understand that you're kind of going up against the challenge from the get-go. And then here we were also like trying to create customizations to the forum that we didn't really even have engineering resources for. So people have different opinions, but my personal opinion from that was I just felt like you should definitely think about all the different options. And again, like not only meeting people where they are, like, in terms of their level of knowledge and what their needs are, but also like physically, or online where they are, like understand that's also part of understanding and respecting the culture that, they're Stack Overflow for a reason. So those are some challenges. And I was just talking to another company trying to do the same thing. Oh, let's create our own platform and bring them here. And I just, it's really interesting how that desire kind of keeps repeating, but I think it should be assessed.
I know in my Facebook feed, I keep getting served up startups that are offering to create community portals for me. that is the new, like, I don't know why, like obviously why, but that's been an issue lately. But Gina.
Yeah, the research in this space is literally 30 years old, ever since there's been an online message board. But there is an old axiom that there's a 99-1 rule, participation inequality rule. So in addition to like respecting all the things you're saying, it's also realizing that you're going to have 1% that is that, they're the ones contributing code, they're the ones always answering questions, they're the ones there. Then you'll have 9% of people you'll see pop up once in a while. That means 90% of your community are just lurkers. And that's a pretty good way to measure community too. I know when I was actively doing community management, we would look at those numbers over quarter. It always broke into those buckets. We'd have, we could guess by the number of registered users, this is how many people we have, who's going to be active, who's not. I think it's important because I know my first community was Solaris, big admin, and I didn't dare comment because I was such a junior admin that I didn't ever comment it, but I always went there to get answers to questions and do things. So the importance of community, it kind of goes around that too. Like if you're out there providing a resource for your community, maybe that resource lives a whole bunch of different places, like you said. It's just a matter of keeping track of it and going where people want to assemble.
Yeah. One comment on this, creating new platforms and creating new communities, especially when operating here in European Union, the GDPR and other privacy regulations are extremely expensive if you make mistakes in this. It's so appealing to create your own community to gather the marketing lists and then fail fast.
Yeah.
So that's a good advice for anyone. Don't do it. Use existing platforms.
And make someone else have the onus of the GDPR data collection and privacy. So thank you, CNCF and communities for hosting that Slack channel and making that happen.
Yes. And especially when working like a bit larger corporation where there are open source communities, and it's already really difficult to work across the departments. Like one department could be one funding some community building, like events or something. And then like yourself are working in another department and you have a different manager, and that's already very challenging. Then if you have to go to this GDPR thing with the legal department and communications department, it's quite hassle sometimes.
Definitely recognize that. Our legal department knows me well. Every time I launch a new website or a new something community, it's like, oh, okay. And I think that also we at Red Hat and a number of companies, they have open source program offices too. So, and they've been really good about giving guidance on governance and GDPR issues. So if you have that at your company, that's a great thing. But if you're in a smaller startup, the temptation to not follow the rules is strong sometimes. The force to get those pipelines filled is strong. So just the advice from the aged ones that have
let's be honest. It's not just in the small companies. Let's be really honest there. Sometimes you have to be very willing to have that fight with bigger companies, with sales managers, partner managers that also have numbers they're wanting to meet. And they're like, just like your presentation, look at all of this opportunity.
Yeah.
You have to explain why it's not for them.
And I really, I think what's wonderful about the evolution of the developer relations role inside of companies is that it is, I mean, I see it as another arm of community development, another arm of open source. I mean, every one of you I have met through an open source project and been informed, like from some of Ryan's work doing, amazing things out on things that are completely tangential to OpenShift, and and Gina and Tony and I've seen you on like a bazillion other projects besides the ones that you get paid to work on. So I think the thing that we bring is to DevRel is you bring an ethos or I'm trying to pick a good word here for it, but a way of understanding how open source works to the corporate side of the thing, of the animal, and help to inform, even at Red Hat. Tony's been there, Ryan's there now, I'm here now. It's like we are an open source company, but we still have the same conversations with sales and marketing and partner relations people. And navigating that is tricky, and showing the value proposition for open source and community work is really been a key thing.
Diane, do you think the fact that, because I think everyone has mentioned like looking at the user and how to connect them and enable them more, do you think that's the key to working with or working around the roadblocks we all tend to go up against?
I'm trying to think of, I know right now, especially in Commons, we have a real emphasis on giving the podium away to our end users. And I think the CNCF is doing that as well, and trying to get more of our end users to tell us their lessons learned and their best practices for using our technologies, or giving us feedback, telling us that. So I think the end users are becoming, have always been, they're very high value objects for sales and marketing teams, but they're becoming more and more recognized as the keys or the linchpins of the success of companies. So when we go back to the metrics conversations we had earlier, we're talking about measuring pull requests and issues and participation on forums and that, and quite often those are not the end users. Actually, more often than not. The end users are another whole conversation, and another whole very key part of how we drive innovation into our projects and get our feedback. And for me, I think one of the futures, you can't ignore everything else, but one of the futures things that keeps community healthy is making sure you have engagement with the end users. And that's kind of one of my tenets here, besides giving away the podium, which we're going to have to do really soon here. To another wonderful community. Tariq Jerez is with us from the OpenStack universe. So I want to say many thanks to Tamao for fighting the good fight to get the camera working, to get into the Blue Jeans session, and for everybody who had to fight with the camera this go round. Thank you very much. And I, again, Tamao, wonderful. I feel like I really did pick the right person to give that presentation. I had an inkling there. So thank you. And Ryan and Tony, thanks for coming. And Tony, I know it's getting late where you are, so thank you for.
We have midnight sun now, so it's okay. It's like, it looks like lunchtime.
Yeah, so we never got sun today here in Canada. It's been gray and rainy the whole time, so it's good. So then I just don't have any time now. So thanks again. And
Thank
so
you, Diane.
Tari, I'm gonna unmute you and ask you to share your screen, and then Tamal, I'm gonna ask you to email me your slides while we do this.
Sure.
And we'll just adjust here for everybody who's watching.
Recording has stopped. Recording has started.
All right, Tari. Ah, I see slides. I see a screen. I see a face. Wonderful. So for those of you who are listening in here, one of the wonderful things about this universe of cloud natives and open source people and the community development people is that we're all quite willing to share our stories and help with other projects. And Tari, you have been instrumental in lots of different arenas in OpenStack, and I followed a lot of the OpenStack stuff from the early days, and I'm really thrilled that you're here today to share your lessons learned under what I call the big tent. I think you guys coined the word, or it was coined about OpenStack. So I'm going to let you take it away and talk for as long as you like, hopefully around 30 minutes or so, and then we'll bring on a panel as well. So Tari, take it away. We're on time for a change.
Perfect. Well, thank you for having me. Thanks you to Diane and Daniel for the invitation. It's always great to be able to share our experience and mistakes and good things about the OpenStack experience. So my name is Thierry Carrez. I'm working for the OpenStack Foundation. I've been working on OpenStack since the very beginning of the project. And in a month, we'll be celebrating the 10 years of the OpenStack project. So I think it's really a great time to reflect back on what happened and derive lessons from this adventure. From our experience, really openly developing at a massive scale. So what do I mean by openly developing at a massive scale? Well, by openly developed, I mean an open source project where anyone can participate on a level playing field, where there is no main sponsor with special rights or special access, where everything is transparent. And obviously today, there are a few new projects that have followed the same path, but most notably Kubernetes, obviously, is also an openly developed project. But back in 2010, when OpenStack started, it wasn't that common for new projects to be set up that way. And it's also massive in terms of in 10 years, OpenStack has grown a lot, and I have a few numbers to try to illustrate that. We currently have 762 Git repositories, and those are all official OpenStack repositories under the stewardship of the OpenStack Technical Committee. It's basically all those repositories under a single governance body. We also have more than 8,000 individual contributors to OpenStack so far. And here I count only code contributors, so authors of patches that have been accepted in OpenStack. So not just people that participated in the community one way or another by asking questions or anything. And in terms of activity, we had around 48,000 changes merged over the past year. And those are Gerrit changes, which are comparable to GitHub pull requests for those who are more familiar with GitHub, as in they are reviewed by a human and tested before they are merged. So these are like comparable metrics. And this places OpenStack still as one of the most active open source projects in activity today. Finally, in terms of deployments, our OpenStack user survey reports about 10 million CPU cores of computing power running on OpenStack. Those are powering virtual machines, containers, bare metal machines, storage, and networking resources. And that's only what's been reported to us, because we also know a lot of deployments that do not report exactly numbers to us. The picture on the slide is the Large Hadron Collider at CERN, the European Center for Nuclear Research, which uses an OpenStack cloud with more than 300,000 CPU cores to power its data processing capabilities. So overall, I would say that those 10 years have been a wild ride. We mostly focused on handling that crazy growth, and there was really a lot of yak shaving involved, especially on the project infrastructure side, where we quickly hit the limits of what we started with in 2010. So we started with the Launchpad system from Canonical, but clearly at one point we overgrew Bazaar, which was the code revision control system. And so we switched to Git, and then from Launchpad we switched to Jenkins for running our tests, to Zool CI for handling the load that we ended up running. So there was really a lot of yak shaving involved. And at the same time, now it's really calmer, and we don't grow as fast anymore. OpenStack components are more stable. So it's really a good time to reflect back and extract some hard-learned lessons from that experience and share them. The first lesson is that you should ignore the haters. And it's sad that it happens with open source projects, but with any reasonably successful project, there will always be a group of people that will publicly express dislike for what you're doing, for what you're trying to achieve, what you're doing, and trying to bring you down. And usually it's coming from people that are not really part of the project at the beginning, and they feel left out. So rather than trying to join and participate, they prefer to dislike the project publicly. And OpenStack has been predicted dead for the past 9 years. So it's been an interesting exercise, but we're still very much around. Adoption is still growing like crazy. So my advice would be to ignore the people that say you're dead, and pursue your goals, because time will ultimately prove you're right, and open source is very resilient. So that's really follow your own light, and don't listen too much to people that don't like you. The second lesson is that hype goes up and down. Hype is this excitement around your technology as people try to wrap their heads around the technology and try to understand it. So that really generates a lot of participation, a lot of press articles, massive conference attendance, and it's generally fueled by curiosity. But at one point, people start to understand the technology and what it can and cannot be used for. And at that point, hype goes down. And it's generally a painful moment, because to support all the participation that this hype phase brings, you tend to build a lot of structure in terms of event size, processes, project infrastructure, and scaling that infrastructure down to more reasonable and sustainable levels can be difficult, especially if you are engaged in multiple years ahead. And another aspect to that is that the open source project in itself is not a business model. And companies getting involved with the project actually need a real business model. So a lot of companies, mostly vendors, tend to join the project early on in hope that it will magically make them relevant in the 21st century without having a clear business model in mind. And when they fail to magically extract money from the project, they readjust their investments, they jump to the next thing, or they completely drop from the game. And at that point, when hype goes down and companies pull out resources, a lot of people will leave your community, and you have to be strong and resilient. What you soon realize is that at the end of the day, you're actually okay as long as you have users. Users is really what ultimately matters, because they will be self-sustaining at some point. And so past that depression, if you stick to the project, you realize that boring is good. Turns out once you remove all the hype, infrastructure software is kind of boring, and hype can be very toxic. There used to be a time where OpenStack would sell press articles, clickbait headlines, and people would watch our every move, read our every word on mailing list posts, and try to extract drama that wasn't really there. And that was very stressful. And now we're in a much saner environment with a lot less external pressure. And we also got rid of poisonous people that got attracted by hype and glory at some point. So I would say we're in a better position now in terms of community health than we were maybe 4 or 5 years ago. An important follow-up lesson is that at the peak of the hype, it's easy to get into an echo chamber and think that your tech solution is the end to all things, that it will solve all problems forever. I've seen it happen with OpenStack. I'm now seeing it happen with Kubernetes in a way. Turns out you're not the last thing. There will always be another technology that will come next and steal the hype. And you have to prepare for that. And when that something else comes, it's important to realize that they don't replace you. Technology is really additive. People like to think that one technology can be used for everything, that it can replace everything. Learn it and you will never need to learn anything else. Sell it and it will just solve all of your customers' problems forever. But reality is more complex. Containers did not replace virtual machines, which did not replace bare metal machines. Functions will not replace containers. Unikernels will not replace functions. Technology is additive. And as we add those technologies, integration becomes the real challenge. And that's why it's so important to engage beyond your community. That's what I'm trying to do here by sharing our experience. At peak hype, there is a tendency to think that everything should be absorbed and done inside a single community and ignore all the other communities. Engaging beyond gives you perspective. It avoids you getting stuck into an echo chamber. It allows you to learn from history, learn from the mistakes of others or their good experiences. It reduces the risk to repeat the same mistakes. And that's why I'm here today, to try to share lessons from the OpenStack experience. Another lesson, important lesson, is that being massive does not prevent you from being fragile. When you have thousands of contributors, like OpenStack has and Kubernetes has, it's easy to think that your community is stronger than it really is. And fact is, you actually rely on the work of a very limited number of highly engaged contributors that take on strategic contributions and critical functions, what we call horizontal work in OpenStack, or what the Kubernetes community calls chop wood, carry water. I made this graph a couple of years ago to illustrate that. It's a graph showing the number of developers necessary to produce a given percentage of the changes in the OpenStack release. So on that release, we had about 2,500 contributors, which sounds like a huge number. But obviously, there is a long tail of very small contributors. So you can see that it takes about 500 developers to produce 85% of the changes. But more interestingly, 50% of the code is produced by just 93 key contributors. So that's actually a lot more brittle than the thousands numbers that I started with. And that thousands number can make you believe that you're invincible. Nothing can happen to your community. But the reality is, you will rely on the work of a lot smaller number of contributors. And that's because some roles are just hard to fill. There are multiple reasons for that. First, organizations tend to do tactical contributions. They tend to invest in things that benefits them in particular, like adding a feature they need or fixing a bug that would only affect them. And you need people to do strategic contributions, things that will benefit everyone, like handling release management or fixing a complex bug that affects everyone. A second reason is that at the peak of the hype, certain functions are really hard to fill. Developers tend to be kings, and they have the luxury to choose. So they generally pick things that are less boring and more creative, which generally leaves a number of roles to be filled. And finally, some functions are just requiring significant expertise that is different from that of the crowd, like technical writing or UI design. And it's sometimes hard to find resources to fill those or to attract them in your community. The next lesson is that over time, people will join. One error we made early on was to assume that our principles and our culture would naturally transmit to newcomers through oral tradition. And that worked to an extent, but at one point it stopped working. And we realized that we should have documented our culture rather than just assume that it would naturally transfer to people that join. The mirror lesson from like people will join is that over time people will leave. And life happens. I mean, you can't expect your small circle of leaders to stay forever. And at that point, you need to have a bench of other people ready to step up. You need to train them to understand that they will be stewards rather than kings, that they will have duties rather than rights. And you need to provide multiple opportunities to step up and give proper recognition to those who do. And I think that's an area where the Kubernetes community did a really great job with the shadows system that allow you to grow leaders in the shadow of existing leaders. And I think it's a really great model to emulate. Another issue we encountered is how we scale development itself. In OpenStack, we split development across project teams that are dedicated to specific components. And in those, there would be core reviewers, which would be basically people that who approve the changes ultimately. But those people can't review everything. So they basically have to trust each other to review changes like they would have reviewed them. And turns out that works until the group reaches a certain size, which is around 16 people. You can't really scale up trust. You have to scale it out by further splitting code areas. And that can really be difficult when people don't want to let go of their ownership over a specific area. And that's just one way Conway's law will bite you. Conway's law states that organizations which design systems are constrained to produce designs which are copies of the communication structures of those organizations. So basically, what you produce is completely predetermined by how you organize things internally. And in OpenStack, we organized development around project teams specialized in specific components, which made it hard to do cross-project horizontal work. And it's harder to track that kind of work, it's harder to do, and it's not well recognized. So as projects got more stable, it started biting us because we wanted the various components to work better together. And so we needed a lot of that consistency work to be done. And that work is much more difficult than it should be. So it's important to be aware of that. Another way Conway's law will bite you is that due to the way the open source project is organized, everything our community developed was put in the same bucket and called OpenStack. And now we realize that it's sending a pretty confusing message. People are still asking us, what is OpenStack today? And it also made it difficult to discover components that can be used standalone without any other OpenStack components. So we've started recognizing that and make it easier to discover and reuse individual components within the OpenStack framework. We also started to work on other open infrastructure technologies and try not to call everything OpenStack, because at one point it's more confusing than helping. So having seen a few of those massive openly developed projects now, there are a few axioms that seem to apply every time, and I thought it would be useful to try to list them. So the first axiom is that you have to have 4 opens for it to be really an open collaboration. The first open is open source, which is an obvious first one. Using an open source initiative approved license and not supporting open core models is pretty important if you want to build a healthy community. Open development is the second one. Everything happening in development should be transparent and accessible to everyone. But that's pretty standard in 2020, especially with GitHub that helps setting up projects in a pretty open way. Open design is a step beyond that. Design should not be done behind closed doors by a separate group of privileged developers. It should be done in the open and be inclusive of users. That's really critical. And finally, the last open is open community. Any individual should be able to join the community and become a leader. Contribution should be your only currency. Nobody should have special rights based on who they happen to work for. Those 4 opens are the key to a successful and healthy open collaboration. Open collaborations have a hidden secret, which is that openly collaborating has a cost. You will go slower, and a focused startup will get to something working in a fraction of the time it will take for an open collaboration to get there. So you have to accept that. You have to accept to go slower, because you will also go farther, which is, for software, what ultimately matters. Another hidden secret of open collaboration is that open collaboration will inevitably lead to scope creep. The reason is it's really difficult to say no in an open collaboration. Someone comes up with a feature to support a corner case and brings it to the commons. It's really difficult to reject it. So you end up usually with lots of options, lots of plugins, lots of things that are beyond your scope. So you should try to put barriers in place to resist that, like an early manifesto that will say what your project is and what your project is not, that you can easily refer to afterwards. Because once the open collaboration is in place, it's really difficult to resist. As engineers, we like to gather data and measure performance to try to improve. And as humans, we like to see how we compare to each other. So that's usually why we derive stats and metrics to follow our development efforts. And we put up websites which present those metrics. The problem is it usually incentivizes gaming the stats and results in the wrong behaviors. The Goodhart's law states that when a measure becomes a target, it ceases to be a good measure. So basically, if you start publishing the metrics and people start to compare each other using those metrics, then the metrics go bad. And it's a difficult one to fix. In OpenStack, we try to avoid it completely by not providing such competitive metrics at all. But then someone else built the website that allowed people to compare to each other. That's really a problem. It resulted in like people submitting patches for typos everywhere to try to boost their standing, and I don't have like a great solution for that. The last axiom is that face-to-face time is necessary, and I know we are running a virtual event here, and as much as I would personally like us to be truly globally distributed, some things require spending some time together in person, like building trust, building shared understandings, solving hard problems, agreeing on priorities. The OpenStack Foundation ran our first virtual developer gatherings 2 weeks ago, and it sort of worked as a sync point for the various teams. but it did not generate any long-term alignment or shared understanding. So something was missing. I think it's great that we can have those virtual events. It allows people that cannot travel usually to your events to participate. It's good to have them. But at the same time, if you only rely on virtual events, you will lack the necessary trust building to make fully online communities completely healthy and sustainable. Okay, so last part of this talk is about giving a set of best practices that should be able to be applied to any openly developed open source project if you want to start with a good base. My first advice would be to start with by documenting a clear set of principles. Open source projects are ultimately social beasts. People are joining a community, not necessarily a technology. So setting a number of principles in stone from day zero will really help set expectations and build a common culture. In terms of project governance, I have 2 rules to follow that I advise people to follow, which is to add governance structures only at levels where final decisions are needed. There shouldn't be any vanity governance bodies, because that's not very helpful, and that creates a lot of churn in the community. But you should add enough structures to strongly align with your constituencies. So if you have completely separate groups, they should be completely represented by different governance bodies. A lot of projects just start with the BDFL model, but to me that's an anti-feature. The BDFL model is basically a cargo-culted non-governance. So sooner or later you will need proper governance, and the more you wait, the more painful the change will be. Diversity is critical, and we already had a few talks about it today. It's critical to build a healthy community, to have enough different perspectives in a community. And it starts with inclusive community processes and tooling. As an example, when OpenStack started, it was mostly between US and Europe-based developers. So we relied heavily on weekly IRC meetings in European and America-friendly time zone, which made it pretty difficult to contribute efficiently from China or India. And so my advice would be to build for the fact that Earth is not flat. And, for example, reduce dependency on synchronous meetings as much as possible. And more generally, you should make sure that your processes and tuning are not actively excluding minority groups. Because if those tunings are put in place by the majority group, obviously they can be very excluding. I said earlier that as long as you have users, you're good. But users don't appear from nowhere. You have to cultivate them if you want them to be part of your community. Getting users engaged and actively participating in the feedback loop is essential. But it's important also to not build a developer versus user mentality. One mistake we made early on in OpenStack is to have separate governance representation for developers and users. I feel like it prevented users from being more naturally involved with the developers and participating in that feedback loop. It can be pretty difficult to unwind as time goes on. Code reviews are now pretty common, but you should also adopt test-driven code gating, basically prevent code from merging if changes do not pass tests. So from day zero in OpenStack, we had that saying that if it's not tested, it's broken. And the truth is, in any complex system, if untested things are not broken already, they will soon be broken. So I think it's important to assume that if you don't test things, they can very well be broken. Adopting code gating, like we did in OpenStack, has a lot of side benefits. Like the development branch is always usable, and it promotes a test-centric culture that is really good. I would also strongly encourage adopting time-based releases over feature-based releases. I feel like it's becoming pretty obvious now that helps, because in a truly openly developed project, you will really have a hard time predicting what and when features will land. So rather than doing a bad job at feature-based releasing, you should embrace the benefits of time-based releases, which is to have a predictable cycle, clear, planned downtime for your community, happy downstream users knowing when their work starts, and events that can be well synchronized with your development cycle. Embrace time-based releases rather than do a bad job at feature-based releases. And finally, my last advice would be to automate everything you can automate. This has plenty of benefits. I mean, automation will obviously save you a lot of time, avoid a lot of human error, and ensure repeatable processes. But beyond that, automatable tasks are usually boring. And so for your community, people will prefer to work on automating those tasks rather than do them over and over again. So in OpenStack, we ended up automating everything, even things that don't really make sense automating, like our IRC meeting calendar or our whole release process is completely automated. But it really pays off in the end in terms of making sure that all those boring tasks are covered. And that's it. That concludes this talk. So thanks for watching this, and I think we can open to the panel for questions.
Absolutely. Terry, thank you very much for this amazing talk. I think everybody's been chatting amongst themselves here in there and just going, there are so many things that we all learned and are still learning from the OpenStack Foundation and the work that you guys have done, and really can't thank you enough for making this actually happen. So here, I'm just going to unmute a bunch of people who I think you all recognize and know. I should have everybody unmuted. Rain and Amy Marek and Lisa Marie and Daniel Izquierdo and myself. And I can see sort of the top of your head in that picture, but in your eyeballs. There you go.
It went to my other webcam for some reason.
There you go.
Hello.
And it's the rule of the hoodies here. So I'm liking this this day today. So we're getting a whole bunch of hoodies going on here. Terry, you said a ton of things that were incredibly useful and lessons that I think a lot of them, since most of us are also working and collaborating with the CNCF and the Kubernetes community, we also a lot of us came from the OpenStack community into the Kubernetes, and there's still a lot of collaboration and work that goes on between. But we really are grateful for you sharing this experience, your experience, and continuing to work and collaborate with everybody. So thank you. That said, I have Daniel, Rain, and Lisa Marie and Amy here. I'm sure they all have comments on this, but I'm going to just say right off the bat, the golden rule is that you put down for me is if it's not tested, it's broken. So I think that should be tattooed on every open source project thing. So, and thank you for that one.
Well, it's actually Monty.
A poster made. Of course, it's Monty.
Yeah, it's not me. Sorry. But
can we get through one talk without a Monty shout out? I guess we can't. OpenStack still has to have at least one Monty Taylor shout out. Hi, Monster. We miss you.
So I think one of the things that is also really interesting to me about the OpenStack world is how you are now reinventing yourselves with open infrastructure. And one of the lessons that you learned was like pulling everything under the big tent or the big skirt and labeling it OpenStack. And it's nice to see that the CNCF hasn't done the same thing completely. But can you talk a little bit about the reinvention, and I think it was Starlinks and some of the other projects that you're pulling in, and how that's informing where you're going next?
Yeah, so it started by realizing that trying to market a number of things. I mean, how we ended up there is because we had OpenStack, the OpenStack community, and the reason behind the big tent approach was, I mean, everyone that is part of our community is participating in OpenStack. It was the idea that we should be a very inclusive community, and who are we to decide who is part of our community and who is not part of our community. So anything that the OpenStack community produced ended up being called OpenStack. And obviously that's pretty poor product management. So because in the end you end up with something that is called OpenStack, but has so many facets. And at one point, I mean, I understand why we ended up this way, but at one point it started to be more destructive when we started to explain what OpenStack is in clear terms, to have more of a brand rather than a product. And so we realized that, especially once some of the components that we produced were equally applying to Kubernetes and OpenStack, for example, it didn't make any sense to call that OpenStack. So Airship, for example, is a deployment project, and they can deploy OpenStack, but they can also deploy other infrastructure stacks. So making it a part of OpenStack makes it extremely difficult to explain. It's easier to explain that it's a deployment system that can deploy OpenStack. In the same way, we had Zool, the Zool CI, which was mentioned in the talk, is also something that was born out of the OpenStack infrastructure, but generally useful to others. And so if we just call it a part of OpenStack infrastructure and don't give it its own brand or identity, it's really difficult to explain that to newcomers that might be interested in Zool without being interested in OpenStack. So at that point, we realized that what really matters is not necessarily the technology that you produce, but the people that you assembled to work on those problems. And OpenStack as a community is more a community of people that integrate various pieces of infrastructure, open source infrastructure software. And they will combine OpenStack, but also Ceph or Kubernetes or others to provide infrastructure for others to build their applications on. And so what happens in OpenStack summits, for example, was more a gathering of operators of open infrastructure solutions. And as they were discussing new projects, new pieces of software, it made really apparent that the real gain for us was to provide this environment where people can discuss open infrastructure in general, and rather than just OpenStack, and work on the complex problems which are integration and operations, rather than just discuss like development of OpenStack. And that's where the flip switched in my head. Like, we're not about producing OpenStack. We're about helping people operate open infrastructure. And so we can do that by helping, obviously, producing OpenStack, but also producing other pieces of software, discussing integration with other communities, and not just the pieces of software that we produce. And that's where the extension came. We're a community of humans solving a problem space, not just producing a certain piece of software or a certain brand.
And can I jump in here for a second? From a community standpoint, I remember when this discussion was starting to happen, and I feel like as community managers, we really pushed the envelope on that one, because the conversation sometimes starts in the community before it actually gets to the foundations, right? And it should be that way. And but I really have to applaud the OpenStack Foundation for listening, because we changed the name of our community. We used to be just OpenStack, and we changed it to Open Infrastructure, and then it became Cloud Native Open Infrastructure, and it's and we started doing that I think years before the actual summit changed its name, because that's the conversation that the community wanted to have. And we still did OpenStack stuff. We ran the first ever Zool meetup, and we ran the first ever Kata Containers meetup, and we still really tried to push the technology when it was required, but it became more talking about solutions. The community was users, was contributors, was ops, was architects. It was a whole bunch of different people who were coming, and they wanted to talk about complete solutions and really solving a lot of business problems. So we had already done that, and by we I mean the San Francisco Bay Area chapter. And I really have to applaud the foundation for taking the feedback and for listening, and for then changing the name of the summit to really help us kind of mirror the community.
Yeah, I totally agree that it's based on the feedback of the community that we ended up seeing that, at least from the development side of the community. Clearly, that's around the time where we were in that echo chamber that I described in the talk, where you only hear about OpenStack, everything, your world is all OpenStack, and you're blind to what happens elsewhere. And so it was really useful. The community really helped bringing that external perspective, especially operators in general, like having to operate those stacks of software. They didn't care about like who produces it. What they want is the resulting stack to work. And so rather than discuss only one piece of technology in a vacuum, it's much more useful to discuss integration of the various pieces and solving real problems, rather than be a bit territorial about what you end up accepting to discuss or not.
Yeah, that's like the ops meetup team. They put on twice yearly events, and they're mainly focused around OpenStack and operators, but they're including Ceph, and they're opening it up to other things in order to meet the needs of the operators, and again, that complete solution. So, okay, we need a bigger, more robust storage. Ceph fills the need, and a lot of people are using it, so why not include it in the operator meetups?
Yeah, I always thought of OpenStack as an umbrella project anyway, that included a bunch of specific projects that came together to make something work. So switching, it made complete sense. I was involved with Lisa Marie's group before Open Infrastructure changed its name as well, and I was like, that does make sense. And so when OpenStack Foundation changed to Open Infrastructure, I was like, yeah, duh. It just made complete sense. I'm wondering if the OpenStack Foundation, like the foundation part of it, is going to change to something like Open Infrastructure Foundation or something else in the future, or if that's in the pipeline.
Well, that's definitely something that's being discussed. I would say that in order to justify that, we would need to I would say we don't have enough technology or new members to actually justify that at the moment. OpenStack is still like the main product, but if we as people like you said, understand what we're trying to achieve when we talk about open infrastructure, there will be more potential for other organizations to join with other pieces of technology that are not connected to OpenStack in particular, but are still used to provide infrastructure using open source solutions. And at that point, I think it would make more sense. But I don't want to rename just for the sake of renaming. I think it's good that we rename the summit. I think it's good that we rename the events. But I would say for renaming the foundation, I think it's important it would be a new chapter, and to justify the new chapter, it would need significant change. I don't want to change it and not add anything, So that would be my guess.
And from the community standpoint, I gotta say, people do not care what it's called. I mean, honestly, you can call it anything you want.
Yeah, the name of the foundation is not really important.
If you look at the PTG, it was going to be the Open Dev plus PTG. Now that's been separated into two different events, but the Open Dev part is scale and edge and so many different topics than what would be covered during the PTG, which was very OpenStack specific. So inviting other groups to come and talk has definitely been where the OSF is going. You know, anything that is infrastructure, if it touches on OpenStack, great. But if it's just a neighboring community, you know, OSF has been very open to inviting them to events. And I'm actually looking really excited. I've signed up for 2 of the 3 so far, you know, and just hearing what other people have to say and how those other communities interact with us.
Yeah, we've been trying to invite as many like adjacent communities to our events, especially the project team gathering, because it allows developers to, like, they had their own meeting, but they can mingle with developers from the other communities, and that kind of osmosis between the groups is really interesting. It's difficult to do without like being accused of you know, stealing other communities, but I feel like developers don't care. I mean, Ryan has been to a number of PTGs, and we've seen Ceph, we've seen other like Gala containers, but also Tungsten Fabric and other groups joining because there was significant overlap in their interests, and just having them around was really useful to bridge the gap between the communities and discuss potential integration points. And in the end, the software works better if we exchange more. And so I feel like it's the right approach to invite everyone, and if we have to take some heat about it, fine.
Yeah, definitely easier when we were face, but I'm really looking forward to the Open Dev because we will at least get the mix there, or we didn't have the virtual PTG.
And so yes, I can.
Speaking of,
go ahead,
Lisa Marie.
Well, I was just going to bring up something he mentioned earlier. In your presentation, where you were talking about that contribution is and that everybody, you know, is part of the community if you know, you're contributing. So I want to point out that Amy, I spent a lot of time talking about this. When you say contributing, you're not just talking about writing code. There are lots of ways to contribute to a community, and people sometimes forget that. And there's so many important roles to play, and a lot of people get really intimidated about joining and staying in communities if they're not actually programmers working on a project. I mean, Doc was pointed out earlier, you know, the community will let you know where the gaps in your project are. Doc is often a gap, but there's so many other, what was the name of the group, Amy? The AUG, the ATC, I can't even remember the acronym, but in OpenStack, we went and did create a user community, a group of active contributors that aren't actually code. And it's called non-code contributors. There's bias in that statement right there, and we had to call it something else. And so the active user community goes well beyond people who are just developers. So I want to make that point so that everybody understands they have a role to play in community, an important one.
Mm-hmm. I think that we keep circling back.
One of my favorite parts.
Yeah, we keep circling back around to that that end user community and the importance of that in any of our communities or ecosystems, and recognizing their contribution. And so I think that's a real key point, Lisa Marie. Thanks.
Yeah, and it's actually the dark side of GitOps is that once you turn everything into a Git repository, then everything is measured against changes that you produce. And if your work does not translate into a change, then you don't exist. And that's really the dark side of automating everything like we did in OpenStack, or driving everything through Git and in others, is that if you don't get out of your way to also count all those other contributions that are really key to having a full perspective on what's happening, it's difficult. And you mentioned the AUC criteria, which is basically having a number of rules to automatically recognize contributors that have participated in those non-measurable ways, like So if you moderate a session at an ops meetup, you shouldn't even have to ask for to be added to the group. It should be given to you, because we all know that if humans have to ask for things, they just don't necessarily do it. So having a way to list all those forms of contributions that should automatically be recognized, even if you don't have a script that will automatically compute the list for you, is, I think, a good step that we put in place in OpenStack. And it's really easy for a developer-centric community to just like ignore that. And I'm talking from I'm an offender of that in the early years. I'm just in the light letter.
Yeah, actually, it's interesting that I mentioned it earlier today. I'm working on a COVID-19 initiative with a bunch of data scientists and data scouts and people finding open data sources to use for mapping COVID up here in Canada. And it's kind of the square peg in the round hole thing, because they have a website, and the website uses GitLab, so they have the Git-centric stuff, but none of the data scientists or the data people who are looking at, they're all clinicians and data scientists, and we're trying to feed them GitLab and Git processes, and it's, and we're going to do it. We're not stopping. We are going to use it. So this is just the nature of the beast that we live in. But it's been interesting to listen today and hear how maybe not all of our automation and our processes work for all things, and there might be some things that we need to go. So it's all good.
Well, it's like in OpenStack, and we've offered it to other parts of the community under OSF, is first contact SIG. A group of people who are going to help you get started in the community. OpenStack Upstream Institute. Live hand-holding and help for 2 days right before Summit, or at some of the OpenStack days, or now infrastructure days. So the community providing people who are going to help you is so important, because for someone who doesn't know your processes, like we use Garrett. I love Garrett over PRs, but most people don't know Garrett or how to install it or anything else. So having people there who are willing to take their time to help you contribute your first patch is awesome. And more groups are doing it.
Amy, I have to give a shout out. Amy has done a phenomenal job building a mentoring program. This is another valuable part of a community. The mentoring program in OpenStack and beyond that she's worked on for years. And these are thankless jobs. And as Tilke was saying, you don't always get the credit. So as community organizers out there, it's super important to really think about these things, and then to figure out how you can recognize those members of the community.
Yeah, another thing I would say is quite often the community developers, managers, and the people organizing all these things aren't recognized unless they're doing some sort of documentation or something like that. So it's like you might go and work on a project like OpenStack or one of the many other ones and never make an engineering contribution. So you never do that. So it's also interesting. I have some qualms about the gamifying, the badging. We use it a lot in Fedora, Fedora badges and stuff like that. So I've never been a huge fan of it. Do you guys feel like that actually works? Is that something that people are incentivized by it? I always feel like it's gamifying thing. Just personal opinion.
So I love gaming, and so I love that, but I completely see your point of view to kind of, there's a certain rejection of gamification unless you are a gamer type, or unless you fit in those holes to earn those badges. And I get that. I think the only badges I have in Fedora are time-based from having made my account and then still being a member, and then I happen to have cake with the last F cake, and so I have a cake badge. And otherwise, it's not real. Everything else I've done for Fedora is around advocacy work and diversity work that doesn't have a corresponding badge or gamification or award. And it's not that I wouldn't have done that stuff. It's just that it's very difficult to recognize advocacy specifically. I think that's something we should change. Let's do something around that right there.
Even in the OUI sessions, people have gotten their companies to send them places early, and they just sit in the room. Well, we started saying, whoever answers this question gets a Tim Tam. People started answering questions. Here's a sticker. You know, so gamification can get participation. And in those instances, it's really good. But when it's for a company or someone to just say, we've got the most commits, we've got the most that, then it's not a realistic application of a gaming, because you're gaming numbers to your benefit, not gaming to help the community, if that makes sense.
Yeah, I also think I'm not so much worried about, I mean, we've all seen people gaming systems and Stack Analytics and other, you know, everything. And I'm the first to say that I love metrics. I love dashboards. I love the insights they give me into what's going on in the community and who's doing what, but they're not the full picture. And I think my point is more about that the things that we can measure, we do. But the things that are not quantifiable, we kind of leave off the map. And one of them is like DevRel or Dev Advocacy. And often what I see is a little bit of, then those folks tend to have, or us tend to have imposter syndrome. Like we may do a career for 10, 15 years in this, but we never made an engineering contribution. So when we, you know, go to whatever, we don't have that, you know, the badge of honor or something like that. So I'm not so much worried about people gaming the system. People know that happens, right? People have been in enough of these things. So I think that's one of the things that I'm always cognizant of, is that all of the other participants in the community, how do we recognize them? And, you know, we're able to, let people flag themselves as end users using a production, giving them the podium, sharing that. But it's really, I think, one of the more difficult tasks in community building is making everybody feel like that their contribution counts, and get that, especially because of not everybody, but a lot of people work for companies that value the contribution label. So I think that's something that's we still haven't quite figured out yet.
I mean, and it is hard to recognize people, and like Tom Fifield actually did have a script that would go through on the AUCs to some degree, but then it was also reaching out, and every time it was reached out to me from either the Women OpenStack and later the Diversity and Inclusion Working Group, I always provided names of people who came, showed up, and did something, not just said hello in a meeting. You know, you came and helped out at something, you deserve AUC. You know, you helped run the mentoring program, you got AUC. So it's got to be a two-way street where the community is asking the people who know in the working groups and the SIGs who may not be showing up, even the technical contributors. There's an extra ATC status, Terry, you'll know the correct name for it. But like before docs was considered a technical contribution, this was a way of the doc contributors getting recognized. So there are ways of doing it, but the communities also have to be open to it and be able to supply the information.
And it's not just about being recognized, because one of the things that the OpenStack Foundation did, and we brought this all the way up to the board, but they listened, was they started giving us passes to the conferences and scholarships. Because the problem is, a lot of times if you're managing a community, or you're doing that on your nights and weekends. Timeo had a slide about that. A lot of us are not doing, like when I was working at HP, I was never paid to run the OpenStack community, and I was running the world's largest OpenStack community twice a month in the evenings. It's all personal time. And I'd written 2 books on OpenStack, and I still wasn't considered, a contributor. The foundation listened, and they started giving us passes to the conference, and in some cases, because I was never getting paid to be sent there, they were doing some airfare and things like that, and I really thank them for that. And we did get our little AUC on the badge, our little sticker, and it really meant a lot, to be walking around the conference with that imposter syndrome thing hanging over your head, to actually be, no, I'm legitimate. I have a legitimate reason to be here in this community. It meant a lot. So that's one thing that foundations can do.
Yeah,
I think the key is to judge engagement rather than the end result. Like if someone engages and participates in the community, they should be considered a contributor, and also apply very liberally the rule, not try to restrict it to an elite group, because otherwise that way lies madness. And so like we use the extra ATC for all the translators, for example. If you submitted a translation, it should count as a contribution, and so that's one of the mechanisms we put in place to that wasn't a Git contribution, but it definitely required a human typing names in a list. But it requires some work to properly track contribution in community. So sometimes it's so much easier to just rely on Git logs and don't ask questions.
Yeah, I know that Daniel and I, who have been doing some work on, he mentioned it earlier today, it's one thing to collect the metrics, but if you don't have a domain expert or someone who knows the community to apply the metadata or to the understanding of what they're doing in the community, it's a two-part measuring and collection of data and information. So that's always pretty significant. Well, we are a little over our time, and our next guest speaker has come. And so I really, Terry, again, I'm going to keep saying this. All of you who are on this call, Amy, I'm so glad you're with us at Red Hat, because I am so going to take you on as a Commons person to help us build out a lot of our end user and other parts of our community. So it's wonderful to have you here. Rain, you just departed Red Hat, so good luck at Packet. Thank you so much. And Lisa Marie, I can't tell you how much I respect the work that you've done in the OpenStack community. So thank you again for all of that. I'm definitely going to have all of you back on for other variations on this theme soon. So thanks again for your work and your efforts. And Terry, I'm going to figure out your lighting situation, because you look the healthiest of all of us.
I know, right?
That color lighting.
Look at you.
I'm so jealous.
I'm really jealous here. So anyway.
Yeah, and Diane, thank you for everything you do. It's not easy what you've done. You have created an incredible community with OpenShift Gathering and the conferences that you put on. And I've been honored to participate in, I think, 5 or 6 of them. They are really amazing. So thank you for all the work you do.
We'll keep on trucking, and we'll be doing more of it and reinventing it. So I'm going to stop the recording and get hung up on the next one. And thank you all. And Terry, if you did send me your slides, so I think we're all good there. Perfect. Thanks again, guys.
Recording has stopped.
All right. Click the start recording again.
Recording has started.
So Hung, welcome. Ilana, welcome. And let's see if we can get you guys on the video feed here. I'm going to turn off. Hi, Ilana.
Hello. Can you hear me?
I can hear you fine. I'm looking for
Great.
Hung right now, and ping her in the chat. She's online. I can see her. This has been a wonderful day so far, so I am really appreciative, Ilana, of you switching around your time zones and everything. And I'm learning a lot of lessons about organizing virtual events. I should have sent individual invites to everyone so it would appear in their calendars, and I think I did that. And I'm just going to get Hong on the line here. I can see her there. And she's not in this channel, but she's online. So let me just see if I can chat with Hong.
I was talking to her. It seems that She was trying to set up the video and so on. Oh yeah, one moment, she said.
Okay, cool. No worries. Wow. This is actually our last official talk. We will have a little wrap up at the end. This has been an amazing day, I have to say. So for me, and I hope for everybody else who's listening in on this too, just some of the people who have come and given their insights into community development and all kinds of aspects of it. It's been pretty mind-blowing and wonderful. For me, it's sort of reproducing the hallway talks that have been missing, that I've been missing since we went into shutdown, and we haven't had any conversations. So it's been great to see all these faces. So we'll see if we can get Hong's face on here, who I have not met before. And I don't know, Ilana, if I've actually met you in person before. So this is actually quite cool, because I've heard your voice on calls and things like that, but I haven't actually seen the face other than the one that's we keep putting on all of our conference pages. So Hong, if you can share your screen, that would be great. And Daniel, are you still chatting with her somewhere else?
I am. And I was asking her if, so I see that she has the microphone and the
yep, she should be on.
Camera on, but I don't know.
Oops, she just dropped. I think she's coming in and coming back out, which is probably a good thing. And,
Let's see.
Meanwhile, we'll do our dance. And so I think, Daniel, while we have a minute here too, so after this talk, we'll have some Q&A around bridging these things, and then we'll just end with I have rejigged my closing slides since we use them for an opening talk.
Mm-hmm.
I'll put those up and we can do that.
Yep.
Just close a little bit. And anyone who's on the call and any presenters who are left, I'll just unmute you all so that you can join. So Lisa and Chris, who's been our producer, and Amy and Rain, and if you want to, and Lisa, if you want to hang out for the last half hour afterwards. And I will stop drinking Red Bull for a little while. We'll see. We're still having technical difficulties with Hong. Oh.
So you were having so great conversation before. I want to have and stack people back again. So I didn't ask anything at the end. I was just listening and learning.
It was really good. I think that
pretty good.
Terry really has. We have learned so much from OpenStack, and as we will, I think one of the things that they talked about. Hong, I cannot hear you. Let me just make sure if I can see if you're unmuted.
He's not set as a presenter, so might need to do that first. Someone did that for me.
How that?
I do not see her.
I don't even see her online anymore. So that's what's weird. No. Get this last one done. Yeah, she's not in the list of attendees or presenters or anything. So Ilana, not that I want to put you on the spot, but while we're waiting, I did email you the presentation she created, Ilana. If you want to download that and maybe share it.
I'll take a look.
And see it, and not that you have to speak to it, because it's going to be.
I was going to say, I will not be able to speak on this presentation with like.
No, but you'll be ready.
60 seconds of prep, but.
Yeah, I know you'll be ready when she is, and I think that the interesting, the topic that I had asked Josh Simmons, who had an emergency and couldn't come at the last minute, and Hong, who stepped up to take over his slot and probably pull these slides together, was really talking about bridging communities and a lot of the cross-community collaboration. And I think the Open Source or Open Source Initiative Foundation has done, that's pretty much the work that you guys do, is you help us bridge across communities and do some really interesting work in that space. So I think we can wing it, and we can also see if we can. He's using the
slides.
All right. she's joining from the browser now. I think that's it. I mean, yeah, BlueJeans has its limitations. Zoom has its limitations. Everything has its limitations. And we'll move along with it. Hopefully Hung will come in a minute. Still don't see her in the list of presenters.
In the meantime, I have to say I love this discussion about the fragility of a foundation as big as OpenStack, and realizing that they were, what was the number, like 95 people doing like almost all of the code.
Yeah.
So that's a really huge amount. Oh, Hong, join presenter.
There.
Hello.
Hi there. Awesome.
Hello.
I can hear
Yeah.
you. You look wonderful. Because we were so anxious that you might not come. But thank you so much, Hong, for coming today and all the work that you do with FOSS Asia and OSI, and for stepping up to take on Josh's role today. So I know that was last minute, and we'll see if we can't motor through this. So can you see how to share your slides?
Yes, I can see.
All right.
Let me share my slides. Thank you very much again for having me, and I'm sorry for the delay.
That's all right. Time zones, emergencies, all kinds of, fire drills. That's sort of the life of any conference, whether it's virtual or face-to-face.
Thank you for joining, Hong.
Okay, please wait a moment. So there is a sharing screen.
There we go.
I'll mute myself.
Awesome.
Shall I start?
Yeah, and please introduce yourself too, as well.
Yes, I will. Yeah. So thank you for having me. I'm going to speak about building bridges between open source communities based on the story of FOSS Asia and the experience I gained over the past 10 years of building community in Asia. A little bit about myself. I'm one of the founders of the FOSS Asia organization. I also act as the vice president at the Open Source Initiative and work on inner source topic as Zalando. So, based on what I've written here, I just want to say that I'm really lucky to be able to work with different communities in 3 continents around the world. And I'm really looking forward to share more of the stories today. A little bit about FOSS Asia and the journey of how we actually building a community since the start. So FOSS Asia, basically the idea is to foster open source movement in Asia and the regions met like over 10 years ago. Of course, open source term is already there, but when you look at the contribution map of people around the world, Asian community is not so central, and our ideas were to foster more the open source adoption and also increase the number of contribution coming from this part of the world. So what do we actually do? So for Asia organization, we focus on 3 main areas. As many other open source organization, OpenStack or Ripple, Fedora, we develop software and we release, of course, our software and projects under open source license. Everything can be found on GitHub. We also organize a lot of events in order to bring people together. So we have, similar to the OpenShift Commons, we have the FOSS Asia Summit that happens every year in Singapore, and throughout the year, we organize a smaller event and meet up in different cities where FOSS Asia members are. We and apart from that, we organize program, online program, where people can participate. We have coding contests. We're doing hackathons and collaborate with the university and college to deliver some courses online. How do we sustain the operation of the organization? Basically through software as a service. We also offer hardware merchandise. We organize fun events from sponsorship, and we offer consulting services. So these are just some photo of our developers in the Force Asia community. And I would like to give some numbers so that we can have a clearer picture of the scale and the size of the community. We hosted all of our projects on GitHub, and mostly every 15 minutes there will be a most pull request. We have about 35,000 people subscribed into the mailing list and social media. On GitHub, we have around 4,000 developers. Of course, not everyone is active, but like people come in and out over the years. And through the programs that we run every year, we train about 2,000 new joiners and developers to contribute to open source project, not only from the Force Asia project, but many people contribute to project that foster in the whole ecosystem. We often organize like meetings and events where people can get together in a smaller group according to their location. We maintain the Force Asia blog with about 100 plus authors written technical articles related to projects that we develop. So these are a few projects that we developed with the Force Asia community over years. SUSE AI, which is an alternative to Google Home or Alexa Echo. We have our own search engine, open source search engine like SearchBird. We have an open source game, Labyrinth or Melix, our own desktop environment. Pocket Science Lab, on the top right, you can see bslab.io is an open source hardware that we foster recently. Event EA is an open source event management system. So many different topics based on the interest of the community. And I would like to go a little bit back into the history, what brought us here today. So in 2009, my partner Mario Belling and I founded the Force Asia with the goal to connect community in Asia with the global Force developers, as mentioned earlier. And in this year, so the first thing that we did to connect with the community, we hosted the GNOME Asia the first time in Vietnam. And by doing this, we get connect with people, GNOME user. There's many Linux user group around Asia, the neighboring country in Vietnam, in Cambodia, Singapore, Malaysia, and many more. So when we hosted the GNOME Asia event the first time in Vietnam, we got connect with the GNOME Foundation, where we get many speakers coming from GNOME, and we learn from them how they run the community. At the same time, we take this chance to connect with the local Linux user group and started to develop our own Linux distribution. As mentioned, this was the core of the Melix, one of our Linux distribution later on. In 2010, so we continue to kickstart more projects, and this year we hosted the mini DevCon, where we get connect with the DBN community. DBN, of course, have a very long history of development, and we were very lucky to get many DBN developers to join us and share their knowledge, how they set up infrastructure and how they draw the communities about their project. And like we take them as an example and continue to build up the community around our projects. And in this year, we move on from the Force Asia Summit to host the move on from the GNOME Asia Summit to host the FOSS Asia Summit. The idea is to bring different projects together, GNOME, TBN, VLC, and we open a platform that invite different organizations who wanted to connect with the Asian community. So for many people, reaching out to Asia is not only about localization to get to increase the number of users, but with the hope that each project can gain the contributors through the very big Asian community. And we decided to open this platform to invite many different projects to join us. This is some picture taken in 2010. I want to share a little bit of lesson learned from this. So when we started to build a community in Asia, one thing that we find very important is to understand the community landscape, which is to understand the demographic, what kind of people that involve that's surrounding a participant region, what kind of programming languages that they are interested in, their profile, their basic knowledge. And of course, we need to understand like what are the barriers for people to participate in open source project. For instance, back then in Vietnam, English is still a barrier. It's not the case right now, as people getting much better in communication with different languages. But in the beginning, it was difficult to get people on board. And we need to understand the interest of the community in this region. Of course, like unlike Europe or America, traveling from places to places is a big thing for ASEAN people. Especially we don't have the visa restriction from places to places. It's very difficult, make it difficult for people to travel, and that's why there's a lot of desire from the community that they can go out of their country to connect with other people. And we see that this is an opportunity how to motivate people to engage. In 2011, we focus on design topics. So we connect with people by organize more open design events. So basically, show people what are the things that they can do with free software. So there are many, of course, there are a lot of problems that we can fix with software, but we realize that there is interest in young people in this region around graphics design. So we show them what kind of legal tools that are available that they can make use of for their projects. And this year we actually connect with the lithographics community. Many designers and artists coming from Europe to join our design week, and they bring in their knowledge and experience of how to not only use open source tooling for design, but how to share design and how to contribute back to projects like GIMP or Inkscape. And this is a basis for us to reach out to more people, like from university, from our students and design, to foster more the adoption of open source. This is some pictures in 2011. The lesson that we learned this year, to get to the community, you need to be part of the community. Of course, you need to bring software that satisfy the need of the people. In this case, it will design and art for the student in that university. Work with positive brand and image. So of course, people want to associate with a positive community that doing cool things that help the ecosystem. And one thing that we focus a lot for our community is to show people that the opportunities that open source can bring to them, like recognition, the opportunity in the future that they can get a job, or they can get a chance to travel elsewhere to connect with other community members. One thing that the tooling that you use and choose for your development should be something that the local community or the members that you want to reach out and that you want to engage are accustomed with. In 2012, we continued to develop more applications, and that was also our second year of Google Summer of Code. This is one application, Film Me App, which allow you to send photo in different social media. So we the advantage for being part of some like coding program like Google Summer of Code was giving a chance for us to connect with projects all over the world. So during this, as you know, if some of you participate in the program, you understand that the contribution that you get from this program sometimes is not so big, because the student needs a lot of guidance and effort from the mentor to contribute. But through this program, we got a chance to connect with over 300 different organizations and projects around the world that open up many possibilities for us and many learning opportunity how we can improve the practice and the approach that we want to follow in our own organization. In 2013, we continue to foster open source in education and moving our infrastructure to host this solution. So at that time, before this year, so we run everything on ourselves, but we started to realize that we want to focus more on development rather than spending time to maintain the infrastructure. So we decided to move our projects to GitHub. Yeah, so some people also asked why GitHub, not GitLab or another open source tooling, but our decision was based on the people that we have in the community, the developers, as on GitHub. So we just had to make decision where people more accustomed to. This is some workshop that we organized throughout Vietnam in collaboration with school and university. Yeah, so this is in 2014, we moved the Force Asia Summit to Cambodia, and this is also the year that we started our first open source hardware projects. This is the Pocket Science Lab. This is the latest version. Actually, before when we started, it wasn't like this. The reason why we wanted to invest our time and efforts into open source hardware, because one of the participants of the Force Asia Summit was a teacher coming from India, came to us with a problem, asking us how we can make a science topic more interesting for the students. Many students in India, they don't have access to devices, and the same as Southeast Asia. So in order to learn physics or to make experiment, if there is something that they can touch and they can measure, it could be much better and more interesting for the young student. And he asked us whether is there anything in the open source that he can use. So that was the reason why we said, okay, so this is an interesting problem to solve, and some of our developers really interested in hardware development. That's why we started to develop this Pocket Science Lab. So basically, it's a small device that has many features built in. For instance, oscilloscope, multimeter, logic analyzer, weight generator, everything built inside the device. You just need to connect it together with your mobile phone through Google app. Then you can just use this as a normal oscilloscope or multimeter. Yeah, and we released the design open source, the firmware also open source, and this project brought us a lot of opportunity to connect with the hardware and community in China. So we produce this hardware in Shenzhen. At that time, one of our community member who spoke actually Chinese go to China, connect with many local community. There is a do-it-yourself community in Shenzhen. We also have many years connection with the Linux user group there, and that's where this project will give us a chance to will give us a chance to work closely with the people and engage with them on this project. Something that we learned from the hardware production that I want to share with you. Production in China, right, is always easier if you have a Chinese-speaking person. And if you reach out to the local community, they are more than willing to help you and support you along the way. It is a longer development cycle compared to software, high investment and high risk. Of course, in order to make these investments, you need to think of a self-funding model before you do so. The build of materials, this is something that normally if you need to do a prototype or production, the manufacturer will ask for the bill of materials that you need to send them in advance. And many other things that you need to understand. For instance, the manufacturers offer, which is something that's cheaper than the normal parts, but you need to pay attention that need to test everything, and you need to understand holidays is schedule of the manufacturers and their availability. So these are some of the lessons that we learn from hardware production. Of course, I'm not going to go into detail. We document the work, and if you are interested in doing hardware, we can share more later. In 2015, that was the year that we moved our Force Asia Summit to Singapore and started to home the Force Asia Summit in Singapore. The reason why we picked Singapore as the place, if you are familiar with the policy in Asian country, so Singapore is really open and flexible. Unlike many places, to run an event in Singapore, you do not require an event license, and the government have a strong support to the tech community and also to open source community. So that's why we moved to Singapore. In that year, beside the Force Asia Summit hosted in Singapore, we also partnered up with the Open Tech in Europe, where we organize together the Open Tech Summit Europe. So basically, this is the continued version of the Linux task. If some of you know about the Linux task, after the Linux task ended, a few people in the community want to continue the momentum. That's why we work together with them to run the annual Open Tech Summit in Berlin. In the same year, we started to work on Event Yay system, which is our own open source event management that help us to run our events. So if you can think of something like Eventbrite or Shake, so this is include payment system, call for speaker, and scheduling, that anything that you can think of as an organizer point of view. So everything included in this Event Yay system. In 2016, we launched the CodeHit online coding program, as mentioned earlier, to help people, to guide people how to actually contribute to open source projects in a practical way. So basically, what they do is to go on GitHub and fix issue or open pull request directly and get comment and guidance from the mentor directly on the issues. So basically, we give the prize. We send out prizes like certificate, swag, and also the winner can join us at the Force Asia Summit in Singapore. And we already ran for 3 seasons. And every season we got about 650 to 700 participants, and 2,000 was pull requests every season. This is some of the outreach activity that our community members help us to organize in India. Lesson that we learned from this year. Of course, so when you run any program or when you want to get contributors to your projects, you need to have a very clear expectation. We try to keep every repository of Force Asia with a contribution guidelines, making very easy for people to find the answer or to set up locally. And we also encourage peer reviewers, the minimum 2 reviewers per pull request, and we try to promote mentor roles. Developers, we started to realize that people are very happy to have each other. So when you have people, when you have somebody to fix a problem, it's feel that a big achievement, and a lot of our members like to mentor the newcomer. So we foster more, empower people into this direction. Science and Hack workshop. So this is some of other activity we do in Belgaum, India. And similar, the Science and Hack Day in Singapore. In 2017, we developed documented the best practices that we published on our blog. Some of the things, of course, like everyone is here probably aware of this, but it's always important to write things down and to direct people into the documentation. So some of the practices that we share was to merge issue with the pull request, or to break big issue into smaller issue, to always provide tests for whatever you build. I've been like listening to the talk today, and like tests were mentioned a lot. And of course, it's the same for many open source projects. Change so make sure that you state your changes in the pull request, and encourage people to review each other PRs. Document while coding, earn the right access. So basically, there are different access level in the project, and people should earn it by their contribution. And one thing that we learned after many years is to stop people from having private chat. So if anything related to development of a project, we encourage people stop to ping the maintainer or developer, but rather have the conversation directly on our like public GitHub channel of the project. In the same year, we developed Sushi AI. As I mentioned earlier, this is an open source conversational framework. And with our experience in building hardware, we again prototype this speaker based on the Raspberry Pi, and then we actually got in touch with the DBN community that helped us to package for Sushi for DBN, and the project is still continue to develop until today. So it's just some of the features. One nice thing about this project is the skill CMS. So we try to engage more non-technical people, non-technical contributor into the development. So we try by default making very easy for contributors. We develop the skills CMS that allow people to create skill basically a line of code that allow you to connect with to speak to the device, and people can write skill similar to how they write in Wikipedia article. In 2018, we go out more to connect with our community by having events in India. We're doing Yoga Fest, hacking the Indian way, and then we also partner up with UNESCO to organize hackathon in Vietnam and Singapore, and this is our event with the hardware community in China. And one thing that we've been doing for the past 4 or 5 years, which is to bring our community to participate in the CCC, the Chaos Computer Congress. This is the biggest hacker conference in Europe, in Germany. So many projects that are there. I think last year was 16,000 people, and we learned a lot from the participants here. We have a booth that people come by and give us advice how to fix our design on the hardware, and we get the chance to connect with many other projects. In 2019, last year, we celebrate our anniversary. Like, I'm very proud that we managed to go through this 10 years, and of course, it's not the end for us. We continue to work more. The first project that we, the first new project of 2019 was to take over Voice Republic and release this project open source. This is an audio streaming platform that's used by many tech and art events, and as the maintainers not be able to continue anymore, we take it over and foster it under the Force Asia umbrella. In this year, we also launched the Force Asia Academy with the hope that to offer courses and lessons to more students around open source. This is some of the workshop we run with our partner in Singapore. In 2020, of course, this is a year of challenges for us. What happened this year? Earlier this year in January and February, we organized our Open Tech Summit in Bangkok and in Yangon before the pandemic. For the first time, we organized the mixtures of online and offline events of the Force Asia Summit in Singapore, where we learned a lot, just like the end talk today about how to learn how to run an offline event. For us, it was also a huge lesson of how to streaming and do everything ourselves. Because all the problems that happening around COVID-19 production become very difficult in China, and also distribution, shipping and everything. So we explore the possibility of local production. So we participate in one project with the EU of how to foster an ecosystem where you can build your own design locally. You make a hardware, you send the design into a makerspace or the Fab Lab and produce it yourself. And last month, we also partner up with UNESCO, IBM, and SAP to run the hackathon Code the Curve on solution around COVID-19. One thing that we want to focus on this year, since people say it's difficult for people to get face-to-face connected, we hope to focus more on documentation around our projects, make things easier for people to get on board, and we also learn every day how to maintain a healthy and connected community during this time. And for the past few months, and we've been working on the next version of Event8, BS Lab, and Suzy AI. A quick summary of what I mentioned. I hope that so I don't go too much over time, so I will just end very quickly. Develop best practices and friendly and open community. constantly attracting new talents through coding programs. So most of the coding programs run online. Remoting mentor role. So you need to understand what your contributors and developer want to achieve, want to do, and give them the opportunity to do what they like. And of course, in order to sustain the development, you need to think of different income stream and model that can fund your project. Running a lean organization and infrastructure with with a small team. So if instead of investing in infrastructure, if you can outsource the infrastructure and make it more lightweight, so your developer can focus on development and partner up with other enterprise and other FOSS projects. So as mentioned, we partner up with other projects, but open up a platform for them to join us. At FOSSDEM, we also work to partner with the tour, or we have friends from DLC. So we also promote NetCloud. And we are a big fan of other open source tooling. And at the same time, in foster collaboration, people also use our software, test our software, and give us feedback. Okay, so I just want to invite you to check out Eventia if you run event online. Later this year, we're gonna launch the open hardware campaign, where we show people how to build open hardware, what kind of licensing, and how you can produce locally. We're running coding programs like CodeHit and hackathons. We are welcome to other organizations to reach out to us to connect with our communities. Many projects of us are available on GitHub if you want to check out the code or want to participate. And finally, the FOSS Asia Academy is on. If you have any courses or lessons that you want to share, please reach out to us. You can find FOSS Asia on LinkedIn, on Twitter, GitHub, and you can also find my contact easily there if you would like to reach out to me. I'm happy to share any lesson that I learned during the past few years. And this is the end of this presentation.
Awesome. Thank you very much. For those of you who didn't realize, we threw Hong into the fire here at the last minute, and she has done a tour de force in giving us the background and the history of all the collaborations that FOSS Asia has done. It really is impressive. One of the things that I love about today is I'm learning so much about different communities that I didn't know, and the work that you guys have done and in Asia is just amazing, and the history of the project is pretty, unbelievable, the work that you guys have done. So thank you very much, Hong, for coming today and playing the role of Josh. You also are part of the Open Source Initiative, or Open Source OSI as we do it, and Ilana is here as well, and Chris Kuvas from Google is here, and I'm just unblocking a few people from the conversation. And if you want to stop sharing your there you go, then we'll have a few more talking heads. And Grizz, if you want to put your video on, we'll see your face as well.
All right, can you hear me now?
We can hear you fine, and I'm adding Amy.
Right.
There's been a running, while Hong has been talking, we've been having in the chat in a couple of chat spaces, some interesting conversations as well. One of the things that really impressed me with the work that you do is your emphasis on coding workshops and events around coding to drive contribution and community engagement, and that's something that we're, honestly, we do a lot of in OpenShift on the corporate side of the stuff, but not so much on the open source side of things. And I think that's something, a big takeaway for me as people have been starting to ask us about, could you host an OpenShift Commons boot camp on such and such or this, and I'm wondering if that's is that one of the, what you would consider one of the keys to your success is having all these face-to-face things, and then the corollary to that is how are you going to run those now in a world that's gone virtual due to COVID? And I think you're muted again. You're self-muted there, Hong. There you go. You should be unmuted.
Can you hear me?
Now I
Yes.
can hear. Yes, there you go.
Okay, good. So so during the COVID, I mentioned to you one example. So we, together with UNESCO, so we hold the online hackathon where people can come together to work on the topic. And then we also promoting different projects that being done in Asia. For instance, I don't know if you're aware of the Trace Together projects released by the Singapore government under open source. So and in Taiwan as well. So there are many initiatives that are going on at the moment. What we learned so far is that each region, they started their own initiatives, and there is a lack of communication and the lack of unification, how people can actually come together and share what they have developed. So I believe that people everywhere also similarly develop similar solution like Trace Together. In Vietnam, we have our own solution, Cambodia, our own solution. So I think the thing that we want to do now is to actually bring people together. I'm really appreciate to have a chance to be here today, just like you. Then you want to create a platform where people can actually share what's going on around this topic, and our hope would also draw us more projects in Asia could present and being heard and more visible to the people from the West. Yeah.
Yeah, I think that's one of the key things. I mean, there's always the time zone challenges, which Alana and Grizz and everybody else have accepted and taken on that challenge today. So thank you. And Alana, I know you work with Hong, and you're also on the board of OSI. And Hong, you've got a secret identity there as the VP of the OSI initiative. But Alana, in your work at the OSI level, can you talk a little bit about how OSI has been helping to bridge some of those between different communities? Help folks?
Absolutely. Yeah, I'm the chair of the membership committee, and so one of the things that I work on within the OSI is engagement with affiliate members. And actually, it was really great coming on like sort of at the top of the hour when I did, because one of the folks that I have been engaging with a lot in my affiliate meetings has been Thierry. One of the things that we have been doing is holding quarterly meetings for all of our affiliate representatives to come together, chat about topics that are important to them, talk about how the OSI can support them and facilitate those conversations. And we're experimenting with a few different things. And then as far as time zones go, because it is a global community, I tend to hold 2 of these calls. So I'll hold one aimed at like Asia Pacific time zones and one aimed at like EMEA, so Europe, Middle East, Africa time zones. Because I'm in the United States, I have to be able to attend both. So my time zone is not optional, but that's one of the things that we are doing, and we're currently working on investigating like other ways that we could potentially support our members and you know, bridge these different communities. One of the things that we have upcoming as well this year is a State of the Source conference, a virtual conference. We haven't held one before, so I think that's still in the planning stages, but very exciting.
So Grizz, being from Google, and Google's has a wonderful Google of Summer and all kinds of wonderful coding events and things that help bring people together. What do you see as some of the useful tools that we might take away from to bridge some of these communities?
Yeah, so actually some of the experience that I have is outside Google, and I think like I can relate a lot to what Han was saying. Like last year I partnered with a few people down in Mexico. I'm originally from Mexico, and we have been doing a lot of efforts to bring open source communities and participation of Latin folks in open source projects. And the challenge across Latin America is that so many countries have different initiatives that are also like disconnected. Then last year we created this event called the Cumbre de Contribuidores de Open Source Software, which is like the first summit of contributors for open source software in Latin America. And that event helped us realize about all initiatives going in so many countries that we couldn't connect. So what did I learn from that first event was that what Hone said, it's very challenging to learn what is happening in the world if you live in one of these countries. So you are somewhat disconnected. Like, we heard a lot of stories that language is one barrier in which you cannot access these events, but also you are not in the know of like, when are these happening? Where should I travel to? How should I like register even to some of the foundations that do open source? And because language and availability of these resources is such a high barrier, these people don't engage. So that is potentially what causes some segregation, right? And now, digging a little bit to what we have done at Google, going into these global programs like Google Summer of Code or internships that we, like this year, for instance, we're hosting interns from around the globe to work in open source projects, given that we are distributed. I think the fact that Google is such a well-known institution kind of makes people gravitate towards that. So there's people like searching on the internet or trying to do research. They will find programs driven by Google, but they won't find programs driven by less known communities like this community we were trying to foster in Mexico, or the same community that somebody was trying to foster in Argentina or in other Spanish-speaking countries. So I think like just bridging those gaps on like, how do we let other people know that we're working in similar efforts and that these things are happening is a key. And for like, actually, Elena, I think like some of the people who created this organization with us in Mexico attended one of the quarterly partners meeting, and it was such a moment of realization of, oh my God, there's so many communities, so many resources that we need to leverage, and now they have ideas on how to like connect and stop reinventing the wheel, but start partnering more with the central tools and services.
That's so awesome to hear.
Yeah.
I think that's like organizations like OSI do a really nice service of like helping to bridge all of that information and do that. And the interesting thing for me is today, like, I didn't expect to hear like the history of FOSS Asia or to learn more about what's going on in open infrastructure in the summit and different places. But I also think that as community development people, as people who are managing this, running foundations, participating in foundations, that we are kind of the glue. Like the hallway conversations that we all have when we're at OSCON. I wore my OSCON memorial hoodie here, but these events where we actually get to go to is where I would meet people like Chris or Daniel or Alana or Hong in the past, and now without them, this is my little attempt today at trying to bridge and re-glue us all together again so we can find out what each other's doing. Because we're missing that. I mean, for some of us, we're in our technology silos, right? So I'm definitely in a cloud native silo, very Kubernetes centric kind of world these days with a dash of OpenStack and Prometheus and about 20 other initiatives. But I don't hear about what's going on in Asia or Mexico as much. And other than through my colleagues at Red Hat who are down there, who say, okay, Diane, we need you to do something here or find someone to speak there. So I think events like today, which I really love hosting things like this, where we keep showcasing different initiatives around the globe. And I like Alana's idea about having the 2 meetings. I've seen that Kubeflow does that. Some other initiatives do, like they have one in the morning and one in the evening. And hopefully in my schedule I can get somewhere, because I'm always in West Coast time, which is always meeting in the middle. But I think that's really part of it too, is the language barriers and the time zone issues that we have, and not ignoring them, and trying really hard not to be North American EMEA centric is really that, and then having making sure we make the bridges to the other communities and to the other regions is really been is key. Because when I initially talked about doing this talk, I was thinking about bridging other open source projects like in the cloud native space. That was really, I'll be honest, it wasn't about bridging regions and organizations. It was more about that. But I think you've turned my perspective on its head. So I don't know, Daniel, if you want to add in something on that.
Oh yeah, so I'm part of the Inner Source Commons, and one of the first contributions we are having in the community are translations. The translations specifically to Chinese and Japanese and German and French maybe. So those are kind of the very first, kind of easy places to go and help the community. And this is at the same time you are lowering the barrier to enter into the community, because then you are having this translated to other languages, and that's absolutely great. So yeah, so I was thinking about how to engage with new contributors, and then I was linking this idea with what Thierry said before about how you grow the next generation of leaders for the community. So how can this be? And instead of being so perhaps even English centric or so, even when this is the language that we all understand each other, or some of us at least, how to grow the community to other areas of the world. Even more, I know, Diane, I've been talking to you several times about the cultural differences. This book I was reading, The Cultural Map, which is absolutely great. Perhaps I know how to talk with other Spaniards because I'm originally from Spain, or to some other people. But then when you change the country or the the cultural background, it's like, oh, so what do you do now? And so I would like to bring the work we are doing with together with the ASF. So Chris is holding the position of VP of DNI, right?
Yes.
So maybe you can bring some more insights about some of the survey results we have.
Yes. So to Daniel's point, a very interesting hypothesis that we have been exploring is that concept of cultural differences. Because even though open source is global and you expect people to collaborate on the same projects, and oftentimes we don't take step back and understand 2 things. That the person that is working with you and solving the same issue might come from a different working culture, where that person might be waiting for permission or validation or acknowledgement before making a contribution, and you are expecting that person to just go get it because that is what you understand as open source. So that is one of the concepts that we were researching with Daniel on the ASF, and we have this also another concept, which is the cultural migrants, the person who was born and raised in a culture, but later in life moved to either study or work in a different culture, who has had that switch of the need to adapt and understand multiple cultures, because that kind of opened your perspective into being able to notice and see oh, maybe that person is trying, is waiting for me to respond or waiting for me to collaborate in something. Whereas people who haven't experienced that, it's harder for us to think that, beyond the screen, beyond the open source project, that might be other nuances that can be helping us, stay within the same group of people, the same project, and not really bridging all the cultural richness. So that is one of the insights that one of the hypotheses that we have been investigating, and I think it's very interesting to see.
So when do you think you'll have the results of this research so that you could come back and share it with us again? I think it's really, I think everybody in our heads, we know that it's true. We just don't know all how how it's happening and what we can do to facilitate better conversations and people's engagement in our community. So I think that will be the interesting thing, the application of that.
Yes, so this research that Daniel and also another professor, like there's multiple people behind this research, but the research had 3 stages. The first stage was like a survey in which we just collected information from people at the ASF. We're moving into a second phase in which we are going to be applying interviews precisely to deep dive into these hypotheses and understand more on how can we facilitate or improve those situations. So at the end, we also have a third stage in which we're going to do like a quantitative analysis to kind of like round the research. And so your question was like by when? Right now, we already have the survey finished, and we're going to be sharing it soon, right, Daniel?
Yeah, we have indeed a couple of dates already. So Asia Pacific friendly and Europe and Middle East Africa friendly. So the first one is this 19th, so this Friday, right?
Yes, and it's public. It's going to be open. It's going to be recorded. So we're going to be sharing the results.
Perfect.
Awesome.
The important part, though, is that this first sharing only contains the survey results. I think like the rounded report we're looking to write will come when we have the interviews and the quantitative analysis to, again, like have a very well-rounded insights and recommendations.
So Ilana and Hong, is this resonating with you, this kind of creating some awareness around cultural differences? And, you know, I know you, Hong, you were talking about being able to get some exposure for the initiatives for FOSS Asia, but is it one of the other limiting factors is the cultural differences or the different approaches to how communities engage? Oops.
I'll let Hong speak to that one. I think she's got more experience with international events than I do.
Yeah.
Yeah, so yes, so I mentioned earlier in my talk, of course, I think cultural differences is something that we really need to look into. As you know, a lot of discussion around the world right now about how do you behave in a certain way. So there is a huge movement around the code of conduct, and sometimes for people, exactly like what Chris says earlier. So if you want to make a PR, you don't know if you should wait for somebody to approve. It's really around like the differences in the culture. When I try to communicate something, some people talk to me in a very direct way. And to you, maybe you offended, and then you should there's a certain way. So people should be aware of the background of their contributor, where they come from. I think that this is a very interesting research. I don't know, like based on this research, what can we do? Because at first you let people aware, and then what's going to happen and what kind of action that they should take in order to limit misunderstanding and to build a more collaborative and open community. So I think this is a goal. Yeah. So I think that the research on different cultures and the effect on how people behave on certain community would be interesting. But what is more interesting is based on this, what kind of guidelines or practice that we should promote. Like some people feel worried these days. I heard a lot of people from the communities. I don't know if I should say something. Maybe some people would say that I violated the rule of communication and I might offend somebody. So you never know. So people should at least learn to be aware of these things and make other people feel comfortable. Yeah.
So I think that it's definitely, I want to see, we all intuitively know that there's cultural differences. It's how do we take what you learn in the ASFs and the research you're doing and the experiences and the practices and turn those into best practices and share them around the world so people can create better and healthier engagement practices. And I too think that the code of conduct stuff is incredibly important Even today, we were getting trolled online a little bit, so we had some issues, and and Chris, who was our producer, handled them nicely. But I also think that it's interesting, and it's such a challenge. It's such a challenge to do, and I'm really grateful that you're sharing this information with us today. But I really do want to see how we can take what you learn and apply it in our practices. I think that's the next step. One is uncovering the data, and I think we try and we fail and we learn and we keep moving forward the processes. But I also think that there's a lot more outreach, especially to Asia and Latin cultures, that in the Kubernetes world and the cloud native world, that we could do better. CNCF has done some great work standing up events in China and around the world in different places, but I still think there's a lot more that we can do and that I can do. And so giving the podium to you guys as often as possible is really, I think, one of the keys here. And the time zone challenges are one thing, but I think I can get up at night. I don't mind. You're staying up late and wherever you are, but it seems, I don't know what it is, but everybody has got more light in their background than I do. It's been pouring rain all day today and gray, so it's like, I might as well be still sleeping. So, but I'm just very grateful for the work that all of you have done at the ASF, at OSI, at FOSS Asia, in the inner source, because it's interesting. It's like this Rubik's Cube, right? So there's cultural stuff, there's time zone stuff, there's technology layers, there's inner source pieces. So whether this is a collaboration between a bunch of corporations trying to build a product to be sold to enterprises, or enterprises trying to apply open source practices to their internal processes. There's so many aspects to community engagement, and how you even see this with inner source. I see, at least sometimes, is that enterprises prohibit their employees from contributing or participating actively in open source projects. So there's like all of these barriers to participation. And I think in some way, and I keep coming back to this, and maybe it's because I've been drinking the Kool-Aid all day today, is that the community development people like yourselves and the other 24 folks who have been on today are really kind of the glue. They're the conduit of these practices and sharing them with each other, and making sure that when we find out the research from your survey and we learn the lessons from the FOSS Asia stories, that we can carry those stories back and apply them wherever we are and whatever technology, and try and bridge those communities. Because I actually think, even though the work that Daniel and I have done have been like to identify who are the people that connect in between projects, that's not enough. It's the people who have the maybe not higher and better level, but like an overview of all of these different things that will help us bridge some of these cultural and inclusivity issues and diversity issues, and create more podiums for people to stand up on and share their stories. And that's my hope, all of this. And I know that all of the work that's going on in your communities and the foundations that you work on is part of that process. So I can't thank you enough for participating and showing up today, even with the time zone challenges, and sharing your stories. So Daniel, I don't know if you want to add in a few words, or Hong, or if there's anything else you'd like to add and make sure that points you got across.
Oh, I would say that thank you all of the speakers, all of the AMA panelists, everyone that has made this a successful day. I learned a ton of things, so yeah, thank you all for your time today. Yes.
Well, I'm gonna keep you guys on camera, so just do that. I'm gonna share a couple more slides just to close the day out officially. Even though, as every conference knows, things have gone sideways at different times, but and I actually gave our closing talk as the opening talk, just because of a glitch in the matrix. But so I've kind of share this screen here. I can share, and you'll get to see all kinds of stuff, and view, present mode, and just talk a little bit here, just to close, and then I'm going to open up all of everybody who's in Blue Jeans here. So first of all, I wanted to thank my co-host here, Daniel Esquerdo from Bitergia, one for being an amazing collaborator on research, as we've heard from Grizz. She's doing some work with Bitergia on the ASF front, and you know, he's had his hand in a lot of different things. I'm really grateful for your participation in today. And then the 24 or so other community leaders that have been part of this thing. I think we managed to get everybody online at some point. I think there's only one person who didn't quite make it to today. Josh had an issue, so we'll reach out and get him on again another time. Just really wanted to say thank you very much to everybody who came today and talked. We totally appreciate it, you taking the time out of your days. And we've all learned something new. The talk I was going to give at the end of the day was the one I gave at the beginning, but it really is about how the developing strategies for living and breathing community development in this age of continuous connection in virtual worlds. Though we did hear quite a few times very clearly that the face-to-face component is really, really important. And that we're recognizing that we are in these continuous 24/7 global cross-cultural relationships with our community participants, and we need to acknowledge all of that and make sure that we stay healthy, inclusive, and diverse, and stay healthy ourselves, and don't go insane with all the connections. One of the things we've been talking in the Slack there today that I'm going to ask in a survey is, who else do you want to hear from? What other projects are we not hearing from? Like, I love, Grizz, the idea of having you back on to talk about the open source initiatives in Mexico. I think that's brilliant. And how we should continue this conversation in any, you know, I had in the back of my head something, they have DevOps days, they have GitOps days now, they have days, you know, for bloody well every piece of technology, that I think that maybe continuing to do something around the community development days so that we continue to have this glue and these hallway conversations where we inform each other is really kind of important to continue these conversations, at least from my perspective. So the survey will tell us the results of that. So I just wanted to really say again, keep in touch and make sure that if you're not connected, we will, if you tweet us at OpenShift Commons, we'll add you to mailing lists on this topic and try not to spam you. As we heard, that's not a good thing. And just keep you informed and connected to each other, because, you know, I do believe, especially more today, that the community, people doing the community work are really the glue that keeps the cross community collaboration working, and builds our awareness of how to create better, diverse, healthy, and engaged communities. So please do keep in touch. And I'm going to open it back up to just any final feedback and a little bit of a conversation here with the people who are remaining on the call. So I'm just going to pause me there. And that's just my way of saying very much thank you for hanging out the whole day, Lisa and Amy and Alana and Hong for coming in, and Grizz. It's just been a complete pleasure to really have you here and do that. And a big shout out to Chris Short, who has been doing some, yeah, this is the Chris Short, yeah, the dance for Chris Short and OBS, and making, you know, policing the Twitch and doing that. It's been really amazing, and I will endeavor to edit and get all of this up on YouTube in the next day or so and do a recap blog post for anyone. Chris has also offered to rebroadcast all of this content at Asia Pacific time centric time zone. So we will take all of these and stack them up and rebroadcast them again. So I'll let you know when that's going to happen, just in case people, like at 2 a.m. in the morning, you're going, "Hey, Alana, great to see you online," and you're like, "What? I'm sleeping." So anyways, I'm going to stop for a minute. Daniel, if you have some final words or things that you want to give some feedback on.
Not much more. So again, thank you all for staying here so late with us, and thank you for joining. Yeah, perhaps it would be good to have some quick conversation about next steps, either now or offline at some point, because it's all about having these hallway conversations now that we cannot meet each other face to face. So what's next, right? How to share lessons learned and so on. And today has been a really great day to foster all of these initiatives and ideas. So thank you.
Cool. So I definitely will. I'm quite willing to host another version of this, maybe in a month or so, or 2 months, depending on the cadence and on the pandemics and other things that are going on in the world, whether we need to or not. If that's something people want to do. What I really would love to hear is, and I will send a survey around, is who else we should be asking to talk. I went through my Rolodex and Daniel's Rolodex, and if you're not old enough to know what a Rolodex is, think about that as your contacts in your iPhone or something. We really did pull out some stops, so thank you all for joining us. But I think the thing is, I have this little reminder message that I put up on my thing, is like, if you could have anyone talk to us other than someone who's dead, that would probably be the person that Jabe and Dimij kept referring to, Eleanor, can't think of what her last name, who did all of the great work on commons and recommoning. I'm going to have to go back and look that all up. But I think what I want to do is hear from other people who was missing from today. What voices did we miss, and that we should have asked to come. So that would be really helpful. So Lisa, Amy, Grizz, anyone?
I have a suggestion. I would love to invite the folks running the outreachy internships for the Apache Software Foundation, because they have a very insightful experience in how it was to set up outreachy, well, the ASF as a community within outreachy, and they are working in some work around collecting friction logs. This is documenting their experience as a first-time open source contributors. And they have had the experience of like pitching the idea, the program, getting it through consensus, building these relationships, etc. So I think they will be very good to share some experience and knowledge with us.
That's actually a good idea, getting some of the interns as well. You know, what was your experience when you first joined?
Yeah. Hong, did you have something?
Yeah, so about like who would we like to have on the conference? So I'm thinking of, rather than thinking of this a person or a group, we rather thinking of topics or the problems, solution that we want to bring in. So for instance, now I was really interested to have somebody from OBS, for instance, the solution that foster more online conference and platform. So not only that we learn from people, at the same time the participant can help the participant to fix like a certain problem currently. So I would be more interested in the topics and the solution that help us to go over this pandemic.
Yep. I think OBS I had never heard of before the pandemic. So I'm going to always associate COVID with OBS from now on. And that's a brilliant idea. One of the things that I would like to do also is a recap with Chris Short about the technology that was underlying today. And, you know, some of the shortcomings, we didn't, you know, like I'll admit it, we didn't get a lot of Q&A because we had some trolling going on in our open channels. And, you know, normally when we do this in Zoom and we do it just with, we don't do live streaming. We get everybody in the one channel, and I naively thought that we could use the feeder from all of the live streams to do the Q&A. So that, I think, was a bit of a lesson learned for us today. So that might restructure the way that I do this next time. Lisa Marie?
Yeah, I was going to say, you have an expert. Chris is amazing. I actually sat through a 2-hour CNCF webinar that Chris and Jorge, and I can't remember who the third person was, and they recorded it, and they talked about, and it's really well organized. They broke it up into 3 different sections. They talked about microphones, they talked about cameras, they talked about lighting, and it literally went on for 2 hours. And I think an hour and a half of that was just microphones. So I can point you to that, and it was really good. The other thing I would say, my mentor in community architecting is John O'Bacon, and you know him. He literally wrote the book, you know, The Art of Community, and he's published a bunch more books. And there's a meetup group that was started in the Bay Area that Van and a couple of other folks started, and it's all about community building and community organizing. And I love that they approach all topics like burnout and just stuff that every community organizer experiences, but we don't always talk about. And so there's a bunch of people in that network. If we're, you know, I loved the title of Donald's book, The Art of Community, because it really is an art. And I stole my title, Community Architect, from Robin Bergeron, the Ansible Community Architect, who's awesome. And so there's just so many really amazing community architects out there that we can talk to. And I think there's experts now in online community, building online communities, which is something I think that we're going to be doing for a while, probably even longer than we think. But I think we also learned so many great best practices out of the last 2 months about, I mean, this is so great, Diane, like that you got people from all over the world to do this. We wouldn't have all been able to fly to you. There's so many benefits of being able to do this. If we can really master this medium, I think we can do a lot of amazing things globally with community.
No, totally agree. And I'm incredibly grateful for everybody who came today and participated in this wonderful, very fluid experience and experiment. So, and I think that's what we're all doing is there are lots of, you know, high level platforms for delivering this content. We could get the luxury liner of Intrado that we use for Red Hat Summit, and I think that's what they're using for CNCF for KubeCon. But there's the other piece of the puzzle is, and I think Hong, one of the things that you're zeroing in here is that those aren't available to everybody or all around the world. So if we can use some of these open source OBS things and other tools, and we can share the lessons learned from Chris and other folks, and really say what worked and what didn't, that's really, you know, that's really was my. I had so many goals for today. I think we blew them all out of the water. And I'm looking forward to hosting another one of these sometime soon. And yeah, Jono would be a great person. Robin Bergeron. I was trying to mitigate the number of Red Hatters on here, but it was very like I pinged Robin, and then I thought, oh God, there's a whole bunch of Red Hatters who have lots of experience. But it's really one of the other things I was trying to do is to not brand this as hard as it is as a Red Hat thing, to make it more of an open community thing. So one of the feedbacks that did that work, or did this come across as a big Red Hat event? And hopefully it didn't, and that we all got something from it. But it is a bit of a balancing act, I have to say, to, you know, to make sure that everybody has voices, and everybody gets a piece, you know, sometime on the podium. So that's really been a key for me. Amy, any words of wisdom from all of your OpenStack end user, all of the engagement you've done that we could learn to do better next time?
I thought this was really good because the topics were so diverse. Like chaos, while they're usually at Linux Foundation and a few other things, you really don't see them out there, and they're doing such great work. So it was nice to see, shout out for them and them participating and telling what they do. So I think as far as the mix of content, it was great. We tweeted the deep out of it. So I'm not sure how we could get more participation, but according to the numbers Chris posted, we had a lot of people coming in here. The
Yeah.
schedule was great because you knew who was talking when. The only suggestion I might say is put speakers more in their time zones, only because people who are really interested and know them would also, it would be a better time zone for them.
Yeah.
But at the same time, I don't think we lost people because of time zones per se. So I think we did a really good job.
Well, I hope that you'll all come back and do this again with me soon. And I will continue to keep asking you for your suggestions for other speakers and other participants, and look forward to having you back on. And if you have any suggestions at all, would be absolutely fabulous. So thank you again. And it is on the dot 1 p.m. my time here in Pacific time zone, which I think is the time I promised Chris that I would be done by. So thank you again. Hong, thank you very much for stepping up and taking over Josh's slot. I learned a ton from that presentation, and I'm going to be tapping you on the shoulder to learn more about all of these code events and how you did them and how to do better outreach into Asia. And to figure out better ways to do that. And we definitely will rebroadcast this at an ACPAC friendly time. So stay tuned for that.
Thank you,
It's
Diane.
my pleasure. Thank you very much for having me. Thank you, everyone.
All right. Take care, guys. And we will talk to you all soon. Thanks, Alana, for messing up your day and rescheduling. But we really, really appreciate having you here. And Daniel, as always, thank you very, very much. It's wonderful.
No problem. Great to be here.
Cool. All right. We're going to say cue it up, Chris, and